Chapter 161, The painting style has been twisted again. When Suen came out of room 1021, the restaurant was already in chaos. A black-grey mist spread down from the stairs on the second floor, as if adding a layer of underworld filter to this brightly lit luxury restaurant, presenting a grey and cold color. The identification showed that it was a special corpse gas. Because the NPCs in the restaurant had already been contaminated during these 3 days, as soon as they touched this grey mist, they began to distort. Their bodies were like being irradiated, growing disgusting tumors and strange tentacles. They transformed from humans into distorted monsters with fangs and claws. For a while, the entire restaurant was filled with zombies, and the sounds of roaring and screaming were endless. It was like a purgatory on Earth. Suen had learned from the previous intelligence that this ghost mist was a gas that had a high chance of causing mutations even for hunters. So this was the reason why the hunters would only come out exactly 24 hours later, even though they could have stayed longer. But Suen discovered that this ghost mist was a purer dark attribute energy than dark spiritual power. It could also increase the upper limit of dark spiritual power through the breathing method. He tried to take a few breaths and found his dark spiritual power, which had already been slowly increasing, continued to rise. Moreover, his body had a higher affinity for this ghost mist, and breathing it in was very pleasant. With each breath, the efficiency of consuming dark spiritual power for recovery would increase. The amount of recovery was almost the same as the amount consumed by removing the equipment and using wuxi, and there was no sign of mutation. It meant that in this environment, Suen could almost maintain the state of removing the equipment. This was also good news. There was intense fighting noise coming from upstairs, indicating that Edward and the other 2 magicians had clashed with the old nun. But Suen didn't rush upstairs. Both sides were currently in a strong state, so the battle upstairs must be extremely dangerous. If he joined in, he might be accidentally injured. According to the 1000-year-old storyline, Edward and the others should have been wiped out. But now, it was hard to say. Judging from their abilities just now, all 3 of them were very strong. As long as they didn't transform, they definitely had the power to fight. The noise from upstairs was also going back and forth, indicating that the battle was intense. So, he would wait. When both sides were heavily injured, it would be the best time to intervene. Suen walked to the corridor and decided to first check the situation on the first floor. The situation today was different from when the previous hunting team entered. When the previous hunting team entered, by midnight, they only had to face the wild monsters that were on duty in the hotel, such as the room attendants and security guards. To hunt other monsters, they had to open each room one by one. If they didn't open the door, the monsters wouldn't come out on their own. But today, because the ghost mist erupted early, most of the guests were gathered in the banquet hall on the first floor. This also led to a concentration of mutated monsters and chaos. But this wasn't all bad news. The good news was that because the mutation erupted early, although there were many of these monsters, they weren't strong. Suen easily killed a mutated waiter in the corridor and found that it was not a strange level monster, at most it was an elite monster. This was quite different from the previous intelligence that said the lowest level on the first floor was the Black Iron Strange. And there was another piece of good news for Suen. Originally, the higher the floor, the stronger the mutated monsters would be. But now, most of the guests had gathered on the first floor, so there would be fewer high-level monsters on the second and third floors. If he had to go up later, it would be much less dangerous for him. The faceless corpse left a wet trail of mucus in the corridor. Suen followed the trail and happened to see it using its long tentacles to grab a panicked hunter, then the tentacles drilled into the person's mouth and nose, and in an instant, the person was sucked dry. The hunters also noticed this head-blooming monster, but ordinary bullets couldn't cause much damage to this second-level silver strange. Even cannons, apart from leaving some minor injuries, had little effect. Because it was wearing a hood, the strange didn't pay any attention to Suen. Suen knew he couldn't kill it, so he didn't waste time trying. Room 1055 and room 1022 were not far apart. As Suen walked down the corridor, he saw a translucent shadow with a long tongue floating over. The identification showed that it was the hanging corpse in room 1055 that had turned into a ghostly creature. Because Suen had the hanging noose, this ghostly creature selectively ignored him and they passed each other. Without this second-level strange threat, Suen felt that there wasn't much deadly danger on the first floor either. Thinking this, he went straight to the banquet hall. There, chaos reigned as monsters danced and gunfire filled the air. The cute maids had turned into bloody maids, the long-legged dancers had become lustful female demons, and the ladies and young ladies had all turned into various grotesque zombies. The hunters were engaged in fierce battles with the monsters. What the hell is going on? It's not even midnight yet, why did these ancient people mutate? It's probably that wanted criminal Suen causing trouble. Damn it, if we had known earlier, we should have killed him. These mutated monsters don't seem to be that powerful. Haha, we're going to make a fortune this time. When Suen walked over, he saw the hunters divided into two groups, hunting down the monsters. One group consisted of individuals, and the other group was the members of the Scorpion Squad. Most of these monsters were zombies, and the majority of them hadn't reached the level of being strange. Although there were many of them, concentrated gunfire could easily mow them down. But the good times didn't last long. 4 special second-level Silver Strange entered the scene, and the situation instantly became one-sided. In addition to the previously seen faceless corpse and hanging corpse, 2 more have appeared. The big-headed resentful infant has turned into a large-headed zombie, with a basketball-sized terrifying eyeball occupying most of its head. It possesses immense strength and can also burrow underground. The drowned female corpse has turned into a ghost with a blue glow all over its body, floating along and leaving a puddle of water on the ground. These 4 second-tier anomalies have made the hunters' counterattack instantly feeble. Dealing with the 2 zombie types is manageable. Although they are resistant to gunfire and move slowly, they can still be avoided by utilizing the terrain. However, the 2 ghosts are more troublesome. They completely ignore physical damage, can pass through walls, float, and cannot be escaped. Ah, those are ghosts. Don't be afraid, there are many of us. The ghosts can't control all of us. Don't fucking run around. The more scared you are, the more they will focus on you. The hunters have experience dealing with ghosts, but in the end, not everyone can control their inner fear. Being scared by themselves, their mental state becomes disordered, and their sanity drops to a very low value. They will immediately be controlled by the ghost's mental attacks. The atmosphere of fear will also spread, and the agonizing screams of companions dying will strongly stimulate the nerves of others, infecting one after another. When Suen arrived, he saw 2 ghosts floating among the crowd. Wherever they went, bodies fell like cut wheat. For ordinary people who are not proficient in spiritual power, their methods are almost unsolvable. The target chosen by the hanging corpse seems to induce a choking illusion of hanging, causing them to instinctively try to remove the noose with their hands. In reality, they are strangling themselves, and the stronger the feeling of suffocation, the more they struggle to strangle themselves to death. The attack method of the drowned female corpse is similar. It induces a feeling of drowning and suffocation, causing people to suffocate themselves to death. But judging from the water stains on the bodies, it should also have the ability to manipulate water elements. Both ghosts are completely immune to physical attacks, which is why ordinary hunters fear them. Originally, spellcasters could still fight against them, but there are basically no money-burning professionals in the independent team, so ghosts basically mean certain death. Suen watched from a distance and roughly understood the abilities of the 4 second-tier anomalies. Because of the 4-piece anomaly defense set on his body, the 4 special monsters ignored him, and he didn't bother with them either. But the other distorted monsters were sensitive to the living aura on Suen and rushed towards him. Suen didn't hold back either and unleashed a barrage of bullets from his dual pistols. Based on his experience playing games in his previous life, it's best to clear out the small monsters before dealing with the boss. He wanted to quickly clear out the monsters on the first floor to prevent any unexpected situations when going upstairs. For example, as time passed, the monsters would become stronger, or the old nun upstairs had some special means to summon small monsters to go upstairs. So, he struck first. If regular bullets don't work, then he'll use alchemical bullets. After Suen's strength increased, the people he killed became stronger, and the spoils of war became richer. He had more alchemical bullets than he needed, with a quantity of over 1,000. For a firearms expert, ammunition is their confidence. The distorted monsters rushed towards him like sharks smelling blood, but he found a corner with 3 walls and stood there. With an ammunition box hanging, he started harvesting without expression. Knowing that tonight would be a fierce battle, Suen didn't hesitate to use ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid fire of the submachine gun resounded, occasionally accompanied by the special explosion of alchemical bullets, bang, bang. Although the sound of gunfire was overwhelming, the rhythm was not chaotic. The suppressive fire of the green ghost, the precise sniping of the thunder snake, allowed Suen's actions to match the firepower of an entire reorganized team of hunters. Headshots, joint-breaking shots, piercing through defenses. Absolute calmness made Suen's marksmanship precise and deadly. In fact, because of the gap between marksmanship and alchemical bullets, he killed more monsters alone than the combined total of dozens of independent hunters. After all, ordinary hunters who risk their lives in the wilderness would never carry alchemical bullets with an average price of 10,000 each. A single burst would cost hundreds of thousands, which most hunters couldn't afford. This is the difference in equipment. And also the crushing difference in skills. Gradually, the pile of distorted monster corpses in front of Suen grew higher. The ordinary hunters in the distance drooled as they watched. Just Suen's perfect marksmanship shocked everyone. Especially those from the Scorpion Squad, their faces turned pale. They realized how ignorant they were before, thinking they could kill this S-rank wanted criminal and claim the bounty. If this round of bullets didn't hit the distorted monsters but hit them instead, the result would probably be the same. Moreover, Suen's methods were not just marksmanship. Most of the NPCs in the restaurant are ordinary people from 1,000 years ago. They are not considered strong even after being distorted because they have not been completely corrupted. The troublesome ones are the original professionals among the guards and guests. After they became distorted, they were at least silver-tier anomalies. In this first-floor lobby, there are at least 300 to 400 people combined between the guests and the hotel staff, and there are bound to be some professionals among them. When the ghost mist erupted, they all emerged. The fast-climbing spider-woman, the skull-crusher doctor who likes to hit people's heads, the flesh mountain monster that can't be killed even with alchemical bullets, the chameleon-like invisible monster. These anomalies mixed in with the pile of monsters are the biggest threat to Suen. But there are many people around Suen as well. Various eerie dolls stood in rows beside him. The sinister smiling doll, the wailing doll, the explosion-proof doll, the lead-sinking doll, the oil-swallowing doll, the phosphorus fire doll, the voodoo doll. He now had a large amount of witch hair strands, which greatly increased the number and efficiency of his puppet control. The fine hairs of the octo-spider lance could easily control the threads. Even if Suen was continuously firing with both hands, it would not affect the operation of the puppets at all. These puppets could also ensure that the occasional fish that slipped through the net under the cover of firepower would be blocked outside the safe range. Even if there were one or two very tricky second-order anomalies, the invisible zombies behind Suen would cut the monster's head in half before they could get close. With long-range and close-range means, it was difficult for the mutated monsters to get close. His dark energy was sufficient, and he had plenty of bullets. Originally, at this pace, Suen thought that in a short while, all the monsters on the first floor, except for those 4, could probably be cleaned up. But while he was fighting, an accident happened. Just when Suen was killing smoothly, the big head grudge baby exploded without warning, turning into pieces of meat all over the floor. He hadn't understood what had happened when the light and shadow of the drowned female corpse also dispersed. The two anomalies seemed to have suffered some invisible attack and suddenly died. Hey! Suen was still firing, but when he saw this scene out of the corner of his eye, he let out a sound of surprise. He was sure that the sudden death of the 2 second-order anomalies was not his doing, and those hunters definitely couldn't do it. They just died inexplicably. Could it be Edward and the others upstairs who did it? Suen suddenly realized something, but he couldn't figure out how this method of killing monsters through the air worked. But he didn't think too much about it. Because at this time, his gaze fell on the place where the drowned female corpse collapsed. There, a grey fog had appeared. Zombie species rarely produce grey fog fragments, but ghost species, being spiritual entities, have a high probability of producing grey fog. Because he was too far away, Suen had no chance to collect the grey fog. And in this brief moment, the light and shadow fragments and flesh and blood fragments from the 2 anomaly corpses seemed to be absorbed by the space and disappeared without a trace. Looking back, a perfectly intact drowned female corpse floated out of the door of room 1055 in the distant corridor. And soon, a big-headed monster, laughing weirdly, hopped into the banquet hall to continue hunting. They really could resurrect indefinitely. However, seeing this, a bold idea suddenly popped into Suen's mind. These 4 corpses could indeed resurrect indefinitely, but what would happen if their soul fragments were stripped away? Suen suddenly realized that he had found a way to restrain these 4 mutated monsters, no, even possibly kill them. With this thought, he no longer chose to squat in the corner, but ran to a position near the two ghost species, waiting to try something. Before long, the hanged corpse inexplicably died again, dispersing. The grey fog appeared again. Seizing the opportunity, Suen rushed up without waiting for the grey fog to disappear, and then swallowed the grey fog. Obtained demonic hanged corpse soul fragment 2. You have comprehended spiritual illusion technique suffocation technique, incomplete. Spiritual power plus 0.6. When Suen digested this grey fog, his eyes lit up. It really worked. Chapter 162, Hair shearing has left 4 sheep completely bald. In the field of alchemy, everything can be exchanged through equivalent exchange. This is probably also the principle behind the infinite resurrection of those 4 special and eerie beings. But can souls be exchanged through equivalent exchange in the alchemy array? It is said that the alchemists of the God era were able to do it. But that's just a legend. Now, it is simply impossible. Although Suen didn't know what level of array this 4 eerie fallen sacrificial array set up in the restaurant was, it was definitely not the legendary god level. The soul has been devoured, so it is impossible to resurrect an identical ghost species with this array. Sure enough, just after Suen devoured the mist, the hanged corpse floated out again. But this time, the light on it was noticeably dimmer. The appraisal showed that the word weakened also appeared. It's really like this. Suen looked delighted, it was exactly as he had guessed. The array resurrected the eerie beings, but couldn't restore their souls. If he could kill them a few more times, he even felt that he might directly devour these ghost species. And just at this moment, the commotion from the battle upstairs suddenly intensified, as if the two sides of the battle had discovered something abnormal and triggered a new round of fierce fighting. Then, the drowned female corpse also dispersed for the second time. This time, Suen saw it clearly. Before the eerie beings dispersed, it seemed like they were attacked by something fatal from a distance, causing them to die. Without delay, he skillfully ran over and devoured the mist. Obtained 2 soul fragments of enchanted drowned female corpse. You have comprehended spirit illusion technique, drowning technique, incomplete. Spirit power plus 0.7. Then came the second harvest. The third harvest. The fourth harvest. These 4 second-tier silver eerie beings downstairs would occasionally explode, constantly resurrecting and constantly being harvested. This repeated cycle. Suen didn't know what was happening upstairs, but it didn't stop him from happily harvesting soul fragments. These second-tier eerie beings provided him with. Suen repeatedly took advantage of the 2 ghost species, gaining less and less spiritual power and fragments each time, but every time he harvested, the 2 ghost species became dimmer after resurrection. Even the 2 zombie species, in extremely rare cases, had exploded with mist a few times because of repeated deaths. The intelligence of the zombie species was not high to begin with, and after their souls were stripped away, the impact was significant. Even though their physical bodies had fully recovered, the entire eerie aura of the species was gone. Finally, the style of the battle gradually deviated because of Suen's talent, the Reaper of Death. The infinite resurrection bug of the 4 eerie fallen sacrificial array that was originally unbreakable was slowly being cracked by an unconventional method. Suen speculated that the collapse of the 4 eerie corpses must be directly related to the battle upstairs. The weaker the monsters, the more advantageous it would be for Ihwa and the others. With this in mind, he was in no hurry to go upstairs and join the battle. He stayed in the banquet hall, repeatedly harvesting soul fragments from the 4 second-tier eerie beings. Infinite resurrection, repeated stripping. And because he was stripping from the same target, each time he obtained something different. Unconsciously, Suen had actually stripped a complete set of illusion technique, drowning technique and illusion technique, suffocation technique from the 2 ghost species, reaching a level of mastery. And he had also stripped some miscellaneous abilities related to the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. But with so many stripping attempts, even a strong body couldn't handle it. Suen was pleased to have mastered some new skills. However, although the 4 distorted monsters were still constantly resurrecting, the style of the battle had completely changed. When they first appeared, they were extremely fierce, as if they could wipe out everyone on the first floor with just one of them. All 4 of them together were unstoppable. If Suen hadn't obtained the 4 eerie set in advance, dealing with just one of them would have been a headache. But now, the 2 ghost species had become idiots, their eyes vacant, without any ferocity. The 2 zombie species had become foolish children, attacking instinctively, relying solely on their remaining instincts. The word severely weakened in the appraisal was particularly striking. The two ghost species had their memories related to creating illusions stripped away by Suen, so how could they still use spiritual illusions? The instinct to prey of the two zombie species had been stripped away, and their already low intelligence could no longer control their bodies to move normally. The current 4 eerie corpses probably couldn't even kill an ordinary monster hunter. And the culprit, Suen, had not stopped his wool-gathering behavior at this moment. Where else could he find monsters that could be killed repeatedly? One stripping at a time, he could gather all the skill fragments in 10 attempts. Suen had already killed almost all the other distorted monsters in the banquet hall. He was now guarding a few surviving members of the Scorpion Squad, using them as bait to attract the 4 monsters. Then, he would wait for these 4 almost zombies to lose their combat power, and harvest them again. In this way, the style of the battle changed from intense fighting to leisurely fishing. The evil ritual arrays in the 4 rooms were still operating as usual, but the main materials had been damaged to a considerable extent, and it was unknown how effective they were now. Suen listened to the commotion from the battle upstairs and thought that after harvesting a few more waves, and gathering a few more complete elemental skills, he should be ready to go upstairs. However, just at this moment, suddenly, a figure jumped down from the 2nd floor and appeared in the hall in a few flashes. The person who came was Barbara. Barbara was covered in injuries, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. She had originally planned to come down and assess the situation, prepared to face countless bizarre creatures in a fierce battle. However, seeing the scene before her, the ancient sorceress was stunned on the spot. The banquet hall was littered with corpses, blood flowed like a river, and various bizarre creatures were piled up like mountains. Severed limbs and scattered entrails were everywhere. There were hardly any living people left, but the bizarre creatures were also gone. In the hall, the 4 resentful corpses seemed to be wandering aimlessly like fools. Seeing her come down, they showed no signs of attack. Looking at Suen, who was waiting among the 4 bizarre creatures, Barbara showed a bewildered expression. In her limited understanding, such a scene should not have occurred. Seeing Barbara suddenly come downstairs, Suen thought something had gone wrong with the battle upstairs, so he curiously asked, Miss Barbara, why did you come down? Barbara couldn't figure out what had happened, so she could only ask, Officer Johnny, what exactly happened? Did you kill all these mutated monsters? Suen looked at her, relieved that she hadn't been completely corrupted. He shrugged and said, I watched them die over and over again, then I used a little trick, and they ended up like this. By the way, what happened upstairs? Why did these bizarre creatures suddenly die? Barbara then explained, Sister Elizabeth has been demonized. She used a spell to transfer damage to these 4 resentful corpses. Upon hearing this, Suen finally understood. So, every time these 4 bizarre creatures died, it was because Howard and the others upstairs had killed the old nun once. But because the damage was transferred to these 4 bizarre creatures, the old nun essentially gained an immortal body, which put Howard and his team in a tough battle. This was originally an unsolvable situation. The 4 specially refined corpses could be resurrected in the formation of the 4 fallen spirit sacrifice after death. And the sealed object provided a constant supply of energy. They would resurrect indefinitely. Without killing the spellcaster, the 4 corpses could not die. But the clever part about Sister Elizabeth, the spellcaster, was that she transferred her own damage to the 4 corpses. This created a vicious cycle. At least within this hotel, no one could kill her. But this vicious cycle was disrupted by Suen, who broke the deadlock in an unexpected way. The cycle was still there, but a key component of the cycle had been almost completely depleted. The 4 resentful corpses were getting weaker and weaker, naturally affecting the battle upstairs. The damage that the bizarre creatures could bear was getting lower and lower, and the old nun was getting more and more injured. Originally, this would have been good news for Edward and his team. But they couldn't figure out who in the hotel could break the 4 fallen spirit sacrifice formation. They even suspected it might be a trick by the old nun. So, Barbara came down to check the situation. Seeing the situation now, Barbara also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Suen and said in a strange tone, I didn't expect Officer Johnny to be such a powerful sorcerer. Suen didn't explain much, but asked about the situation upstairs. Hearing that it was a stalemate, he immediately stated, if you kill the old nun a few more times, I might be able to completely solve this sacrificial formation. Seeing the scene before her, Barbara also breathed a sigh of relief. But the battle was not over yet, she didn't delay any longer. Okay. I'll leave the downstairs to you, Officer Johnny. Suen nodded, noticing that the black aura around her was very dense. He reminded, Miss Barbara, you don't seem to be in good condition. Barbara showed a determined look on her face. Yes, I know. Without looking back, she rushed back upstairs. Knowing the situation upstairs, Suen was not in a hurry to go up. The previous information said that if the ghost fog occurred at midnight, the hunters wouldn't notice the battle upstairs. This meant that Edward and his team would be corrupted and demonized unconsciously. Now that they knew their situation, it seemed that even if they were to die together, they wouldn't let themselves be demonized. Perhaps, by the time Suen went up, he wouldn't need to lift a finger, he could just collect the materials. Suen thought it would be safer to solve the sacrificial formation downstairs first. From beginning to end, the old nun was the ultimate boss. Chapter 163, Bonjour. After Barbara went up, as expected, the frequency of the 4 strange deaths increased. Suen harvested again and again, and the formation was on the verge of collapse. But the closer he got to victory, the more cautious he became. It was common for the boss to use a powerful move before dying. The 4 strange puppets were completely harmless, but Suen didn't feel any joy. Instead, a sense of unease grew stronger in his heart. He looked at the increasingly dense ghost mist in the restaurant and suddenly felt something was wrong. Since there were already other enemies in the cursed space, there was no need to hide. Suen thought for a moment and took off the ounce Iceman's shroud wrapped around the abomination corpse, then wrapped it around himself. Although it would consume some lifespan, he felt that this was the safest way. However, it turned out that Suen's caution indeed saved him from a major crisis. Just after harvesting the soul fragments, the ghost species, hanged corpse, failed to gather enough souls to successfully condense, and the sacrificial formation completely collapsed. Almost at the same time, a piercing scream suddenly came from the end of the corridor. It sounded like nails scratching a blackboard, causing goosebumps all over. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall strange nun rushed down from the second-floor staircase, full of killing intent. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it teleported. Suen had just seen the strange nun with a green face at the staircase 100 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of him. Now, the only one standing in the large banquet hall was the abomination corpse. The target of the old nun was clear, she wanted to kill the culprit who destroyed her formation. With a slap, the abomination corpse, over 3 meters tall, was directly sent flying. After the sound of bones cracking and muscle tissue breaking, its huge body flew out and crashed into the ruins, breaking a load-bearing pillar and shattering a wall. What power is this? Suen quickly lowered his gaze and didn't dare to look at the terrifying monster just a few meters away. He didn't even dare to determine its level. With such terrifying power, the abomination corpse could hear the sound of bones cracking. Suen felt that his body probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. Moreover, its almost teleportation-like speed couldn't be avoided. Fortunately, the shroud was a sealing object that isolated all energy fluctuations. Suen, who was standing against the load-bearing pillar, narrowly escaped disaster. But the strange nun seemed to know that someone was nearby. Although she couldn't see, she reached out her hand and kept groping in the air. Suen watched as the strange nun got closer and closer. Even if he was calm, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from the oppressive feeling that made his soul tremble. This nun had completely become a demon. This was not a normal aura at all, but the aura of a super-tier creature. Suen's eyes became serious, and his mind quickly thought about how to deal with the current crisis. His most powerful move was the black scythe. But with the nun's speed, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to swing his knife. He didn't even dare to provoke the abomination corpse to test if it was still alive. Just at this moment, there was movement at the staircase. Suen looked over and saw 2 disheveled figures coming down. One had a large hole in his abdomen, and the other had a severed arm. Only 2 of them? The one with the hole in his abdomen was Edward, the magician. The wound seemed to have been hollowed out by a claw, but it was temporarily held together by a black spatial power, preventing the blood from flowing out. Barbara had a severed arm and her face was pale, looking extremely weak. Suen's heart sank as he looked at their injuries. Could these 2 heavily injured individuals defeat the strange nun? The boss has indeed gone berserk. Suen didn't dare to determine, but he could roughly guess. If it hadn't gone berserk, the battle wouldn't have suddenly ended after being deadlocked for so long. At this moment, the noise made by Edward and the others coming down immediately attracted the attention of the strange nun. It didn't search for Suen anymore and rushed over in a rage, seemingly teleporting with each step. A resolute expression flashed across Barbara's face, and a strong pink aura surged from her body as she met the nun head-on. Whoosh! The old nun reached out and pierced Barbara's chest, causing black blood to spurt out. But at the same time, Edward behind her was rapidly changing his hand gestures for his magic, and a mysterious octagram formation lit up under his feet. His face turned pale, as if he had used some forbidden technique to the point of overloading. In that split second that Barbara fought for, his condensation spell had already taken shape. He clapped his hands together and solemnly shouted, "Spatial secret art, Midnight Seal." With this spell, it was as if all the lights suddenly went out, and the entire corridor became pitch black. And the space near the position where the strange nun stood turned into a viscous asphalt-like substance. The space turned into black fluid and slowly adhered and compressed onto the tall strange nun's body, completely restricting its almost teleportation-like speed in place. Edward controlled the nun, but couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. It was probably because the overloaded spell caused him to lose control of his injuries, and the wound on his abdomen suddenly burst with blood. Edward wanted to condense the mage seal again and use a killer move, but it seemed very difficult. A good opportunity. Suen, not far away, saw this and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about exposing himself and decisively reached out with a cross-shaped void, pulling forcefully. The abhorrent zombie still had a faint breath, which meant that it was not dead yet. Suen didn't care about the condition of the zombie, he pulled the black scythe and swung it towards the neck of the sinister nun. Now that the sinister nun was under control, this was the only chance. The black scythe swung down, and a spatial crack appeared instantly at the end of the corridor, on the neck of the sinister nun. Bang! A head fell to the ground. No matter how tough the sinister nun's body was, it was cut in two in front of the spatial crack. Suen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Edward felt relieved as well. Barbara also relaxed and slowly closed her eyes. Since they had started, there was no room for any luck. Because he didn't see the grey mist, Suen didn't dare to be careless and rushed up, directly pulling out the oil swallower and phosphorus fire dolls to burn and scorch the body of the sinister nun. And because he was close enough, he also harvested the grey mist on Barbara's body. You obtain 3 fragments of contaminated Barbara's memories. You have stripped off a fragment of obsession and obtained the advanced succubus contract. You have gained some memories, mental magic proficiency plus 11. Mental power plus 4.1. Suen didn't have time to digest what memories he had just stripped off, and an unexpected event happened as expected. Just then, the temperature around them suddenly dropped significantly. Edward, who was sitting on the ground, turned pale, as if he sensed something, and muttered in despair and unwillingness, "Did I fail again?" As soon as Suen heard this, almost reflexively, he took out the golden card from his pocket and shot it out. At this time, the ghost mist around them became denser and denser. The black energy gradually gathered on the body of the sinister nun on the ground, extinguishing the flames. This headless corpse slowly stood up again. At almost the same time, an indescribable will seemed to descend on the body. That momentum grew stronger and stronger. Just a glance made Suen feel as if there was a mountain pressing on his forehead. It was a kind of terrifying horror that wanted to bury him in the dust, something that couldn't be looked at directly or described. But this pressure only lasted for an instant, and the overwhelming pressure suddenly dissipated. Suen was overwhelmed, as if he heard someone whisper, "Finally, it's out." He didn't know how long had passed. Suen's gaze focused again, as if he saw a dim yellow light shining from the endless abyss of darkness. It was not dazzling enough, flickering as if it could go out at any moment. But it dispelled the darkness, step by step, becoming brighter and brighter. More and more real. There was nothing else in Suen's field of vision. He just watched as a person in a golden cloak, holding a quaint hexagonal copper lamp, slowly walked out from the end of the darkness. The copper lamp dispelled the darkness and sucked in the strands of black smoke. The surroundings returned to the original appearance of the hotel corridor. The person in the golden cloak took out a box, condensed a ball of flame glove with one hand, reached out, and seemed to pull out something black from the body of the sinister nun, quickly stuffing it into the box. Click, the box closed, and that terrifying feeling that made people's souls tremble disappeared completely. Suen saw the person clearly and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He really came. The golden patterned cloak was naturally the symbol of Mr. Black's organization. The appearance of the copper lamp was also very familiar, it was the furnace lamp of Vogong. It turned out that they took the copper lamp for this moment. What surprised Suen was that not only did he recognize the person in the cloak, but even Edward, the magician on the opposite side, seemed to recognize the person or the cloak at the moment of his death. A fanaticism representing honor and loyalty appeared on his face, then he struggled to stand up, and actually knelt down on one knee towards the person in the cloak, performing a knight's salute with one hand protecting his chest. The person in the cloak glanced at him, nodded, and seemed to approve of his actions. Edward's life dissipated. Now, Suen couldn't understand. An NPC from 1,000 years ago showed such a great courtesy to a modern person? What special meaning does the cloak have? But there was no malice, they were friends, not enemies. Suen didn't think too much about it. In fact, when Mr. Black gave him this card yesterday, he guessed that today's spatial exploration would probably end up like this. That powerful organization must have come for the curse source of this cursed space. This big boss must be killed. Without this factor, Suen wouldn't have dared to act so boldly. Although it looked dangerous, all the accidents were actually expected. With a sigh of relief, Suen finally relaxed. The cloaked figure glanced at Suen, pausing for a moment, seemingly surprised that he could achieve this much. His tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only offering a kind reminder, the space will collapse in a quarter of an hour, be careful. There might be trouble when you leave. All right, thank you. Suen didn't say much. The cloaked figure didn't say much either, carrying his box and heading up the stairs. Watching the figure leave, Suen casually harvested the grey mist from Edward's body. Obtained contaminated Edward memory fragment 2. You have mastered some spatial magic techniques. You have mastered some magic techniques. Mental power plus 1.6. He didn't go upstairs or anywhere else. He just watched with anticipation as a light slowly gathered on his corpse. Materials were being produced, but they might not necessarily be the advanced materials he wanted, they could also be implants. These few minutes felt incredibly long. However, his anticipation eventually came true. A glowing hat appeared on Edward's corpse. Magician's top hat. Quality, gold. Description, who knows what might be hidden inside a magician's hat, perhaps a whole world? Cursed feature, you can pull out something from within a certain range from the hat, but a random item of equivalent energy will be sucked into your body. Explanation, can be used as a material for job advancement, significantly enhancing skills, agility, medium resilience, super high perception attributes, and understanding of spatial abilities after advancement. Fusion requires a high containment value, it is recommended that a dark spirit power value of 18,000 plus has a higher success rate. Evaluation, compatibility 96%, this is a very rare high quality spatial material. Phew! It finally came out. Suen looked at the identified attributes, his eyes trembling. Looking at the attribute introduction, skills, agility, perception, and spatial abilities. This advancement material was a perfect match for him, just as he had expected. Moreover, the surprises didn't stop there. Not only did Edward's corpse produce materials. A strange puppet also condensed on the body of the headless witch. Thanatos Death Substitute Puppet. Quality, legendary. Description, a life borrowed from the Grim Reaper, dare you use it. Cursed feature, after a blood sacrifice, the puppet will take a fatal attack for the host, but after resurrection, you will hear whispers from the unknown in the next month, that is the voice of the devil's temptation, you may learn some high-level demon secrets from it, but there is a high chance of causing mental disorder. Explanation, a replica artifact, used to exchange souls with the Grim Reaper for a chance to be reborn. Legendary quality, another treasure of the forbidden level. Seeing these two items, a smile gradually appeared on Suen's face. This trip to the space was worth it. Chapter 164, Second Tier Professional. Another sealed item, the substitute puppet of Thanatos. Suen held the eerie black puppet, looking at the information about the puppet that had been identified, and a hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. It looked somewhat like a downgraded version of the death transfer technique that the old nun had used before. Could it exempt from transferring a fatal injury once? Thinking about it, he dripped some blood on it. It seemed like the wooden material absorbed the blood, and then emitted a faint dark light. The identification showed that the contract was successful. Suen felt as if he had signed a contract with some kind of existence in the depths of the netherworld. Although the curse backlash after resurrection, which had a high probability of causing mental disorder, seemed quite severe. Compared to losing his life, he could accept this level of backlash. And Suen always felt that mental disorder might not be such a big deal for him. Mr. Black's friends all seem very easy to get along with. Suen muttered to himself as he looked at the puppet. Naturally, he knew that this thing could be considered a freebie. If you really thought about it, the materials produced by the headless nun were actually spoils of the cloaked figure. Without that person entering, Suen would never have dared to provoke the ultimate boss in this cursed space, which was currently considered a T-level difficulty. At most, he would have just wandered around the first and second floors. This was the gift left by him. But Suen didn't think he had gained much advantage. Without any surprises, this incident in the curse space would probably be attributed to him, S-class wanted criminal Suen. But that was just as well. Suen felt that this kind of fair trade relationship was the most reasonable. The sealed item couldn't be placed in the storage ring, so Suen could only hang the puppet on himself. He looked at the loathsome living corpse's injuries. It had taken a punch to the chest, creating a bloody hole and breaking a few bones. But it didn't die, and it was rapidly recovering. He was increasingly looking forward to advancing to the second stage and comprehending true spatial abilities. By then, he wouldn't need to keep the scythe, living corpse, or puppet by his side at all times. He was also very much looking forward to the magical spatial techniques that Magician Edward had displayed before. This time, coming to this 1911 hotel, everything was just right. Not only did he find advanced materials, but the dark spiritual power was also overflowing. He didn't know where the curse source came from, but Suen had been absorbing the ghostly mist without showing any signs of distortion. And in just a few hours, his dark spiritual power had increased by several hundred points, and it was almost impossible to increase it any further. This time, he could advance at any moment. The curse source was sealed, and this space gradually began to collapse. Without the appearance of a light gate, the scene of the luxurious hotel from 1,000 years ago gradually dissipated before his eyes. There were probably some valuable spoils of war, but there was no time to search for them. They would turn into energy and return to nature. At the same time, in the temporary camp outside the curse space, the hunters from the 5 major families were still busy. Several leaders of the hunting teams from the 5 major families had already made a decision to increase the casualty rate recently in order to break the seal ahead of time. The next group of people entering the space were lining up to register, and the independent hunters who were unaware of the situation were listening to the temporary team leader explain the precautions for the ruins. There was a time difference between the curse space and the outside world. It hadn't been long since the last group of people entered, so normally, it would be some time before the light gate appeared at the exit. But just then, an anomaly occurred. Not far from the camp, on the site of the 1911 hotel ruins, a mirage-like flickering shadow suddenly appeared. It looked like a bustling hotel interior, but it was filled with corpses, creating a scene of carnage. Naturally, this anomaly attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. "Quick, look over there, what is that? Hey, isn't that the interior scene of the curse space? Why are there so many bodies? What happened? Those are the members of the Scorpion Squad who went in before. I know some of them. No, this is a sign that the curse space is about to collapse." The hunters were shocked and looked at the dissipation of the hotel shadow, understanding what was happening. Hearing the commotion in the camp, several hunting team leaders quickly emerged from their tents. Looking at the anomaly before them, they were all speechless. How could the curse space suddenly collapse? Could it be that someone has obtained the curse source? That's impossible. The curse source of this space should be on the 3rd floor, and the difficulty of just the 2nd floor that was already explored is already A+. The strength of that small team just now couldn't compare. And besides, didn't we already arrange for someone to release the eerie thing in room 1021? They should have been wiped out. At this moment, someone remembered the abnormal number of people who entered the space before. 100 people had entered, but only 60-something had come out. Bad news, a high-level professional has infiltrated the hunting team. Someone is going after that thing. We must stop him, otherwise if the curse source is lost, the Black Tower will blame us, and we're done for. At this, several major team leaders immediately woke up, all of them looking pale. The collapse of the cursed space came quickly. When the outside world turned into an illusion, in less than a minute, the mirage suddenly burst into specks of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At this time, several second-tier hunting team leaders were holding weapons, waiting in formation, ready to pounce on anyone who came out alive. Even without the reminder from the cloaked figure, Suen naturally guessed that he would be ambushed when he came out. The collapse of the space, there were only one or two reasons, which could not be explained. Either fight or flee. He secretly rejoiced that he had already observed the evacuation route when he entered the ruins earlier. For Suen, the collapse of the cursed space was like the end of a movie. The light and shadow dissipated, and then he saw a group of fierce-looking men in front of him, and the gunfire began. However, their target was not Suen, but a group of cloaked figures scattered in various directions. Crackling, the sound of gunfire rang out, and various control spells were cast on this group of cloaked figures. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Those cloaked figures exploded under the concentrated fire, but instead of flesh and blood, it was flying wood chips. Taking a closer look, under the tattered cloaks were all wooden puppets. No good, these are all puppets. Be careful, get out of the way, the giant is holding the Knight Scythe of Shiu Puno. That person is the S-class wanted criminal Suen. Damn it, we must catch him. He also has the Shroud of Ounce the Iceman, watch out for invisible targets. The camp was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the real Suen had quietly climbed over the camp's wall when the first round of gunfire rang out. Wrapped in the shroud, with puppets attracting the firepower, he easily escaped. As for the loathsome undead, it took some gunfire, but as long as it wasn't turned into minced meat, it was no problem. With the black scythe in its hand, a single swing would force several second-tier professionals to avoid its edge, and no one dared to confront it head-on. More than 10 puppets diverted the enemy's firepower into more than 10 parts. When they realized what was happening, Suen, with his 8-armed spider spear, went into a frenzy. The threads were long enough, and with a strong pull, the undead and the scythe also fled the camp like a wisp of smoke. Even with the puppets, Suen's speed far exceeded that of the vast majority of first-tier professionals. The several second-tier team leaders chased after him with great momentum, but the scythe killed one, and the others immediately became obedient. Orders were important, but life was more important. None of these old birds dared to stick their necks out, and they all chased after him in the crowd. In this way, Suen sneaked into the ruins and easily shook off the group of professionals. Suen did not return to the camp at Stormwind Manor. With advanced materials just in hand, he was in the perfect state to advance to the second tier. He planned to find a secluded place on the outskirts of the ruins to advance directly to the second tier in order to avoid being besieged and disturbed. He ran around the outer city of the ruins for a small circle, took some anti-tracking measures, and finally found a fortress that looked exactly the same as the one he had stayed in before. After resting for a moment, Suen sealed off the entrance to the fortress and cleared a space. He began to draw a hexagram formation. The auxiliary materials needed to set up the second-tier formation had long been prepared, and the process of drawing the double-ring hexagram formation was already proficient. Red copper powder mixed with mithril as a base, outlining a perfect outer circle, the inner hexagram pattern was drawn with a mixture of refined borax and sunflower oil ground in proportion, with 2 drops of wind wolf tears, gathering the 4 basic elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The formation was placed with red crystals inscribed with runes, which was already a very advanced material. Of course, there was no shortage of alchemical core mercury and the curse crystal as the energy source. With everything in place, Suen took out the magician's top hat. He stood in the center of the hexagram formation and began to chant the universal alchemy spell, following the law of equivalent exchange of all things, praising the glory of the original creator, using alchemy to witness the miracle of creation. For the second-tier professional advancement, Suen felt no excitement or ripples in his heart. As the light of the alchemy formation gradually brightened, the top hat gradually merged into the formation. In the golden hexagram formation, there was also a black light representing the space attribute. After the hat melted, a mysterious power began to merge into Suen's body. The fusion of spatial power was a magical experience, making Suen feel as if he was soaring through the stars, beholding the endless expanse of the void world. It made him feel as though he had previously been nothing more than a doodle on the canvas of space. But at this moment, he felt as if he had detached from the canvas, touching the world beyond the painting. That world was still blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly yet. But he truly felt it. Half an hour later, the dazzling light of the hexagram gradually faded. The preliminary fusion of the materials was complete. Suen sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate and absorb the special power that had merged into his body. Advancing to the second tier was different from the first. The greater the energy fused, the more time it took to digest the materials. The magician's top hat was an extremely potent golden material. Even if Suen succeeded in the fusion, completing the digestion process would take a long time. It was like food in the stomach, you must digest it to convert it into nutrients that nourish the body, otherwise, it would be a waste. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Suen had been meditating and digesting the nutrients from the advanced materials, hardly ever leaving the bunker. Fortunately, without the disturbance of aberrant monsters and hunting parties, the digestion went smoothly. One day, when he finally felt that the forcibly infused energy and the murmurs by his ear had completely vanished, Suen realized he had successfully stepped into the realm of a second-tier professional. The data on the panel was the most direct indicator. The explosive growth he had been experiencing every day had settled down, and the increase had become gradual and almost imperceptible. Phew! No wonder there's such a big gap between first-tier professionals and second-tier ones. Not to mention the awakened abilities, just the data alone shows a multiple-fold increase. The physical strength is simply not on the same level. Suen opened his eyes from meditation, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but on the other hand, the boost from rare golden advancement materials is indeed exaggerated. Looking at his data panel again, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. There was an increase in almost all attributes. Strength and resilience, the melee attributes, had a slight increase. But attributes like agility, skill, and perception for the sorcerer class had seen a tremendous increase. Perception went from 13 to 24. Agility from 36 to 95. Skill had the most exaggerated increase. From the initial 51 points, it shot up to a three-digit number of 145. The changes in the data were intuitive but also quite stark. Yet the feeling was truly profound. Agility was not just about running fast, it was also about changes in nerve response and muscle reaction. At this moment, Suen could finally understand what kind of physical quality was needed to slice a bullet in action. Now, he felt that his nerve reaction speed and the precision and control of his body had reached that level. What once seemed like a miraculous skill to a rookie, he now truly possessed that ability. As soon as a bullet was fired, his nerves and muscles could completely predict the bullet's trajectory and easily avoid it. Within a certain distance, the speed of a bullet leaving the gun was no match for his perception and reaction. And the nearly threefold increase in skill was even more exaggerated. Suen made a grasping motion with his fingers in the air, manipulating a runic puppet single-handedly. Previously, his control was limited to simple actions like running, slashing, and straightforward punches and kicks. Thus, in regular combat, he relied more on the puppet's runic abilities rather than their physical capabilities. The reason for this was insufficient skill. With the desire but not the power, he couldn't achieve that intricate level of control. But now, under Suen's finger manipulation, the puppet performed a series of complex movements, jumping, rolling, scratching, holding a gun, pulling the trigger, throwing darts. It could even execute a whole set of vigorous grappling and boxing moves with precise control. It looked almost indistinguishable from a real person. Moreover, with increased skill, Suen finally understood why he had seen Mr. Black and the magician Edward cast spells so effortlessly in combat. Before advancing, it took him about a second to unravel the 8 sorcerer seals of the spider lance armor. Now, snapping those first-tier seals was almost instantaneous. It wasn't that he didn't form seals, it was 8 seals in a flash. The ultra-high skill allowed him to control his body to a terrifying degree. Of course. What was most anticipated was that mysterious spatial ability. Chapter 165, Black Hole Doll. Suen put down the puppet and gently reached out into the void in front of him. It was no longer the feeling of touching air. As if the space he grabbed had turned into a thin film that could be easily torn. He gathered dark spiritual power in his palm, and a dark void appeared in front of him. Then he reached his hand into it. Miraculously, a hand slowly reached out a meter away. He was well aware that his hand had not separated from his arm, but there was a meter of space in between. So this is what it feels like to control space. Suen couldn't hide his excitement when he saw this. He instantly changed his hands into 16 different mage seals, and a black hole the same height as him appeared in front of him. He stood up and walked straight into it. Then, with one step, his front foot had already stepped several meters away, and his whole body appeared several meters away. This was true space teleportation. Not just a displacement that the eye couldn't catch due to speed. After savoring the feeling just now, Suen couldn't help but smile. Although the operation was very awkward, this was his first experience of teleportation. It wasn't entering a time and space tunnel, just the space canvas being folded, and he just took a step from one coordinate in space to another. But at the same time, he also found some shortcomings in this attempt. After pondering for a moment, Suen muttered to himself, the distance of space teleportation is directly related to the infusion of dark spiritual power. To achieve precise control of the landing point and instant mage seal teleportation, a lot of proficiency needs to be improved. But where should I go to learn those space mage seals and skills? Suen frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously extracted some techniques from Edward's fragments, just fumbling with the simplest space displacement ability would have cost him a lot of time. Moreover, what he really coveted was the kind of hand-rubbing black hole spell. Hey! Thinking of this, Suen's professional illness as a puppeteer struck again, and he suddenly had an inspiration. I can't currently do the complex mage spells like hand-rubbing black hole in my original form, but if I make a space puppet and then create a suction device, wouldn't it achieve almost the same effect? He now had the ability to control space, so making a real space tool was not a problem. For example, a space puppet? It wasn't a second-rate space like an ordinary ring, but a folded space that could truly hold living corpses and scythes. Just like a magician's hat, it could hold anything that a normal space could carry at any time. With this idea in mind, the first thing that came to his mind was a little dwarf holding a purple gourd. Why not make a puppet version of the 7 dwarfs with runic magic? Suddenly, an idea came to Suen's mind. Suen now had the ability to control space, and making a storage ring was as easy as blowing bubbles. But what he needed now was not a storage ring, but a folded space that could hold living corpses and sealed objects. The second-rate space of an ordinary storage ring was like a bubble in water, easily burst by pressure. But folded space was like a bubble floating on the water's surface, not restricted by water pressure. As long as the ability was sufficient, it could expand almost infinitely. Several days later, Suen finally succeeded in creating a space carrier and stored the scythe and living corpse inside. But the loathsome living corpse needed to breathe air, so he had to create an opening on the space carrier. For convenience, Suen also thought of a hat, and in the end, he made a magician's top hat. Because he felt that using Edward's method of concealing magic was an appropriate means. It allowed him to practice spellcasting at any time without being easily noticed. But he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Instead, he continued to work on his new idea. He wanted to create the envisioned black hole doll. One day, the underground fortress was filled with all kinds of puppet parts, alchemical objects, and runic materials. This temporary hiding place had become a puppet workshop. Suen was busy working on a puppet arm. In fact, many designs of machinery and puppets were similar. His current level of mechanical skills was barely considered proficient, and he was able to use them skillfully on puppets. He designed the puppet arm to be a trigger-based mechanical design, so that when the trigger was pulled, the arm would unfold and take on the shape of a fan blade. Upon closer inspection, the 6 unfolded fan blades formed a complete hexagram formation. As he worked, he muttered to himself. The hollow arms of this puppet are engraved with whirlwind runes, which, when activated, can generate suction. When encountering elemental spells, they can be directly absorbed. Then I'll also engrave reverse whirlwind runes in the mouth, so that it can expel what it has absorbed. Or maybe I'll add a pressure storage device. As for the energy source of the runes, I can directly use the cursed crystal as a battery. Done. Before long, Suen assembled the puppet and created the first version of the black hole doll. He manipulated the puppet with threads and tried to move it, feeling satisfied with the result. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Suen looked at his new creation, quite satisfied. Then he took out a phosphorus fire doll and planned to test the effectiveness of the black hole doll by spraying it. Using both hands to manipulate the threads, Suen made the 2 puppets, like gladiators in the arena, fight each other. One was covered in glowing red runes all over its body, spewing phosphorus fire. The other unfolded its arms into a fan shape, with blue wind runes surging, and a vortex suction force instantly formed. The initial test showed that everything was normal. The small fire sprayed directly into the space inside the puppet's belly. However, as the amount of firepower increased, problems arose. The black hole doll absorbed the flames, and its body suddenly showed signs of high-temperature roasting cracks. Moreover, the suction power of its arms was not enough to absorb the gradually increasing flames. With a clang, the puppet couldn't bear the burden and burst apart. Suen frowned as he looked at the puppet fragments on the ground, pondering with his chin in his hand. The suction power is completely insufficient. If encountering high-level spells, this amount of absorption is simply not enough. A single second-order cyclone rune cannot satisfy full coverage of absorption from all directions. Moreover, the flames will burn the space, requiring high material strength for the puppet. Thinking, he carefully recorded a segment of experimental notes in his notebook. December 13th, the first experimental test of the black hole doll, failed. The limbs shattered when exposed to the phosphorus fire. Analyzing the reasons, the material strength is insufficient, with the following defects. However, one failed experiment did not shake Suen's confidence. The fact that the small fire could be absorbed at least proved that his idea was feasible. He quickly thought of an improvement plan. As for the strength of the puppet, it's not easy to find materials of a higher level. However, the alchemical puppet left behind by the magician Lloyd should be sufficient in quality, as it is a finished product. With some modifications, it should meet the requirements. But as for the runes, that's a bit troublesome. For greater suction power, I can try to modify the puppet's arms into a more complex spiral structure with a mechanical jet propulsion device. But the runes are the key. Composite runes can generate greater attraction, and a combination of wind and thunder elements should work well. It would be best to create an energy recovery system to directly convert the absorbed energy into the puppet's power. As Suen thought about this, he furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that his knowledge base could not support his creativity. He was not yet proficient in runes, especially in the field of high-level runes such as the second and third orders. He had not gained much experience in this area before. He knew some, but he was far from being able to create combinations of runes. But if he couldn't do it himself, he could ask for help. It looks like I'll have to consult Mr. Hay next time. He is proficient in various types of runes and should be able to help me solve this problem. The 1,000 threads implant should have been completed long ago. Thinking of this, Suen's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He began to pack up the tools and materials in the bunker. He was finally ready to go out. After digesting the materials, his rank was now stable. The key was that he had also mastered his spatial abilities, which gave him the qualifications to go roaming. It had been over half a month since he had received any news from the outside world, but he knew that there might be an extra S added to his wanted poster. Those who wanted to claim the bounty on his head would probably line up from Dawn City to Old Ling Dun. He didn't have the qualifications to roam before. But now, Suen felt that he was almost ready. Although he was only a quasi-second order, he hadn't even learned the skills of reproduction and advancement. But ordinary second-order professionals posed little threat to him. High skill, high agility, high perception. In a direct confrontation, Suen's data could crush over 90% of professionals of the same rank, even those veteran second-order professionals. Even when facing third-order professionals, although he couldn't win, with his scythe and spatial teleportation abilities, he had some chance of escaping. After packing up, Suen formed the warlock seal with a pinch of his hands. Like opening a door, he lifted his hand, and a spatial door appeared in front of him. Stepping through, he found himself outside the bunker. Space teleportation required a large amount of dark spirit power, and the farther the distance, the consumption almost doubled. The frequency of casting also increased consumption. But Suen needed to practice the proficiency of spatial control, so he didn't hesitate to use dark spirit power. Moreover, he had a huge advantage. His dark spirit power was much more abundant than that of an ordinary second-order professional. The X-blood serum had modified his body's tolerance to dark spirit power. This meant that not only at the first order, but at every rank in the future, he would have a higher tolerance for dark spirit power than ordinary people, and his body could store and absorb more dark energy. Suen felt that this high monocost skill of space teleportation would be even stronger in his hands in the future. After a few steps, he teleported a few meters. He walked a little further, then teleported a few meters again. As long as the dark spirit power in his body remained at a safe level, he would continue to practice. He wanted to test the precise consumption of various teleportation scenarios, in order to calculate every detail precisely in future battles. If someone saw him, they would definitely be startled to see him flickering in the faint mist, like a ghost. After a short time, Suen avoided some hunting parties and returned to the Dawn City camp. However, he didn't rush in, but hung upside down on a rock wall, overlooking everything in the city from a high vantage point. The city had been completely transformed compared to half a month ago. The buildings and steam chimneys towered high, far surpassing the city walls. The hunters coming and going were densely packed, and the bustling streets were filled with people, and the noise could be heard from far away. It was a scene of prosperity and liveliness. Although he was far away, Suen could still see everything clearly. There were 35 guards at the city gate, and the defense on the east side of the city wall was relatively weak. He could even clearly see the number BS 2213 painted in white on the mechanical armor of the city guard whose gaze was focused at the moment. Previously, it would have been impossible to see this clearly from this distance with the naked eye. Suen's eyes reflected the bustling traffic of the city as he murmured, "My vision has greatly improved, along with night vision and the ability to distinguish high-frequency targets. Indeed, after advancing, the innate ability of the omniscient eye has also leveled up. The innate abilities of transcendence can become stronger with development and career progression." He had noticed something unusual about his eyes on the way to the camp. On the way back, he had encountered a mutated lightning sculpture. The diving speed of this flying monster was faster than a bullet. To the average person, watching it hunt prey, especially in poor lighting, would seem like a glitch, a flash covering 100 meters. This is what's commonly referred to as physical teleportation. It's because the eye's capture of light changes faster than the neural response time, missing a segment of the visual capture, making it appear as if it teleported. But Suen found that his current vision could clearly capture the silhouette of the lightning sculpture. This had a significant impact on combat. For example, previously, he dodged bullets by predicting the direction of the gun barrel. But now, he could clearly track the entire trajectory of the bullet, not just the moments of firing and hitting. This was extremely useful in combat, especially against those close combat professionals who could physically teleport. Suen's current vision could even capture every detail of a fast-moving target's actions as if in slow motion. Seeing the actions clearly allowed him to predict and react in advance. He could fight, he could flee. However, while the omniscient eye ability had been enhanced, the Death Reaper seemed to have remained unchanged. At this thought, he suddenly remembered what Jiantiao had told him about the second awakening of innate abilities. Using the words of that gambling-addicted lady, that was the real qualitative change. Thinking of this, he felt some anticipation. What would these two S-class innate abilities be like after their second awakening? But he didn't dwell on it, as the second awakening was something that couldn't be forced. If one often skirted the edge of life and death, the probability would be higher. Suen felt that normal people probably wouldn't want to awaken any abilities in that way. Before long, after scouting out an escape route in case of trouble, he headed towards the camp. Although Suen wouldn't mutate in a high dark spirit force environment, he still needed to return to the city to purchase some supplies. He also had to contact Mr. Hay to collect his 1,000 threads alchemical implant and ask some questions. Moreover, now that Suen had advanced to the second tier, there were two needs yet to be met. One was the secret method of mental power, and the other was the formulas for various spatial spells. The ruins of Dawn City were vast, and it was impossible for him alone to find what he needed. The Hunters Guild was a good place for that. Suen planned to visit the Hunters Market in the city to see if there were any bargains to be had. If not, he would post a bounty for information on spatial spells. The Hunters Guild might just provide the information he needed. Perhaps, the omnipotent hunters had encountered that magician Howard in some other cursed space, or through other channels, obtained some spatial spells. But before that, Suen had another matter to attend to. He planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with the gangster lady, Sabina. When it came to information, who knew more than the intelligence officer of the Umbrella organization? Before, he wasn't sure he could win a fight against her, let alone escape, but now. It was time to avenge that night's ambush. Moreover, Suen also planned to test whether the high-level succubus master contract he obtained in the cursed space would work on that woman. Chapter 166, Night Break into the Bathroom. Suen walked towards the Dawn City camp. One person was too conspicuous, so he blended in with the caravan. The development of Old Lingdun City was in full swing, and more caravans and pioneers came to the ruins. The narrow path in the underground a few months ago has now become a cement road, with a constant flow of people coming and going. It seemed to Suen that these caravans were of much higher quality than a month ago. Many professionals who were not short of money were also mixed in the crowd. Listening in on the conversation in the crowd, Suen discovered that these people were actually the bodyguards of the major families and tycoons, seemingly here to take the lead. The Race family, the Leonard family, the Rockefeller family, DuPont, Morgan. The people in the caravan were talking, and it seemed that the top tycoons in the inner city had sent people to participate. Is the inner city also participating in the development? Pioneering was originally an opportunity for the poor people in the outer city to earn a living at the cost of their lives. People from the inner city would hardly participate, at least not their direct descendants. But now, things were different. Suen thought of what Mr. Black had said before, that there would be a hunting frenzy recently. It was said that the high-level figures in the Black Tower seemed to be planning to fully develop the central and core areas of Dawn City, and had ordered the major families in the inner city to send experts over. After listening for a while, Suen got some fragmented information. He also had some thoughts in his mind. From a distance, Suen saw several wanted posters posted at the city gate. The top two, of course, were number 19 and himself, Suen. As he had expected, because of the frequent major crimes recently, he had finally become one of the only 2 SS-level wanted criminals in Old Lingdon. The official reward amount had reached 5 million and a pile of other things, and the Oliver family had also added a substantial reward. However, he looked at it and realized that the situation didn't seem too bad. The wanted posters still showed his previous bald punk face. But because it was an SS wanted poster, the information on it was very detailed. Some major features were described in detail, such as being skilled in using dual guns, a puppet master, accompanied by a blue-skinned giant, and having 2 banned items, the Night Reaper of Sypnos and the Shroud of the Iceman. The bounty experts even analyzed the models of the dual guns, down to the names Blue Ghost and Thunder Snake. Not only his height, shoulder width, weight, shoe size, but also his aversion to the undead. It could be said that everything Suen had previously exposed had been meticulously recorded on the wanted poster. If he still had his previous bald image, no matter how he disguised himself, he would be discovered by the bounty hunters when entering the city, let alone carrying the obvious burden of the aversion to the undead and the Reaper. For ordinary wanted criminals, there was really nowhere to escape from this level of wanted poster. But there was one thing that made Suen slightly puzzled. He found that his current long-haired appearance was not on the wanted poster. But Suen didn't harbor any illusions. Although he had worn a mask that night, Sabina had only seen half of his face. But he always felt that Sabina wouldn't let go of such good information. Caravans of all sizes lined up at the camp gate to enter the city. Because there were too many people, there was a long line at the city gate. Suen felt that it was probably because of the last time he and number 19 had caused a commotion in the city, and the city's defenses and guards had clearly been strengthened a lot. The number of inspection outposts had doubled, and there were also armed inspection teams with white helmets, seemingly to prevent the outposts from taking bribes. Everyone had to take off their hats and masks for inspection, and the large goods of each caravan had to be opened. It was obvious that some plain clothes were mixed in the queue, their eyes wandering around the crowd, looking for suspicious individuals. Suen had already observed the positions of these outposts and knew that he would only have a chance to get close to the city wall by following the caravan. It took a long time to enter the city, but it didn't stop people from being in a hurry. Several makeshift sheds had been built outside the city wall as temporary toilets. Suen pretended to be in a hurry and went to a corner behind the toilet, out of sight of the crowd. He had already observed that this was the closest cover to the city wall. The city wall was about 10 meters thick, and he would need to teleport about 10 meters behind the wall to avoid being discovered by the guards. Suen was not yet able to teleport over long distances, so this distance was just right. He was already very skilled in the technique of spatial teleportation, so he found the right direction and made a warlock seal, and a dark portal appeared. Stepping through, he looked around, and he had already appeared in the city. A little bit of a small error, not bad. Suen looked at the landing spot and smiled lightly. He straightened his suit, lowered the brim of his top hat, and headed towards the city streets. The Black Baron's Tavern was the territory of the Steam Party, and Sabina, as the gang's big sister, naturally frequented the place. This time, Suen didn't dare to go directly to the Black Barons, for fear of encountering something from beyond the domain and being recognized early. So he chose a small tavern a few shops away, found a position by the window where he could see the Black Barons, and ordered a drink. He listened to the hunters in the tavern talk nonsense, and got a general idea of what had happened recently. In addition to those hunting reports, he also heard the name wanted criminal Suen many times, but mostly with a flattering tone. Listening to it made him, the protagonist, occasionally unable to help but smile. At the table next to him, there was a big bearded man boasting about his encounter with Suen. "Hey, let me tell you, I also met wanted Suen at the 1911 hotel last time. That battle was amazing, hundreds of people surrounded and killed him, and even a few leaders of large hunting parties failed to catch him and were killed in return. I heard that Suen is actually a third-tier professional." The Bounty Guild guys deliberately downplay it, just afraid that no one dares to provide them with information. That's right. Even with that banned item in hand, how could a first-tier professional kill from Old Lingdun to Dawn City? Do they really think all those people in the inner city are useless? That person is really something. I heard he came from the slums, and later fought his way out in the gang, and that's how he is now. Hey, how come I heard that he used to be a bodyguard in the inner city? Various rumors and gossip came out of the mouths of the drinkers, and Suen, the protagonist, couldn't help but wonder if the protagonist in the story was himself. For ordinary hunters struggling to survive in the lower levels, the bounty on wanted criminals was too far away, and it was just a story to listen to after dinner. In a hard life, there must always be some fun. Suddenly, there was someone who could make the big tycoons suffer, and they were happy to see it. Suen, on the other hand, was a legendary figure in their eyes. Suen waited in the tavern for nearly 3 hours. Finally, near midnight, he saw the person he had been waiting for. At the entrance of the Black Baron's tavern, a fox fur woman finally appeared. Even from a distance, one could see the glamorous woman, as if she were under a spotlight on stage, chatting and laughing among a group of men. Naturally, she was the charming big sister of the gang. She seemed to have made a deal with some of the big shots from the inner city and left the tavern. The tipsy old gentleman, supported by the scantily clad tavern girls, smiled and bid her farewell, heading to the upscale hotel next door. Sabina led a group of steam party cotters and henchmen towards another hotel. It looked like they were planning to rest. Tommy was also in the group, and it seemed that in the past month, he had been trained by the methods of the big sister of the gang, losing his temper, not being gagged, and not speaking, keeping a straight face the whole time. Spiritual professionals have a strong sense of perception, and Suen didn't dare to look directly at them. His dilated pupils took in everything. As the group of people entered the 3-story building, he didn't rush out. After a moment, he saw the lights in a room on the 3rd floor of the hotel suddenly come on, and then he left the tavern. Suen walked down the street, passing by the entrance of a building called the Starry Inn without stopping. He listened for a moment and was able to roughly identify the distribution of the personnel. The steam party's henchmen were playing cards and bragging in the lobby on the 1st floor. Suen avoided the gaze of others and turned into a small alley behind the hotel. It looked like the defenses were lax, and he could climb the wall to get upstairs. But Suen looked at the inconspicuous warning devices on the wall and thought to himself, "Hey, it's no wonder they're in the intelligence business, they're careful enough." Since realizing his spatial abilities, he had added the concept of space to his perception system, and even with his eyes closed, he could clearly discern the structure of buildings within a certain range. For example, the room on the 3rd floor with the light on, he could clearly distinguish the partition, the bed, the cabinet. This way, he wouldn't teleport over and end up in the wall. Since he had decided to take action, Suen didn't hesitate. With a pinch of the warlock seal, the 8-armed spider spear was revealed, and a void black hole appeared out of thin air. He stepped into it. When he took another step, he was already in the room on the 3rd floor. The room was spacious, and the dim warm-colored lights illuminated the luxurious interior of the room, with a faint mist in the air. There was no one on the bed, and a white fox fur and a silk dress were hanging on the coat rack. There were also scattered white lace underwear on the bed, and a pair of high heels by the door. Suen saw these things and immediately confirmed that he had not judged wrong. This was Sabina's room. He heard the sound of water in the bathroom and without any hesitation, he rushed straight towards the bathroom. The person in the bathroom also reacted extremely quickly. It seemed that she heard the faint sound of someone entering the room, and suddenly there was a splash sound, like the sound of water pouring out. Unfortunately, Suen, who was prepared, was even faster. With the agility of his 8-armed spider spear, he moved at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the bathroom. Suen didn't give the enemy any chance to react. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he punched her in the stomach, interrupting her attempt to grab a gold bracelet from the washstand. At this moment, the Sabina in front of him had already transformed into a succubus, with eerie red light emanating from her eyes. After taking a heavy blow from the cold flame, her dark spiritual power stagnated. As a high-level professional, even though she was ambushed, she still had some resistance. But Sabina chose to retreat decisively. The enemy who had entered the room without making a sound gave her an extremely deadly sense of threat. After this punch, her body suddenly exploded into a cloud of pink mist, which was her innate succubus ability, just like the day she escaped. Unfortunately, Suen had already anticipated this. After the punch shattered her delicate body, he narrowed his eyes, clapped his hands rapidly, and the warlock seal was instantly formed. The surrounding space seemed to solidify. As soon as the pink mist dissipated and she tried to escape, she reappeared just a meter away. Like a flash hitting a wall, she was momentarily stunned. Sabina looked at herself still in the bathroom, a hint of surprise on her pretty face. But this time, she was not given a chance to escape. A large iron clamp had already lurked around her neck. In that instant, Sabina's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed in her heart, "Space lock." She found that when her neck was pinched by that hand, her whole body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, not only unable to cast spells to escape, but even struggling was restricted. The other party obviously knew her abilities and came prepared, which restrained her means of escape. Space control was a very rare ability. The first thing that came to her mind was to search for what kind of enemy would have such an ability. But without her having to think, looking at the 8-armed spider spear in front of her, Sabina already knew who the person was. Suen didn't give Sabina any chance to resist. In the moment he controlled her, the 2 dark and flowing poisonous thorns of the spider spear had already pierced within a centimeter of her eyes. If she made any movement, the spear would penetrate her eye sockets and pierce her brain. And it wasn't over yet. In order to restrict her movements, several other spears pulled out countless silver threads, enveloping her entire body in a large net. The threads cut into her flesh, making it impossible for her to even form hand seals, let alone move her fingers. Space restriction and threads and spears. Completely defenseless, Sabina was controlled by Suen in a very embarrassing position against the bathroom wall. The whole process was done in one go, and Suen didn't say a word. He took out a sharp dagger and directly cut a wound on her arm. This dagger, forged with almond metal and dismantled from the PZ911 mechanical limb, had an extremely strong anti-magic effect. With just one cut, it pierced through the layer of jelly-like defense barrier on Sabina's skin, causing blood to flow. Seeing the blood, Suen took out a parchment that had been prepared in advance to draw a complex covenant seal, and then dripped the blood onto it. The parchment absorbed the blood, and a spiritual light emanated from it. Seeing this strange action, Sabina's face finally changed. She realized that things were not looking good. However, she was ultimately a top-level intelligence officer in the Umbrella organization, and her mentality and strength were top-notch. She showed a flash of surprise but quickly regained her composure. She suddenly stopped struggling, and didn't feel the least bit ashamed of her current naked state. Instead, she stretched out her body openly, as if she wanted the man in front of her to see everything clearly. Her red pupils emitted a strange light, and a wave of spiritual power quietly emanated. A unique fragrance that made hormones surge filled the air. Unfortunately, the 2 spears in front of her blocked most of her vision, making her unable to move. With a glance, she also saw a pair of almost numb eyes, faintly tinged with red, completely unaffected by desire. Sabina was very familiar with this gaze. This was a sign that the guy in front of her was about to release the monster from the depths of his heart. Back then, she had almost suffered a great loss at the hands of this red-eyed monster. Seeing Suen preparing to inject a potion into his neck, Sabina's heart sank. An advanced calming potion. At this moment, she realized that the other party had a masterful understanding of the succubus's abilities, having calculated every move to perfection. Chapter 167, Okay. But, can I put on some clothes first? Suen didn't expect Sabina to be bathing, but it was a good thing, which saved him a lot of trouble. She had no clothes or equipment on her, which also reduced a lot of unexpected situations. After all, just a glance at the nearby sink, there was a piece of jewelry identified as the golden bracelet of Nitocress, which was a very tricky spiritual curse item. If he hadn't acted quickly, if this woman had gotten it, today's situation might have turned into a disaster. At this moment, Sabina was captured, and her face instantly returned to calm. She took the initiative to speak. "Sir, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us." Her voice seemed to have a kind of magic, soft and gentle, sounding like a harmless and delicate woman. She pretended not to recognize him and waited for Suen to respond. Unfortunately, Suen had already harvested Barbara's memories and was very familiar with the methods of the succubus. The succubus had 4 methods of enchantment in actual combat: voice, gaze, scent, and body. How could he not know what this woman was planning? If she said too much, she would be hypnotized without realizing it. Shut up! Suen shouted without any emotional fluctuations. Sabina looked at his attitude and knew that the other party also knew about her enchanting voice ability. She suddenly softened her body, looking as if she had completely given up resistance. Okay. But, can I put on some clothes first? She cleverly added another sentence, giving no reason for anyone to act. Did she really want to put on clothes? No. In fact, this was a reminder to Suen that she was completely naked in front of him. The succubus's figure was so proud. Sabina, who was already dressed, was a charming and peerless beauty, but how could she not captivate people when she was naked? The bathtub next to her was still emitting steam, and the faint fragrance of rose petals filled the entire bathroom. Just out of the bathtub, she was naked, and a few petals still clung to her fair skin. Her skin was so smooth that it seemed as if even the glistening water droplets couldn't stay, and they slid down her fragrant shoulders and beautiful legs. It seemed that she was nervous and scared, and her breathing revealed a hint of urgency, but upon closer listening, it sounded more like a seductive sound. Her chest also rose and fell violently due to her rapid breathing, and her fair and plump skin trembled along with it. This was definitely a body that could make any man's blood boil. Not only was it a visual shock, but her body also exuded a special enchanting scent that would accelerate a person's blood flow. Coupled with her coy and shy appearance, it constantly stimulated people's sensory desires. As long as she was given a chance, she could fight back. Unfortunately, Suen's face was still wearing a parrot antitoxin mask, which was not an ordinary mask, but a plague doctor's beak mask that filtered 99% of toxins. The aphrodisiac toxin was also a toxin. It was directly filtered out. Suen had already anticipated everything and would not give this woman any chance to turn the tables. He didn't look away, unaffected at all, and said coldly, "Now, recite with me." In addition to needing a contract formation, the advanced succubus contract also required the succubus to actively recite an ancient demonic oath. This was the most troublesome part. After a pause, he directly recited a difficult oath. When Sabina heard this, a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. She had just watched Suen use a piece of parchment to absorb her blood, and then wanted her to recite something with him, naturally guessing that this was some kind of ancient ritual. Although she didn't know what he was up to, Sabina naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to do as he asked. She realized that this was a very dangerous ritual. Sabina wanted to struggle and find an opportunity, and said, "We can make a deal. I can give you everything you want." But before she could finish speaking, Suen suddenly picked up the dagger in his hand and stabbed it into her collarbone. Blood spurted out, the dagger pierced her shoulder, and she was pinned to the wall. Suen said coldly, "Recite with me. I don't have the patience to talk to you again." He was just here to try. If the contract couldn't be successful, he would kill this woman directly. Dealing with this cunning and shrewd woman, or a high-ranking official of the umbrella organization. Suen wasn't so arrogant as to think he could handle it. Sabina naturally heard the numbness in Suen's tone and her crystal eyes turned cold. She knew human nature too well. The man in front of her was as cold as a stone, giving her no chance to take advantage. She knew that if she refused, this guy would definitely kill her mercilessly. But she also absolutely wouldn't agree, so she raised her head and let out a cold snort. Suen had known that this would be the situation. He had no mercy for his enemies. It was originally just a test. If it succeeded, that would be great. If not, it would be a harvest of experience. At this moment, he took out a vial of potion and injected it into Sabina's vein, saying emotionlessly, "This is the interrogation potion. As an intelligence officer of the Umbrella Organization, you should know what this is. I know you must have received professional training, and your will won't make you yield easily. But I will keep increasing the dosage until you are hypnotized, or until you die from an overdose." Looking at the potion, Sabina showed no emotion. She had already resigned herself to facing death. Instead, she was more concerned about something else. "Do you know my identity? What do you think?" Suen sneered with a retort, his attention never straying from his panel. At the slightest sign of an anomaly, he was ready to kill. After administering one injection, he took out another vial, preparing for a second dose. At that moment, Sabina seemed to guess his intentions and asked, "Is this a succubus bonding contract?" Suen didn't bother to hide it, "Of course. You either become my servant, or, you die." Knowing she had no choice, Sabina's gaze became contemplative upon hearing the nature of the contract. Suddenly, she shouted, stopping Suen from injecting the second vial, "Wait." Suen glanced at her, "Oh? Changed your mind?" Sabina clearly understood what signing the contract entailed. Her expression eased, as if she had resigned herself to captivity. "Promise me one thing. I'll cooperate with you." Suen paused his action, "Let's hear it." As a psychic professional, Sabina's will was undoubtedly strong. An overdose of the potion could leave her a fool, if not dead. Even if the contract was successful, it would be meaningless without her intellect. If she was willing to cooperate, that was for the best. Sabina said, "When you're able, help me kill someone." Her tone sounded like she was making a final wish. Suen was intrigued. "Who?" "Sabina, Severus Gerald." Suen found the name unfamiliar. "Who's that?" "Sabina, the leader of the Umbrella organization." Without hesitation, Suen agreed, "Fine. If I become capable, I'll kill him for you." It wasn't an outrageous request, the leader of the Umbrella organization was already an enemy. If he became powerful enough, he would have to be eliminated. With that, they reached a verbal agreement. Suen was surprised at how smoothly things went. He had thought she would rather die than submit. He asked, "Can you tell me why, upon hearing it was a succubus bonding contract, you suddenly changed your mind?" Sabina replied calmly, "It's just a change of allegiance, nothing more. Since mythological times, succubi have always been vassals to some powerful beings. If this contract is as legendary as they say, it could be greatly beneficial to me. The stronger my master, the stronger I become." She paused, then added meaningfully, "Besides, my loyalty to the Umbrella organization isn't as strong as you think." Suen listened, slightly surprised, but said no more. With Sabina's active cooperation, the contract was established smoothly. As she recited the demonic oath, Suen felt a mysterious connection form between Thema master-servant bond that allowed him to control her life and death at will. Soon after, a contract marker appeared on his panel, "Contracted Succubus, Sabina M. Zacharias." It actually worked. Suen looked at the now harmless Sabina and released her. He had only come to try, he hadn't expected to actually succeed. He knew that once the contract was complete, she wouldn't act against him. But curious about the contract's power, he decided to test it. At the thought of punishment, Sabina's face turned pale as if she were in agony, and she collapsed to her knees, looking up at Suen with pitiful eyes, devoid of anger or resentment. Suen knew her life hung on his whim. He didn't continue with the punishment. Freed from her constraints, Sabina quickly accepted her new role. It was as if Suen's mark had been seared into the depths of her soul. Certain thoughts no longer seemed repulsive to her. The tense and deadly atmosphere shifted dramatically. Sabina looked up at the man before her with eyes filled with loyalty and obedience. Her demeanor carried a hint of flattery and abasement. "You are my master now. What would you have your servant do for you?" Surprised by her sudden change in attitude, Suen was curious about the power of the contract and asked, "Do you feel any different?" Sabina seemed to remember everything, her consciousness intact. "Nothing's different. I've heard of this contract from the elders in my family. Aside from you being my master and my obedience to your commands, it doesn't affect me otherwise." Chapter 168, Demonis, "I require your aid in my cultivation." Suen felt very satisfied. He walked out of the bathroom and went into the room. "You take care of the wound yourself, I have some questions to ask you." "Yes, master." Sabina responded and followed him out. As for the wound on her shoulder, after a pink mist enveloped it, the external wound quickly healed visibly to the naked eye. Suen didn't hear any movement to treat the wound, so he turned to look at her healed wound and asked, "Is this also your innate ability?" Sabina nodded and obediently replied, "Yes, master." Suen always felt strange hearing the title master and said, "You can call me sir." Sabina, with a completely obedient servant-like appearance, would not refuse. "Oh, okay, sir." There was a very soft-looking large bed in the room. Suen felt that the atmosphere was not so oppressive, so he lay down on the bed. Sabina, on the other hand, stood obediently like a qualified maid. But she also looked at her naked body, turned her crystal eyes, and asked, "Sir, Can I put on clothes? Suen didn't mind, as you wish. Oh, then I won't wear them. Listening to this, a mischievous smile crossed Sabina's face, and she added, otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you later. Suen looked at her, inconvenient for me. Thinking about it, he understood. This was the professional disease of a succubus. Every smile and frown would arouse desire in people. At this time, Suen looked at the swaying triangular tail behind her and curiously asked, does your tail have attack capabilities? Yes, it can easily pierce a person's body. Sabina blinked and responded, then turned to the side, revealing her perfect curved buttocks to Suen, and teasingly said, but usually, it's soft. Sir, do you want to touch it? If an ordinary person had a succubus servant like this, their life expectancy would probably not be long. Suen also began to slowly adapt to this master identity. Thinking that this was not an interrogation, there was no need for a question and answer session, and a maid couldn't just stand there, so he lazily turned over and lay on the bed, asking, can you give a massage? I can. Sabina heard this and immediately responded with a happy expression. She had not dared to overstep before, but now that she had received permission, she dared to approach. She walked to the side of the bed and asked in a docile tone, Sir, can I come up? Come up. Suen glanced at her. Just now, his nerves were tense, ready to kill, and his eyes were full of skeletons. Now, he relaxed and looked at her with an appreciative gaze. This gangster's wife had an amazing figure. She looked slightly plump, but her slender waist was full and easy to hold, with clear vest lines, showing no trace of excess fat. That plumpness was all in the right places. Her chest was really big. He didn't know why the towering figure in front of her chest had a kind of reverse gravity, as if it was also a succubus's innate ability. Especially after the transformation, her fair skin was like warm jade, with a layer of translucent and delicate fluorescence. Upon closer inspection, every detail was clear, and even the dark blue blood vessels were clearly visible. His gaze swept from top to bottom, and everything was clear at a glance. There was a slight pause. But just this one look, Sabina didn't feel shy at all. Instead, she seemed to sense something, and a sly look flashed in her beautiful eyes as she coquettishly said, So, sir, my hair is not dyed, you know. Listening to this nonsensical talk, Suen naturally felt that this woman had seen through his thoughts. He found it interesting and his lips curved slightly. He had thought that Sabina's waterfall-like fiery red long hair, shiny and smooth, didn't look real, thinking it was a wig or dyed after birth. Now, after scanning her unrestrained body, it should be natural. Sir, you can take off your coat first, so the massage will be more comfortable. Shall I help you take off your gun? I'm afraid it might go off accidentally. This is my private room. Without my permission, no one dares to disturb. It's very safe. You don't have to do it, I'll do it for you. Skin touched skin, body temperature mingled. The touch was warm and moist. Suen didn't know if it was a succubus's innate ability or a skill learned later, but Sabina's massage technique was very comfortable. Suen lay on the bed, feeling that the soft and tender touch of her slender fingers completely relaxed his tense muscles. Suen buried his head in the pillow, not only enjoying it, but also asking, tell me the information I'm interested in. He hadn't forgotten that the woman behind him was a mid-level intelligence officer of the Umbrella organization, and the information from her mouth was the truly valuable thing. When he asked, he intended to get some secrets of the Umbrella organization, but unexpectedly, Sabina completely missed the point. She said, Oh. Banner is purely a mechanical reconstruction. Hearing this, Suen turned his head slightly strangely, looked at her, and asked, Why did you suddenly mention this? I want the information I'm interested in. Why are you telling me that Butcher Banner is a mechanical body? Sabina said with a charming smile, I think, the master must be interested in this information. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, I am Banner's woman. But now, I am the master's servant. She continued, in fact, that guy did it to show off. Banner has obtained the top mechanical reconstruction technology from the inner city and has completely transformed himself into a mechanical body. To cover up, he pretended to be a good woman. Suen suddenly understood something when he heard this. He asked, How strong is Bana? Sabina replied, Very strong. His talent is a 043 metal devourer, naturally suitable for mechanical modification. His mechanical limbs are not inferior to the super mechanical warriors in the inner city, and in some aspects, even more suitable for combat. And, he's almost impossible to kill. Not to mention the outer city, he ranks among the top professionals in the entire Old Ling Dun. If you encounter him, you must be extremely careful. At least, it's not easy to kill him with the Night Reaper of Hypnos. Suen listened with a hint of surprise. If Sabina said so, then Bana must be really strong. Suen asked, "Does Bana know that you are a member of the Umbrella Organization?" Sabina replied, "He knows, we both have our own reasons." Suen asked, "Why do you want to kill the leader of the Umbrella Organization, Severus Gerald? Isn't he your superior?" Sabina explained, "My succubus talent is hereditary, almost all the women in our family have this talent. The Umbrella Organization has always been recruiting various rare talents, my mother, sister, all died at their hands." With a master-slave contract, Sabina would not lie to him. Suen finally understood what she meant by saying that she did not have the loyalty to the Umbrella Organization as he had imagined. But at the same time, he was curious, since they know you have a grudge, why would the Umbrella Organization leave such a big hidden danger within the system? Sabina replied, "No, they think I will be absolutely loyal. In fact, the Black Tower has another means of controlling people. Have you heard of the mental power secret technique?" Suen asked, "The secret technique classified as forbidden by the Black Tower?" Sabina nodded, "Yes. This secret technique is classified as forbidden because the high level of the Black Tower wants to monopolize advanced alchemy knowledge. Another important reason is that this secret technique affects the rule of the Lord." After a pause, she continued, "Duke Raphael has a special sealing object that can alter a person's cognition. Almost all senior officials and leaders in the inner city will swear allegiance to that sealing object when they take office. It's actually a mind imprint of absolute loyalty to the Lord." Upon hearing this, Suen thought of the super mechanical warrior he had killed before. From that guy's mind, he had stripped away fanatical loyalty. Now, hearing that the Black Tower has this means, it was not surprising. At this time, Sabina continued, "Because of my succubus talent, I have a special growth bonus for mental power. And by chance, I obtained an ancient succubus exclusive mental cultivation secret technique. Then, I discovered some cognition that had been altered by that sealing object." Upon hearing this, Suen understood. But then he asked, "Can that secret technique of yours make you violate the master-slave contract?" Sabina replied, "No, this is an ancient high-level contract passed down. I won't violate it as long as I haven't reached the level of creating this contract rule. And, once a succubus acknowledges a master, they will never betray their master." Suen was not very surprised to hear this, it was similar to what he knew. Now with Sabina, he didn't need to go to the hall for a lot of information, he could just ask directly. "Why haven't you put my current appearance on the wanted list?" "Because I don't have absolute loyalty to the Umbrella Organization. I'm still working for them, just waiting for an opportunity. I know that you have a close relationship with the Mirror Organization. I didn't come to arrest you before, I wanted to use you to learn some information about the Mirror." Mirror. Suen heard this term for the first time, a little puzzled. Sabina said, "Yes. Don't you know the Rakshasa woman? She is a member of that organization." Suen finally knew that the organization Black was referring to was called Mirror. "How much do you know about that organization?" "I don't know much, the intelligence of the Mirror is personally handled by Duke Raphael. I only know that they have a direct relationship with the forces behind the black market, but I haven't even figured out how many members they have specifically." They chatted for almost half an hour. Through Sabina, Suen unraveled many of his doubts. And as they continued, Sabina suddenly spoke again. "Sir, are you going to turn over? The back is done, I need to massage the front." As she spoke, she raised her perky buttocks and knelt obediently at the edge of the bed, giving Suen space to turn over. Suen naturally rolled over, and the view before him was crystal clear, every detail visible, the snowy peaks within arm's reach. A seductive fragrance wafted into his nostrils. At this moment, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, bereft of any covering, a classic line from his past life suddenly popped into his head, "Demoness, I require your aid in my cultivation. Should you disturb my inner peace, I shall spare you." Sabina's eyes brimmed with the allure of spring, without a hint of shyness. "Sir, may I come up?" To be continued. Special note, the following content is a paid.avi chapter, please subscribe at Kidian. Chapter 169. This wave is not losing. With Suen's permission, Sabina finally sat down and began to massage. As a succubus servant, Sabina had a deep-seated reverence for her master from the depths of her soul. She dared not be too presumptuous, carefully massaging and relaxing Suen's shoulder and neck muscles. "Sir, your muscle lines are so beautiful." Sabina's fingertips touched Suen's body contours, marveling, "I can't believe that you work as a mysterious puppeteer. Such muscle strength is rare even among close combat professionals." Because she had to massage his shoulders and neck, lying on top of her master's body would be impolite, so she had to arch her back and stick out her waist to reach further. This also made her body bend into a bow, with a large expanse of skin exposed to the air, rubbing against each other. Suen lay back on the bed, the angle was just right. He could see clearly with just a glance. He didn't hesitate to reach out and try. The touch was very good. There was even an unexpectedly soft and bone-penetrating sensation. Sabina's succubus talent gave her incredibly tight skin, to a degree that ordinary humans could not achieve. She was called a young woman, but she was like a young girl. In terms of pleasure, this was definitely a wonderful figure that could be thoroughly enjoyed. There was a charm called natural allure. That was probably what it meant. The legendary succubus was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a warm large hand reached up, and Sabina not only wasn't startled, but instead straightened her body to make it easier for him. Seeing that the hand wasn't too presumptuous, she looked at Suen with a coquettish glance and said, "Sir, you are the master, you can do whatever you want." Suen smiled. He reached out and tried. Full and untouchable. Sabina's figure had always been a hot topic in the outer city underworld, a long-lasting and sensational topic. When the Cross Society and the Steam Party were at war, Suen extracted soul fragments from the bodies of the fallen from the Steam Party, and 8 out of 10 of those that touched a woman's memory had the shadow of this underworld big sister. But others could only think about it. The methods of the Butcher Bana were extremely ruthless and cruel. Even the cotters who dared to covet the beauty of this big sister didn't hesitate to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Suen had also accomplished a feat that others had thought about but didn't dare to try. After playing for a while, his interest didn't wane, and he became more and more fond of it. He was busy with his hands, but he didn't forget that he still had some questions. "You said before that by signing a contract with me, you would also benefit." This was something Suen didn't know. "Yes, sir." Sabina responded with a gentle face. "It is said that the succubus from ancient times is a abyssal race, and they usually choose a powerful demon king as their master. The stronger the demon king's strength, the stronger the servant will benefit. And the abilities I inherited also have some related cultivation secrets. But I don't know if it's true. After all, I only have the talent of succubus bloodline, not pure succubus." After a pause, she looked at Suen, with an unmistakable hint of ambiguity in her eyes, and leaned in, saying, "So, master, you should come often, this servant also wants to know if those cultivation secrets are really useful." Suen understood what those cultivation secrets were after hearing this. He smiled slightly, and his hand slipped down from her waist, resting on her round and perky bottom, patting it. Others only thought that this underworld big sister's figure was indescribably wonderful, but they didn't know that the touch of her round and perky bottom was also an extreme enjoyment. "Do you know the difference between a young woman and a young lady? If you pat the head of the latter, she will ask in confusion, 'Why did you hit me?' If you pat the former, she will immediately understand what you want and obediently crouch down with a coquettish look." Sabina, the underworld big sister, was naturally the latter. "Oh, sir, did the belt buckle poke you? Let me help you take it off." "Oh, your inner thigh muscles are very tense, can I help you relax them?" Suen didn't say much. Not only did Sabina have extraordinary talent, but her seductive methods were also just right. All of this, only Suen could deeply appreciate. The scene was alluring, and the seductive atmosphere became increasingly intense. Sabina was busy, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Suen was lying there, quite leisurely. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, I also plan to find a mental power secret method to practice. Do you have a suitable one?" Upon hearing this, Sabina raised her buried pretty face, looked at him, shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I only have a succubus's exclusive cultivation secret method, but it's not suitable for male cultivation. Mental secret methods are forbidden by the Black Tower and are very rare." Most of the ones discovered are just fragments. And once discovered, they are immediately registered and reported. Even if there were any before, they have been sent to the Black Tower. Suen listened to her explanation and expressed his understanding. Mental power secret methods were different from breathing methods. Almost anyone could practice breathing methods, with only differences in the efficiency of breathing. But after practicing mental secret methods, it would change some mental aspects of a person. If Suen were to forcibly practice Sabina's succubus secret method, it would probably work. But in the future, puppeteers might not be suitable, and the work of killing with a flying needle might be more suitable. Seeing Suen frown, Sabina, as a servant, felt a slight sense of panic, and explained, both spatial secret methods and mental secret methods are very rare, but many inner-city professionals will come recently, and the development progress of the central and core areas of Dawn City will be very fast. At that time, some might be discovered. I will pay more attention for the master. Suen nodded. With Sabina as his maid, it was as if he had half of the Umbrella Organization's intelligence network in his grasp. Coupled with some information from Mr. Black, if he still couldn't find what he wanted, other means would be quite difficult. Suen pondered for a moment, then said, "Right, I want to get my hands on some puppetry secrets. Do you know if the trickster Lloyd has been in town recently?" Sabina guessed what he was after in an instant. "Sir, are you looking for his puppetry odium, marionette theatre?" Suen nodded, "MHM. Sabina blinked and asked, "That guy had his homunculus puppet cut down by the master last time and hasn't left his house since, staying put inside the Oliver family's headquarters. Sir, do you need me to take care of him for you?" Suen shook his head, "No, I want to kill him with my own hands." What he needed was not just the secrets, but also the ability to kill and extract experience. Hearing this, Sabina's beautiful eyes flickered, seemingly having an idea, and she added, "In that case, this slave might have a suggestion. Perhaps, it could even procure a fine spatial seal for the master." Upon hearing this, Suen's expression immediately brightened. Those who dealt in intelligence really had a firm grasp on human nature. After all, skill extraction had a certain randomness, and Suen couldn't guarantee he would get exactly what he wanted. But if Sabina's plan succeeded, not only could Suen kill Lloyd, but he might also obtain the complete puppetry odium, marionette theatre. "Sir, you needn't worry, the room is protected by a special isolation array, no one outside will hear any noise. You can do whatever you like." "Master, are you satisfied with this slave's service?" "Whatever you desire, I can provide." Before long, desire was thick in the air. The room was filled with a faint pink mist, occasionally punctuated by soft, bone-melting moans. With a seductive pose, Sabina asked for the third time, "Sir, may I come up?" Suen stayed in Sabina's room until late at night, and before dawn, he teleported away. After this night attack, he couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for his good self-control, this kind of turmoil would have visibly affected his attribute panel. The taste of the succubus is not something that ordinary people can endure. Sabina has two forms, one is the hot and charming succubus, and the other is the arrogant and domineering gangster's wife. The feelings and sensations of the two are completely different experiences. She can be gentle like a lady, with the charm of a wealthy woman, and also has the dominance of an arrogant queen. Sabina can always subtly switch between various roles. She knows what Suen needs, and she becomes what he needs. She always knows how to tease people just right. For ordinary people, having such a succubus maid would be a blessing. It's also fortunate that after the X-serum transformation, his body is much stronger than before. Suen feels that his body is okay. But this wave of events was not in vain. After all, he not only joined the Umbrella Organization, but also gained half of the organization's intelligence network. The next morning, Sabina woke up from a light sleep. She uncovered the blanket, and her beautiful body was completely exposed to the air. Without wearing pajamas, Sabina walked barefoot on the soft carpet to the full-length mirror in the room, looking at her enchanting body in the mirror, her eyes becoming even more gentle. For some reason, she felt that after last night's turmoil, not only was she not tired, but her complexion was rosy, and her figure seemed more plump. Thinking of something, she smiled gently and murmured, "I'm really looking forward to the master getting stronger." The reason she chose to acknowledge Suen as her master was partly out of necessity. But there was an even more important reason, she felt that Suen had unlimited potential. At present, Suen is the most stunning young person she has ever seen. With the strength of a first-tier professional, he has caused chaos in Old Ling Dun, which is unique. In terms of character, means, strength, or other aspects, he is an excellent candidate. At least in her eyes, none of the so-called geniuses in the inner city can compare. Will the master become a powerful demon king? Sabina looked at herself in the mirror and smiled. She felt that having a master was quite nice. In ancient times, the abilities and beauty of succubi destined them to become playthings for other powerful groups. Succubi without a demon king to attach to have always had a difficult fate, its destiny. Just like the experiences of other members of the family. Sabina didn't linger for long, she put on a finely woven red dress that perfectly outlined her wonderful figure. She also personally tidied up the traces on the bed before leaving. As she walked downstairs, the members of the steam gang all stood up to greet her. Madam! Madam! These cotters and henchmen were not only here to protect the gangster's wife, but also on behalf of the Baron, to block some unwelcome suitors for her. Sabina resumed her arrogant gangster's wife appearance and nodded to the gang members, "Good morning, everyone." As she passed by Tommy, she suddenly became interested and reached out to pinch his face, pulling his skin long. Tommy looked unhappy and struggled to break free, angrily saying, "Old witch, what are you doing?" Sabina wasn't angry, she tapped his head and a faintly smiling arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, saying, "Practice your abilities well, pay more attention in your daily life, don't let people sneak in without you knowing." With that, she left. The gang members followed her out. The younger brothers also noticed that the gangster's wife seemed a little different today, and they whispered behind her with some doubt. "The madam seems to be in a very good mood today." Yet, it seems that the negotiations with the Oliver family went smoothly last night. Oh! Early in the morning, Suen went to the Hunters' Guild. It was still early, and the Storm Manor was full of hunters who had come to receive and post tasks. The number of tasks had skyrocketed recently, with the total amount being more than 10 times that of a month ago. The task display screen in the guild hall was moved from indoors to the outdoor courtyard. 2 extra large screens were added, and the scrolling task information was overwhelming. Suen stood in front of the guild's task screen for almost an hour before scanning the messages. But he didn't find the information he was looking for. It seemed that neither spatial spells nor mental secret arts were being posted. But he also noticed that there were many high-reward missions to explore the central area of the ruins, led by the vanguard teams formed by the big financial and family groups in the inner city. They had a lot of money, good equipment, and were led by real experts. Not only were there second-tier professionals, but he even saw information about third-tier professionals leading the teams. This was a situation that was impossible to see on a regular basis. Suen looked on with amazement. It looks like the Duke Raphael's precious daughter is coming. But what exactly is in the ruins that is so valuable, and why does it require the urgent development by the Black Tower? The top professionals in the inner city are almost all important figures, they are not short of money, and they don't need to risk their lives to hunt. But now they have come to Dawn City, which means that the pressure from the Black Tower is not small. If it were before last night, Suen would probably still be very puzzled. But now that he has Sabina's intelligence, he also knows why. He didn't look much longer and left his own coded message in the advertisement column. This was the contact method agreed upon with Mr. Black. After leaving the Hunters' Guild, Suen swaggered to various taverns and bought some information from the information merchants. But he didn't find the information he was looking for. He knew that these things couldn't be rushed. There is a large amount of new information about the ruins every day, and asking around will eventually yield results. Besides, there's no need to rush now. Before, he was wary of the Umbrella Organization's spies lurking everywhere, but now with Sabina as his maid, he doesn't need to worry. His face is not in the wanted system, so he is safe wherever he goes. He can wait for the news slowly. Moreover, even if something unexpected happens and he is locked by some special means, Sabina will be the first to receive the news and notify him. After all, when encountering an SS-level wanted criminal, only senior intelligence officers in the Umbrella Organization are qualified to order the arrest. However, Suen didn't expect that as soon as the secret message was sent out, he received a reply from Mr. Black in the afternoon. He didn't expect Mr. Black to be lurking in the camp as well. Windmill Tavern. A table in the corner by the window. Suen didn't wait long there before an impeccably dressed old gentleman walked towards him. Mr. Black took a seat and greeted him, "Suen, long time no see." Seeing this sensitive figure, who is also a wanted criminal, appearing in the city so openly, Suen was greatly surprised. "Mr. Black, aren't you worried about being discovered by someone?" Mr. Black explained with a smile, "I just happened to find an interesting alchemical item. The appearance others see of me is not what you see." "Oh." Suen suddenly realized. Mr. Black glanced at Suen, and in his eyes full of wisdom, it seemed as if he saw through everything, and said, "It seems that Suen has successfully advanced to the second level. Congratulations." Without further ado, he took out a storage ring. "The alchemical equipment you wanted has been refined for a while." After a pause, he said with a meaningful tone, "The skull of that witch of yours is a rare material, and it took me a lot of effort to refine it. However, the distortion tolerance value required for this equipment is not low." Mr. Black said this not because he thought Suen couldn't integrate this high-quality equipment. In his impression, the young man in front of him had extraordinary rationality and calmness, so he would naturally not do anything without certainty. This statement was more of admiration and emotion. "Hee." Suen smiled vaguely and passed over it. Looking at the storage ring on the table, he was already looking forward to it. He looked at Mr. Black and also returned the courtesy, "I've troubled you." Mr. Black smiled indifferently, thought of something, and said, "I also heard about the disturbance you caused at the 1911 hotel before. The leader originally wanted to personally deal with the strangeness on the third floor, but unexpectedly, before he appeared, you were almost about to break the situation." "Ah? Is that person the leader of your organization?" Suen was slightly surprised to hear that the cloaked figure from before was actually the leader of the Mirror organization. From Mr. Black's tone when mentioning the leader, it was obvious that the other party had the strength and character worthy of respect. Suen was even more curious about who that cloaked figure really was. "Hat." Mr. Black smiled and seemed to have no intention of responding to the question. The two chatted and had a few drinks. At this time, Suen asked again, "Mr. Black, what is the purpose of your visit to the camp this time?" "There is indeed something." Mr. Black didn't hide it and said directly, "A big shot from the Black Tower is coming. I came to check the situation and make some necessary arrangements." Suen guessed and asked, "Princess Teresa of the Duke's mansion?" As soon as he said this, Mr. Black's face showed a hint of surprise. "Oh, you know about this intelligence?" "Well, it's a long story." Suen felt it necessary to explain the situation of Canossa. In case she is taken out by these big shots at some point, it would be a big loss. Although Suen is not considered a member of the Mirror organization, he is seen as one by the outside world. In a sense, Sabina is also considered an ally. However, he was also curious. The intelligence head of the Umbrella organization speculated the news, but from Mr. Black's tone, he actually confirmed that the young lady from the Duke's mansion was coming. Suen organized some words and said, "I accidentally obtained an ancient contract in the ruins." He explained lightly and roughly clarified the situation. As Mr. Black listened, a strange expression that had never appeared on his always calm face gradually emerged. After listening, he looked at Suen and smiled meaningfully, "Every time I communicate with Suen, I always get unexpected gains." Naturally, Suen knew that Mr. Black had noticed his lack of vitality, and he didn't mind the teasing tone in his words. The two had dealt with each other many times and were quite familiar, so they didn't need to be too formal when speaking. Now that the equipment is in hand, he didn't forget what Mr. Black said before, and asked, "By the way, Mr. Black, you mentioned last time that when I reach the second level, you have some news about spiritual secret techniques to tell me." Mr. Black glanced at him and asked instead, "Your profession is puppeteer, right?" "Yes." Suen nodded in acknowledgement. Although this profession is rare, it's not surprising that Mr. Black, a knowledgeable person, knows about it. Mr. Black continued, "I have learned about this very powerful profession from some special channels. I also know that the founder of the puppeteer was once a famous figure in the City of Dawn. So, the founder must have a spiritual secret technique that is particularly suitable for this profession." Upon hearing this, Suen suddenly realized and asked, "Are you saying that you know the clue to the founder of this profession? If it is indeed the founder of this profession, the spiritual secret technique must be the most suitable." Mr. Black nodded and said, "At least from the intelligence I know, there are traces of that existence in a cursed space in the ruins. But unfortunately, the danger level of that space is currently T-level according to the current intelligence." T-level? Suen frowned slightly as he listened. If even Mr. Black says it's T-level, the level of danger in that space can be imagined. However, since no one has survived, how does Mr. Black know? But now that there are clues to the exclusive spiritual secret technique, what else does he want? Suen naturally doesn't want to give up. He felt that the old gentleman might have other sources of intelligence, but he didn't ask directly. Instead, he beat around the bush and asked, Mr. Hay, do you think I have a chance of obtaining that psychic secret technique? It's hard to say. Mr. Hay shook his head, guessing Suen's thoughts, and then said with a smile, let's talk about this when the time is a bit more ripe in the future. Hearing that Mr. Hay didn't completely deny it, Suen also joked, could it be that when the young lady from the Duke's mansion arrives, there will be a turning point? Mr. Hay raised his eyebrows noncommittally and said, you're very smart. But this matter is somewhat complicated, and many things are unclear. It's too early to discuss it now. Since the conversation had reached this point, Suen didn't dwell on the topic any longer. But now that he had encountered a know-it-all, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by so easily. Thinking of his black hole doll, Suen said, Mr. Hay, are you in a hurry to leave? If not, I have some knowledge about runes that I'd like to consult you on. Mr. Hay was never stingy when it came to imparting knowledge about alchemy. Hearing Suen's sincere request, he said, I did have a little matter to attend to. But it's not urgent right this moment. Upon hearing this, Suen didn't hold back and directly said, I've now mastered spatial abilities. So I have an idea, which is to create a rune puppet that can absorb elemental spells. But I've encountered some problems. He described the issues he was facing one by one. As soon as it came to professional knowledge, Mr. Hay's expression became very serious. Sure enough, the learned man knew immediately where the problem lay upon hearing it. He listened to Suen's design, nodding in approval from time to time. After listening, Mr. Hay didn't forget to compliment, your idea is indeed good. However, your knowledge of runes is a bit too scattered. You lack a solid framework of knowledge, which will make it difficult to delve into higher realms in the future. Suen didn't mind being educated and said, I'm working hard to learn. But the knowledge of runes is profound and vast, and there's still a long way to go to master it. Considering that Suen came from an unconventional background, it was already impressive that he had reached this level. Mr. Hay's words were more out of appreciation for talent. He didn't say much more and directly said, the direction of your idea is problematic. Combining wind and lightning elements indeed increases the suction strength. But to carry high-level runes, the material requirements for the puppet will be very high, especially for composite runes. You also need to consider the compatibility and conflict of different elemental types. Moreover, if you want to create a puppet that can absorb most elemental spells, it's best to use third-tier runes. I think you can try combining the third-tier storm rune with Little Thunder Sea. Suen listened intently. As he listened, he realized that Mr. Hay's research on puppetry was also so profound. However, although the old dean's method of teaching was very scientific, starting from the basics and gradually going deeper, he went from materials and structure to discussing third-tier runes, which only top professionals would touch upon. Suen gradually started to feel a bit lost. His knowledge of runes was basically piecemeal, completely fragmented, and it had only improved a bit after cramming textbooks recently. But now, although he could understand some of it, he couldn't connect it all together. Fortunately, Mr. Hay also took this into account. After explaining the principles for a while, it was as if he had opened his own floodgates of inspiration. It seemed that just talking was no longer satisfying, so he waved his hand grandly and said to Suen, come, let's find a workshop and do some practical work. Great! Suen readily agreed. Chapter 170, Dispose of Stolen Goods. Mr. Hay has a very rigorous attitude towards academic research. Suen asked the question, thought of a solution, and immediately put it into action. The two didn't stay in the tavern for long, they went to the street and found a workshop for renting equipment for hunters to forge and went straight in. They stayed there for a day and a night. Originally, Suen just wanted to get some advice and then improve on his own. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hay was also very interested in this puppet, and gave him a vivid practical course on rune and puppet making. The two stayed in the workshop, and their inspiration kept bursting, colliding with many brilliant sparks in design. What was originally just asking for advice turned into a practical course for the development of a new puppet. Suen once again witnessed the old gentleman's extensive knowledge. He seemed to know everything. As long as Suen could think of, Mr. Hay could almost always provide corresponding opinions and solutions. Third-order runes, third-order enchantments, and Mr. Hay's unique alchemical refining techniques, ancient alchemical black technology, and various top-notch technologies were all piled onto the puppet. In the end, the two of them used the alchemical puppet as material to create a truly finished product, the black hole doll. The final product far exceeded Suen's expectations. Whether it was the concept, materials, functions, or anything else, it reached the level of a top-tier puppet. Suen benefited greatly from this day and night of learning. If he had nothing else to do, he really wanted to study with Mr. Hay for a while. However, it was clear that this key member of the Mirror organization had more important things to do at the camp. It was not easy to delay helping Suen make puppets for a day. Although Mr. Hay did not pursue a career related to spatial spells, it did not prevent him from having a wealth of theoretical knowledge about spatial spells. Suen also obtained some spatial spell formulas and magic scrolls from his collection. However, it would still be a long road to turn the spell scrolls into skills that he could master. After Mr. Hay left, Suen continued to stay in the workshop for a few days. Compared to other professionals of the same level, puppeteers had a major advantage, which was that they could usually use puppets for combat that were of a higher level than themselves. This black hole doll alone, with its ability to absorb third-order elemental spells, was enough to make the vast majority of third-order elemental spellcasters feel defeated. Although he still couldn't win, Suen felt that the possibility of being instantly killed by area of effect spells was very low when facing them head-on. And now that he had successfully integrated the new alchemical prosthetic Thousand Threads Great Lion's chaotic song, the puppet's control ability allowed it to take off directly from the ground. After removing the prosthetic, it was the same situation as when Magician Lloyd was covered in threads, allowing him to control the number of threads, no longer limited to the degree that his fingers could control, but increasing by 100-fold or 1,000-fold. And Suen had an advantage that other puppeteers did not have, which was the 8-armed spider spear prosthetic. After the fusion of the cursed properties, the 8-armed spider spear also improved by a level. The original spear already had thousands of fibers, which were now very useful. The fibers were like fingers, making it very precise and easy to control the threads. It could be said that as long as Suen could control multiple threads at once, he would have an absolute advantage in controlling the threads. On this day, at midnight, Suen teleported to Sabina's room once again. The gang boss was not surprised at all by the unexpected intrusion into her room, as if she was welcoming a guest. After a deep discussion of the action plan, it was close to dawn when Suen teleported out again. The next day at noon, Suen contacted a speculative merchant, Iron Lame Maggie Tan. This guy was a reputable merchant in the black market of Old Ling Dun. After having his leg broken by a colleague in his early years, he got a mechanical leg and got his nickname from it. He had no combat power, but he had a very wide network. He often had access to goods that others couldn't get, and dared to accept stolen goods that others didn't dare to take. When Suen was shopping in the black market before, he had dealt with this guy a few times. But now Suen also learned from Sabina that this guy was actually a covered member of the Umbrella organization. No, to be precise, he was a multifaceted information merchant. As long as the price was right, he dared to sell any information. At the Black Baron's Tavern, Suen deliberately disguised himself, pasting a bald head with a biosynthetic scalp, then wearing a wig and a Zolo mask to cover his face. He lowered the brim of his hat, drank his wine, and when the time was right, he saw a man with a mechanical leg walk in. Suen greeted him and then said to the bartender, "Another glass of wine." Maggie Tan walked over, poured himself a glass of wine without being polite, and then said, "I heard from my buddy that you have goods to sell." As he spoke, he also took a look at Suen. This kind of cunning black market merchant could see through the not-so-clever disguises. Suen calmly said, "I have a batch of goods that can't see the light of day and need to be sold. Let's see if you can handle it." This was the slang used in the black market for selling stolen goods. Upon hearing this, Maggie Tan was a little unhappy, feeling that he was being underestimated, and said, "Brother, I don't care about anything else, as long as you have good goods, even if they're worth 1 billion or 8 billion, I can take them immediately." Suen said, "This batch of goods is worth about 7 or 8 billion. And I want cash." As he spoke, he took out a storage ring with some samples inside. This was the rule in the black market, called sampling. It lets the buyer know that you really have good goods. Maggie Tan was a little contemptuous when he heard Suen say 7 or 8 billion, after all, that kind of large-scale business was impossible to appear in the hands of a lone hunter. But when he took the storage ring and looked inside, his gaze immediately fixed on it. The samples were not just ordinary items, just a few simple pieces. There were materials for the beast tamer's web made of gold, the alchemical material Abbas's flesh made of silver, and several second-order advanced materials and alchemical prosthetics. But it was these few things that made the black market merchant stare for a moment, thinking that he was under an illusion. He tried to take out one, only to find that it was real. These black market merchants were all experienced appraisers and could tell at a glance whether something was good or not. This. Maggie Tan looked at the golden and silver materials, thinking that he was looking at the product catalogue of a large auction. Looking at the man in front of him, who was drinking calmly, he immediately realized that this was a business deal worth 7 or 8 billion. The contempt in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately showed great joy. He directly waved his hand to the bartender, "Open a VIP room upstairs, I have business to discuss with this boss." Changing to a private room was also in line with Suen's intentions, but he also said indifferently, "According to the rules, I want to see the cash." Maggie Tan also knew that the man in front of him was knowledgeable, so he naturally didn't hesitate, "No problem." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Suen again, then beckoned to the steward beside him and gave a few instructions. Each has their own way. Maggie Tan, also known as Iron Lame, despite being a black market merchant, was able to access the exclusive VIP room of the Black Jazz, which others could not. He led his men straight up. The two of them went to the private room and ordered good wine. Maggie Tan poured the wine and warmly toasted Suen, saying, "Brother, wait a moment, the cash will be here in 10 minutes at most. You can rest assured that everything will be done according to the rules, and you won't be at a loss, brother." Suen didn't mind and clinked glasses with him. The two chatted for a while, and at this point, Maggie Tan also tentatively said, "Brother, let me get to the bottom of this. Is that batch of goods really worth 7 or 8 billion? Just a little more, not less." Suen's tone remained calm, "It's just that this batch of goods is a bit hot, so I plan to sell it to you at a discount. Don't worry, I can handle even the hottest goods." Maggie Tan was not worried at all, but rather delighted. The hotter the goods, the higher the profit. He vowed and patted his chest, "Brother, you came to me, and you must have heard of my reputation as Iron Lame. I won't say anything else, but I have a lot of money, good reputation, and many channels." Suen didn't say much more. He took out the box he had brought with him and opened it to reveal a box full of storage rings. There were probably 100 or 200 of them. Looking at this, Maggie Tan's gaze became somewhat strange. Naturally, he also noticed some details. The Chamber of Commerce sometimes uses a large number of storage rings for shipments. However, in those cases, the storage rings are usually brand new or of similar quality. The storage rings in front of him, on the other hand, were shiny and showed signs of being used for a long time. Usually, the storage rings of hunters are used for a lifetime and will not be released unless they die. In other words, are these 100 or 200 storage rings in front of him all pulled from corpses? Did this guy kill hundreds of people? Or did he happen to come across a large hunting team that had been wiped out and picked them up? But since it was said to be hot goods, it definitely wasn't picked up. Seeing this, Maggie Tan's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle, and he looked at Suen again, feeling a little uneasy. Suddenly, he felt a bit reckless to be in the same room with such a person of unknown origin. Although he had received stolen goods countless times before and had dealt with all kinds of thieves and wanted criminals. For some reason, this time, he felt inexplicably nervous. According to the rules, the goods cannot be inspected until the money arrives. Maggie Tan was an old hand at this, and even though he had doubts in his mind, he didn't show it at all. He kept urging Suen to drink. While drinking, he also kept observing in secret. When he discovered that the man in front of him was wearing a wig, his mental activity became even more exciting. Suen naturally also noticed that this guy had been staring at him the whole time, but he pretended not to know. After all, he had come this time to let people guess his identity. Before long, several burly men in black suits arrived. They entered the room and took out iron boxes from the storage rings. When they opened them, they were filled with curse crystals. This type of energy source was also a hard currency, worth 10,000 lisos per piece, more convenient than cash. After verifying the funds, Maggie Tan said, "Brother, you've seen the money, can I inspect the goods now?" With these burly men in the room, this guy's confidence was obviously much stronger. Suen shrugged, saying, "Feel free." His gaze never left the several obvious first-tier professionals who were clearly not a threat. There were a lot of storage rings, and Maggie Tan and his 2 assistants began to inspect and count them one by one. While inspecting, they also recorded the value of the goods in a notebook. At first, there was nothing particularly unusual, and the 3 of them were counting as usual. But when Ken was counting, one of the assistants suddenly turned pale, and he didn't know what he had seen. It was as if he had been electrocuted, and he actually dropped the storage ring he was holding to the ground. This abnormal movement instantly made the atmosphere in the room tense. Several burly men had already quietly put their hands on their chests and loosened their gun holsters. They did black market business and had seen all sorts of weird things. Could it be that there was a bomb in the storage ring? Maggie Tan's first reaction was that it was a case of the pot calling the kettle black, but when he glanced at Suen, who was still calm, he felt that he had judged wrongly. He reprimanded the steward beside him, "Don't you understand the rules for receiving goods? Can you afford to compensate the customer if you break their things?" This was also a coded message, a hint for the assistant to say what was inside. If it was a bomb, there was a code for a bomb, but it couldn't be said directly, just in case it led to a confrontation. However, the assistant was obviously confused and didn't know how to describe what he had seen. He spoke hesitantly, "No, boss, it's not. As he spoke, he held the trembling storage ring in his hands, looking as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Humph! Useless trash! Maggie Tan muttered under his breath, knowing that things might take a turn for the worse. These were all his long-time associates, and it was impossible for them to make such a mistake. But he took a look anyway. Hey, aren't these just normal goods? Firearms, alchemical implants, mechanical components, potions, alchemical materials. Hey, why does this badge look so familiar? This little umbrella. Damn it! Isn't this the insignia of the Umbrella Organization's leader? In that instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Maggie Tan's mind. As an undercover agent for the Umbrella Organization, how could he not recognize this badge? Where there's a person, there's a badge. Now that the badge is here, it means that the person in front of him killed a member of the Umbrella Organization? What if it was just found? Maggie Tan instantly dismissed this ridiculous notion. A quick glance at the 100 or 200 storage rings in the box, were they all just found? The experienced black market merchant's mind was suddenly unsettled. In an instant, he felt a chill down his spine. The several bodyguards in the room offered him no sense of security. Although all forms of combat were prohibited in the camp, what wouldn't these madmen who dared to kill Umbrella Organization members do? In Maggie Tan's mind, he was already automatically searching for the images of wanted criminals with an S rank or higher. What's wrong, Mr. Maggie Tan? Is there a problem with this merchandise? Suen looked at him without any change in expression, smiled, and said, "Of course, I told you in advance that the goods are a bit hot. You said it wouldn't be a problem, right?" The storage rings in the box were in disarray, and Suen himself didn't know what these people saw. But it was nothing more than those things. It was the things Suen had killed before, some of the military equipment stripped from the besieging personnel in the inner city of Old Lingdun, the spoils obtained from killing 3 second-tier Umbrella Organization members and a bunch of first-tier professionals in the outer city, the time when he killed several members of the Oliver family during the Witch's Hair incident. Oh, and even the time when he collected the spoils from the students Jack, the 2 assistant instructors Daniel and Rosa, and the second-tier assassin during the trial in the underground chamber. Previously, for fear of exposing his identity and the situation being revealed, many spoils of war dared not show up on the market. Now that they had all become SS-wanted criminals, those charges of murder were just a drop in the bucket. Might as well pack and sell them. A problem? It's more than just a problem. This batch of goods is just a bit hot? Damn it, this batch of goods is basically a red-hot iron ball, no one in the black market dares to take it. Listening to Suen's casual words, Maggie Tan felt as if he was being threatened. Now that the words were out, would he dare to say no to this merchandise? After all, he was a member of the Umbrella Organization, and although Maggie Tan had already cursed in his heart, he still smiled and said, "No problem. I, Maggie Tan, dare to take even the hottest goods." He was just an intelligence worker, and fighting was the job of combat personnel. What he needed to do now was not to provoke the person in front of him and to save his own life. Seeing his attitude, Suen nodded in satisfaction. "Well, I've always said that Mr. Maggie Tan has a good reputation. Now that I see it, you really haven't disappointed me." After a pause, he added, next time I have business, I'll come to you. Of course. Listening to these words, Maggie Tan smiled on the outside but cried on the inside. Brother, don't come looking for me. I dare not make this money. Then, the black market boss began to inspect the goods again. As he looked at each storage ring, he broke out in a cold sweat. Those military equipment, it was obvious where they came from. Those second-tier materials, it was obvious which famous expert was killed and stripped of them. Maggie Tan didn't bother to look closely. With just a glance at one storage ring, he roughly knew that the normal selling price of this batch of goods definitely exceeded $1 billion. A price of 7 or 8 billion was also reasonable. Suen took in the expressions of the others. The others in the room might not have noticed anything yet, but he knew that Maggie Tan had probably guessed his identity. But that was just as well. With this little incident, the efficiency of the inventory suddenly increased. Originally, it would have taken several hours to inventory, but now it was done in a few minutes. Maggie Tan pretended to be calm and said, I've finished inventorying this batch of goods, and it's really good. What price do you plan to sell it for, sir? He was afraid that Suen was here to take advantage of him, and he didn't dare to press for a lower price as usual, asking cautiously. Suen quoted a price without expression. 8 billion. Maggie Tan was actually pleased to hear the price and didn't even haggle. Deal. As he spoke, he signaled for a few bodyguards to take off the storage rings in their hands and said, in one storage ring, there's a curse crystal worth 1 billion. The last 2 boxes contain cash. Suen took a quick glance and saw that they were all curse crystals and large amounts of cash. He didn't bother to count and just smiled, saying, Mr. Maggie Tan is indeed generous. They shook hands, and the deal was done. Suen took the storage rings and was ready to leave. Maggie Tan watched him leave and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Suen, who had reached the door, suddenly turned around and said, by the way, I heard that Mr. Maggie Tan has a wide range of connections and can get anything. I have a business deal that I don't know if you are interested in. Maggie Tan didn't dare to say he wasn't interested and asked, please, sir, go on. Suen said, I want some puppet-related secrets, preferably at the level of secret techniques. I don't know if you have any connections. Of course, if you can get the puppet secret technique, puppet theater of that magician Lloyd, it would be even better. The price is negotiable. Maggie Tan didn't dare not to comply and said, I can try. Good, I'll contact you later. Suen didn't say much, just smiled and left the private room. Chapter 171, The Deceased. After Suen left, Maggie Tan in the VIP room felt relieved. Sitting on the sofa, he took a few deep breaths and felt the cold sweat soaking his back. The several bodyguards and 2 stewards who had been doing business with him for many years had never seen their boss like this before, and they had no idea what had happened. Even the steward who had noticed the unusual goods before only thought there was something strange in the goods. Now that the outsider had left, they immediately asked. Boss, your complexion doesn't look good. Is there a problem with this batch of goods? Why don't you negotiate the price? I think that kid is hiding something. The source of the goods must be suspicious. If we negotiate, we might be able to make more profit. Hearing the inquiries from the old acquaintances, Maggie Tan's expression became very complicated. Only he knew the danger he had just experienced during the transaction. Fortunately, the other party did not come with the intention of double-crossing them. Otherwise, if it was the wanted criminal he suspected, they wouldn't have been able to leave alive today. After pondering for a while, he sighed and said, it's not just a problem. The person we just traded with is. But before he could finish speaking, he stopped himself. Maggie Tan had a hunch that this matter absolutely could not be made public. One of the stewards, puzzled, asked, Boss, do you know that person? Maggie Tan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, forget it, you don't need to worry about this. The others nodded at their boss's words and began to count the goods. With the crisis over, Maggie Tan felt that his mind had become more agile. He thought about the conversation just now and pondered repeatedly, if someone wants to buy the puppetry master's book, it's probably that person. However, the young master of the Oliver family is offering a reward. Wanted criminals also have a supply and demand for stolen goods, and the black market is their best channel. This is also the main reason why black market bosses make huge profits in this line of work, often obtaining stolen goods at low prices and selling them at high prices. Usually, legitimate businessmen would not sell out wanted criminals. But it depends on the situation. If the reward is too high, Maggie Tan wouldn't mind selling the information. Now, the reward for the SS wanted criminal Suen has skyrocketed, and the private reward added by the young Dans of the Oliver family is even higher than the profit from this batch of goods. Thinking of this, Maggie Tan's heart was immediately moved, and he said to the group of associates, "Don't sell this batch of goods for now. Wait for me to come back." With that, he took out several storage rings from the box as evidence and immediately left. After Suen left the tavern, he quickly removed his disguise and appeared on the street again. He watched Maggie Tan, the iron lame, leave in a hurry, and he didn't need to guess where that guy was going. Suen didn't pay attention to that guy. The bait had been cast, and the goal had been achieved. Even if he guessed that it was a trap, he had to take the bait. In just a few days, the secret of the puppetry master's book would probably be in his hands. He thought that this time, he not only wanted the professional secrets but also wanted to play a big game for real. After all, the information on the wanted order still listed him, Suen, as a first-tier professional. But in fact, he was no longer the same as the original wanted criminal who could be chased by a few second-tier professionals and panic. This time, he would probably catch a few big fish. On the main street, Suen, dressed in an expensive white suit, holding a cane, and wearing a hat, looked like a wealthy young man strolling out for a walk. He now increasingly felt the overflow of having Sabina as his maid. With the intelligence in his hands, he almost knew everything in the camp, giving him the confidence to do anything. This gave him too much convenience. After leaving the Black Jazz Tavern, Suen went to the Hunters Guild again, scanned the new tasks and intelligence posted on the light screen. Not finding what he was looking for, he then went to the market. The scale of the Hunters Market in the Dong camp had increased several times, with the number of stalls more than 10 times the original. But due to the limited area of the camp, the market was still only planned for one street. However, this did not limit the hunters. They added steel outer supports to the small buildings on both sides of the street, and then built various uneven steel partitions. With iron stairs connecting them, the market was transformed from a flat area into a three-dimensional block, increasing the area several times. Suen strolled through the market, naturally looking for any opportunities to find what he needed. After all, the ruins produced a large number of ancient relics, and there were countless good things in the goods. Because Suen had already advanced to the second tier, he had no need for professional materials. Third-tier materials were also unlikely to appear on the stalls. Therefore, he could skip most of the stalls, and his pace was quite fast. Suen often stopped at the stalls selling ancient books and scrolls to browse. The likelihood of finding something valuable was greater at the book stalls than at the material stalls. Because most alchemical ancient books were encrypted and written in ancient NID language, translating them required a lot of effort. Ordinary hunting groups basically had no translation ability, making it easier to mix in good things. Suen had no problem reading them and could roughly tell what the content was with a glance. Even if there was encrypted information, he could roughly determine its origin. The more complex the encryption method, the more important the content of the book. So for Suen, the more incomprehensible things were to others, the better. But even in the ancient times when alchemy was flourishing, the classics that recorded alchemical knowledge were rare items. Most of the books on the hunter's stall were literary biographies and the like. Looking around more, he occasionally found some good things. This time, Suen found a book called Illustrated Explanation of Second-Order Runes on the stall. He happened to need to brush up on his knowledge of runes, so he spent a few $1,000s and bought it. As for those various incomprehensible spell scrolls, although they were rare, he didn't touch them. Now he had several scrolls of space magic given to him by Mr. Black, and he estimated that it would take a year or two to study them all. Being greedy for more would be of no use. He walked along, browsing through hundreds of stalls. He picked up a few ancient books and found some cheap materials suitable for making puppets, which could be considered a rich harvest. As he walked, Suen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a stall surrounded by many people. There were many cursed materials on the stall, as well as some alchemical plants and equipment that looked like they were obtained by killing people. The stall owner was a cold and ruthless man dressed as an assassin. Although his eyes were covered by a hood, one could still see the indifference and rotten skin at the corners of his mouth. When someone asked for a price, he would reply with a low, hoarse voice that sounded like sandpaper rubbing. If someone tried to haggle, he would ignore them. Originally, Suen had no interest in the materials on the stall, but when he saw that face, he felt a little familiar and walked over. Looking closely, his pupils slightly contracted. K. There were many things on the stall, suitable for all professions, and the prices were fair, so there were quite a few buyers. But some people were also interested in the strange-tempered stall owner and whispered to each other. Which group does this stall belong to? There are a lot of good things here. It's just that the stall owner seems to have a bad temper and doesn't seem to be afraid of not being able to sell his goods. Heh, this stall owner is not from the hunting group, but a lone wolf. A lone wolf? How is that possible? With so many materials, don't tell me he got them all by himself. If you know who he is, you probably wouldn't think it's impossible. Does this guy have a big background? Didn't you see the mechanical arm he's selling on the stall? Heh, the one-eyed Max's mechanical spray gun, don't you think? He's the hyena who slaughtered more than 40 people from the steel cannon hunting group 3 days ago. Listening to the whispers of these people, Suen's face also showed a hint of surprise. Kay was the first friend he had met in this world. The two of them had gone through several life and death experiences together, and they could be considered close friends. Unfortunately, there was an accident during that escort mission. If he guessed correctly, Kay's current identity should be a member of the inner city's umbrella organization. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be alive. But why would he appear here? Kay flipped a coin on his finger, let it fall between his fingers, and then flicked it up with his thumb, making a pleasant metallic sound. He caught it in his hand and repeated the action. Suen watched this agile finger movement and his gaze slightly sharpened. This was something he had taught Kay. It was the secret code of the people on Green Street. If there was danger and it wasn't convenient to speak out, they would make this gesture to alert their teammates. Seeing this gesture, Suen felt a familiar yet unfamiliar term flash through his mind. Green Street? Although it hadn't been long, it seemed like a very distant term. Green Street was destroyed in the conflict between the guilds, and the Cross Society Squad no longer existed. Even the former members, except for him and Kay, had changed several times. In the end, only the two of them were left. This secret code was known only to the two of them. I remember One-Eyed Max is a second-order professional, right? Yes, that's why this news is so sensational. In the hunting operation 3 days ago, this guy made a big harvest and even found a valuable ancient treasure. When a captain of the steel cannon hunting group saw him alone, he wanted to get his attention. But the guy didn't waste any words and just killed the captain with one blow. Then One-Eyed Max wanted to take revenge with his group. But that guy didn't back down, and didn't care that Max was a second-order professional. He single-handedly took on the whole team. In the end, I don't know how, but the steel cannon group backed off and wanted to retreat. Isn't that too unbelievable? One person made a second-order professional-led medium-sized hunting group back off. You think that's the end? The real unbelievable part comes later. Oh. The steel cannon group backed off, but that guy didn't plan to let it go. With an attitude of not giving up, he dragged his injuries and chased down dozens of people from the steel cannon group. It's said that he ambushed them in the midst of the ruins and successfully killed Max. In the end, the steel cannon group only had a few small fries left to escape from the ruins. Damn, he's really a monster. I've heard of him too. This guy is notorious for being fierce in battle, both in killing monsters and people. He's as cold-blooded as a monster. It feels like he treats every battle as his last, and he charges in to bite when he encounters an enemy, often ending up injured. But because of his fearless fighting spirit, his harvest is always extremely rich. Now, anyone who knows him says he's like a hyena. Whoever provokes him, whether it's a tiger or a lion, he'll fight to the death and won't give up. Few people dare to provoke him. Listening to the deeds of others, Suen's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what had happened to Kay, but the cold-blooded assassin before him was starkly different from the cheerful gang lieutenant he once knew, who always wore a bright smile. Suen glanced around and, without approaching to greet him, turned and left. An old friend not being dead was good news, after all. In the evening, Suen spent a long time in Sabina's room, where he learned some news from her. Kay was part of the Umbrella organization's inner city structure, not under Sabina's command, so there wasn't much intelligence on him. But Kay's appearance here was directly related to Suen. In the pursuit of an SS-class fugitive, the Umbrella organization would mobilize all resources, monitoring all social relations of the target. His sudden appearance at dawn had only one purpose: to lure Suen into the trap. After all, among the social connections Suen could trace, Kay was the most crucial acquaintance. In the following days, Suen didn't rush to contact the black market merchant. After all, he needed to give the enemy some preparation time to catch a bigger fish. His daily routine became very regular. He would visit the Wild Hunt Guild early in the morning, then stroll around the market district to browse for goods. At noon, he would stay in the inn to practice spatial magic and puppetry. In the evenings, he occasionally spent a few hours with Sabina, listening to the latest movements of the Oliver family. That night, at 10 o'clock, the noisy Black Jazz Tavern was bustling. Iron cripple Maggie Tan was negotiating a deal in the tavern. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw a man with his face hidden by a large trench coat. Suen spoke directly, "Mr. Maggie Tan, any news about the goods I requested?" Hearing this, Maggie Tan immediately realized who the visitor was. A flicker of nervousness passed through his eyes, but his expression remained calm. "Yes. I've found a channel to acquire a puppeteer's tome, even the unique art puppet theatre from Master Lloyd. But it won't come cheap. To get your hands on it, you'll need at least this much, and wait another 2 days." Suen glanced at the 5 fingers Maggie Tan held up, completely indifferent to the price. He wasn't surprised at all that the man said it would take time. After all, setting up an ambush takes time too. He handed over a bag of large denomination cash and agreed on the spot, "Good, this is the deposit. 4 days from now, at 2 in the afternoon, we'll trade at the white broken wall on the outskirts of the southern city ruins." "About that?" Maggie Tan's gaze fell on the money bag on the table, and he was about to say something when he looked up to find that Suen had already disappeared into the crowded tavern. At that moment, several sneaky figures lurking in the tavern began to converge. After searching around, they found no trace of Suen. "He's really on high alert. It's only natural for an SS-class fugitive to be so cautious." "Did we confirm the trade location?" "Yes. Let's set it up then. This time, we can't let that guy get away." Chapter 172, Double Kill. The outskirts of the southern city of Dawn Ruins have a white broken wall, which is a must-pass route for hunters to go hunting in the southern city, and it is also a landmark building. The view there is open, not too far from the camp, and behind it is the ruins. It is suitable as a trading address, as it is able to fight and walk. Suen was sure that the people of the Oliver family would be afraid of alerting the enemy and would not dare to ambush in advance. But he came early for most of the day and observed from a distance. Everything is going according to his script. The agreed trading time is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suen did not show up early, but waited for the traders to appear before walking out of the ruins. 3 people came from the other side. Iron Lame Maggie Tan was probably afraid of death and did not come in person, but sent a steward and 2 bodyguards. It seems that they are not aware of the situation. The 2 sides met. The steward of the Goatbeard followed the trading procedure and went straight to the point, asking, "Did you bring the money?" Suen took out the money bag prepared in advance and said, "I want to see the goods." The 2 sides exchanged things. With a glance from the appraisal eye, the thing was real, the detailed explanation of the art of the puppet theatre. Suen was somewhat pleased to receive the secret book, but it was also expected. If the thing was fake, time would not be delayed. The guys from the Oliver family probably thought that even if they gave him something real, he would not be able to leave alive. The steward was still counting the money bag, and the speed at which they counted the money was slightly slow. They probably received some orders to delay the time. He pretended not to know and waited patiently. Because, he was also waiting for the encirclement of the high-level professionals who were going to kill him. At this time, the steward did not know who he was facing, and thinking of delaying a little time, he casually found a topic. He looked at the crow's beak mask on Suen's face and found it somewhat familiar, and said with a smile, "Oh, your gas mask is quite unique, it looks like a high-level alchemical item." Suen said directly, "Of course, it's the ancient cursed item of the plague Dr. Sergei from the Raven Gang. Before, he needed to disguise himself, so he modified it into a parrot mask. Now, with so many debts, he didn't care about being chased by the Raven Gang." The steward, who had not realized the seriousness of the situation, raised his eyebrows and smiled, "A replica? Tisk tisk, no wonder it looks so familiar. But speaking of which, the workmanship is really good, even if it's a replica, it's a master-level work. It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Suen's mouth. No, it's not a replica. I killed that guy, and this is the spoils of war. As soon as these words came out, the steward was stunned for a moment. His gaze unconsciously observed the details of the crow's beak mask, and he felt that something was wrong. Thinking of the boss's instructions to delay the time, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, but he forced a dry smile and said, "Ha, hee hee. You really have a sense of humor, sir. Do you think I'm joking?" Suen sneered. Seeing that the time was almost up, and the encirclement was probably closing in, he no longer paid attention to the three people in front of him. Because at this moment, he suddenly felt a killing intent targeting him. "Ha ha, it took so long to expose yourself, do you know that I have the ability to sense malice?" Suen raised his eyebrows calmly. He also judged that the one aiming at him was a firearms master. In such a short time, aiming and shooting, an ordinary sniper couldn't do it. Even in this glance, he clearly saw the guy who was shooting from a small hill a kilometer away. It was the Gun King Gage who had previously shot through his arm. But this time, Suen was not the least bit flustered. Does the B098 sixth sense always hit? For ordinary professionals, and even the vast majority of second-tier professionals, it is indeed always hit. But here, there is actually a cause and effect relationship that has not been clarified. Gage sniped the target, actually using his ability to predict the target's prediction, and then pulled the trigger. Prediction first, then shooting. But if the target dodges after he shoots, he can also avoid this sixth sense. No one does this, because the bullet from a sniper rifle comes out of the barrel very fast, and ordinary professionals can't wait to dodge until the bullet comes out of the barrel. That's equivalent to waiting to die. The previous Suen couldn't do it either. But he can now. Feeling the sense of being targeted by a killing intent, he did not make any preemptive evasive actions. The enhanced all-knowing eye allowed him to clearly capture the movement of the opponent pulling the trigger. Then, in the instant when the muzzle spewed out flames, a bullet inscribed with runes also shot out. At this moment, Suen's eyes seemed to slow down everything by 100 times. The white smoke of burning gunpowder solidified at the muzzle, forming a white cotton-like flower cluster. The firelight also formed a diamond-shaped beam of light, slowly dimming. He could even clearly see the bullet leaving the chamber, creating ripples of shockwaves in the air. The recoil caused Gage's entire body to tremble. The bullet, too fast for the naked eye to catch, gradually left the chamber and pierced through the air. Suen accurately judged that the bullet's trajectory was aimed at his forehead, then he slightly tilted his head. At such a distance, his ultra-high nerve reaction speed was enough to easily dodge it. The bullet whizzed past, creating a gust of wind in its wake. Bang! After the bullet passed, there was a delayed gunshot that sounded like thunder. In this slow motion-like action, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was just an instant. No one saw what had happened. It seemed as if Suen had casually tilted his head and avoided the fate of being shot in the head. Gage, who was shooting not far away, saw this end. His face changed drastically. This shot, like a command shot that opened the siege. Swish! 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 A burst of signal flares exploded in the sky. Upon closer inspection, after the signal flares burned, they fell as layers of silver powder. Like snowfall, it quickly covered the ground. Revealing powder. Suen squinted at the silver powder in the sky, a faint smile appearing under his mask. The Oliver family was well prepared to deal with him. With this sky full of revealing powder, there was no way for Suen to hide any invisible objects nearby. As a result, even if there were loathsome undead creatures, once they were revealed, their slashing movements could be captured, and they wouldn't appear out of nowhere to kill people as they did before. For those second-tier professionals, being able to see the movements was enough to predict them. This revealing powder directly reduced the threat of the Black Sickle by more than half. However, Suen was not surprised by this tactic at all. Because, through Sabina's sources of information, he was well aware of the plans of these guys to surround and capture him. So, next is a full-on charge by all members. Suen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly fired 3 shots, directly killing the 3 people in front of him. His nerve reaction speed was now so fast that even if the other party reached for their gun first, there was no threat. Then, with a swift hand movement, he conjured 8 ferocious spider spears behind him. Pulling out a sealing scroll, he quickly unfolded it in the air, revealing 10 hexagram space sealing patterns drawn on the scroll. Before the scroll could hit the ground, Suen quickly clasped his hands together and lightly shouted, "Seal release." The scroll burst open, and more than 10 puppets appeared around him, emitting eerie creaking sounds as their wooden joints moved. Using the sealing technique from the spatial scroll was much faster than taking them out one by one from the spatial ring. After doing all this, Suen ran towards the direction of the ruins. It looked like he was fleeing, but in reality, he wanted to break through the enemy's encirclement and kill them one by one. 10 second-tier professionals, tisk tisk, the Oliver family really went all out this time. As he retreated, Suen's eyes took in the entire battle situation. But what surprised him was that Gage didn't continue shooting. Turning back to take a closer look, Suen saw that the sniper's position was actually under attack. A cloaked figure with ghostly agility was entangled in a fight with Gage. Suen guessed who the cloaked figure was, and his brow furrowed. However, there was no time for any other unnecessary actions at this moment. The other party had already formulated a detailed plan to surround and capture him, and had guessed that Suen would definitely flee towards the ruins. At the moment when the signal flares exploded in the sky, a second-tier earth mage had already cast a large-scale quicksand spell, covering the route that Suen had to take to escape to the ruins. When Suen stepped on it, the solid ground beneath his feet had already turned into soft mud. In another moment or two, this mud would turn into quicksand. By then, even the 8-armed spider spears would sink deep into the sand. This was clearly another tactical move against his escape. Unfortunately, those guys underestimated Suen's current speed. His agility allowed him to control the 8 spears to step precisely on the hard gravel, and then, before the ground completely turned into sand, he leaped out of the quicksand pit that covered 100 meters. The two enemies worked in pairs, coordinating and covering for each other. Suen was in front of him, except for the earth mage. There was also a female mage with flames burning all over her body. Second-tier professionals are not unknown. The earth mage is the head of the large hunting team under the Oliver family, Sand Demon Horus. This female mage is none other than the former spell instructor of the Black Tower Academy, now especially employed and highly paid special offering of the Oliver family, Sunfire Woman Virginia Eddy. A hand of fire spells, hot as the sun. They looked at Suen rushing out, not surprised, and the killer moves followed. Virginia's eyes were like torches, and the mage's seal in her hand pinched, and the red 6-pointed star under her feet shone brightly, and the flames all over her body turned from red to gold. She murmured softly, "Elemental secret art golden scale fire python." With a wave of the mage's seal, she pointed forward with both hands, and a golden fire python flashed out like lightning from her fingers. When it appeared, it was only the thickness of a forearm, but it grew longer in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became a fierce python about 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel. The fire python was covered in golden scales, as if it were not made of elemental matter, but of pure gold, with an unstoppable force. Where the fire python passed, the ground was charred. Even though Suen was still 100 meters away from the fire python, he could clearly feel the burning heat that reached deep into his lungs. The surging power of the fire element was like a tsunami, as if it would burn everything to ashes. It was worthy of being a former spell instructor at the Black Tower Academy, and this move was an impeccable second-tier secret spell. This spell was fast and had a wide range, and any second-tier professional who came would have to avoid its edge. Moreover, the spell condensed was not ordinary flames. Virginia had fused with a special alchemical prosthetic that could cause elemental mutations in her body, the elemental heart core of the golden flame crow. It was this mutated golden flame that had an extraordinary elemental penetration, creating high temperatures that could even quickly melt steel. A particularly tricky aspect of area of effect spells was that they were almost impossible to block with physical means. Even if you could use a shield or something to block part of it, the ubiquitous fire element could still cover the target in a 360-degree all-encompassing burn. Seeing the fire python coming at him, Suen's eyes reflected the flames. Instead of dodging, he raised his hand and conjured an alchemical puppet. The alchemical puppet stood in front of him, and with a click, its arms suddenly split open into a trumpet shape. Just as the fire python was only a few meters away, the blue-purple dual-color composite heptagram array on the puppet's arms suddenly lit up. The combined power of wind and thunder created a huge vortex of wind that turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. The 10-meter-long golden python had just rushed up and had not had time to show its ferocity before it plunged into the black hole vortex. The collision was extremely fast, and the golden light disappeared in a flash, and the light around it suddenly dimmed. This was none other than the latest version of the black hole puppet that Mr. Hay had helped make. Seeing her spell that was sure to succeed being swallowed by a puppet, Virginia's face changed drastically. She looked at Suen, who was charging at her, and immediately realized the danger. Flames surged out of her body, overflowing several meters, and she was completely enveloped in a thick shield of flames. At almost the same time as the absorption, the alchemical puppet that had absorbed the fire python suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden flames. Looking again, the shrunken three-part fire python was aimed not at the female mage, but at the earth mage, sand demon Horus. At such a close distance, there was simply no way to avoid it. Horus had long since sensed the danger and had already used alchemy when he saw the fire python. The color of his skin instantly lost its blood color and turned into a rocky, earthy yellow. The fire python surged past, and the figure was completely engulfed in the sea of flames. However, when the flames went out in an instant, the figure covered in what looked like a diamond armor slowly opened its eyes. This move had absolutely no effect on Sand Demon Horus. Suen looked calm, and murmured to himself, "Silver planting armor, scorpion armor, ah, the defense is indeed extremely strong." He was not surprised at all. Because before he came, he had already obtained detailed information about these 10 people. Prosthetics, abilities, talents. He knew it all. Suen's speed did not diminish, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. He did not give the enemy a chance to cast a second spell, and with a wave of his hand, several puppets had already flown past the 2 people in front of him. The female mage was surrounded by flames, and any puppet that came near her would be burned to ashes, but Suen had a PZ-911 mechanical limb in his hand. It had been difficult to control before, but now it was completely unobstructed. The dagger made of omendium on the mechanical limb was designed to penetrate all kinds of elemental shields. Moreover, the fully elementalized witch's hair was not afraid of burning at all. The mechanical puppet had no fear of flames and pounced with a leap. No need for any fancy moves, it was like a street thug in a brawl, stabbing her belly with the dagger dozens of times. Amidst the flames, 2 figures entangled in a sorry state. One can only imagine the fate of a fire sorcerer with a frail body when someone gets close. Virginia's professional advancement was towards elemental mutation. She had almost given up on defense for the sake of maximizing damage. Originally, with the Sand Demon Horus's strong defense, there was no problem in self-preservation, let alone killing. But how could Suen give him a chance to be rescued? Suen had more than just 2 hands, his 8 spider lances could run, jump, and control puppets. While Virginia and the mechanical puppet were engaged in close combat, several strange puppets had already firmly clung to Horus's legs. This earth sorcerer had condensed rich earth elements under his feet early on for the fight. Now that the puppets clung to him, they immediately began to voraciously absorb the earth elements, instantly weighing 1,000 pounds. These were the lead sinker dolls. With these 1,000-pound dolls clinging to him, Horus was so hindered that he could hardly move. Naturally, Suen did not expect the 2 control-type dolls to harm this guy protected by rock armor. He raised his hand and drew the Thunder Serpent. The moment the gun was aimed, he fired 4 shots in succession. 4 streaks of lightning burst from the barrel, like a single line. Horus, unable to move, had already prepared his defense, confident that even a peer in his profession would not be able to break through his earth elemental armor in a short time. What more, a musket? But hearing the nearly straight line of 4 gunshots, his face changed drastically, suddenly realizing something: firearms mystique, multiple overlapping shots. How could there be 4 flashes of fire? Horus's face changed drastically in an instant, his eyes showing disbelief. He had heard of this mystique of firearms, the signature gun technique of the firearms master blind probe bill, capable of easily penetrating armor. However, this mystique placed an enormous strain on the shooter's body, and even that firearms master could only perform the triple shot. That was already the limit for a gunman. Even a triple shot might break his elemental armor, but it wouldn't be fatal. But what was this quadruple shot? Reality didn't give Horus time to wonder. 4 armor-piercing bullets hit him in the forehead in succession. The first impact of the armor-piercing bullet shattered a thin layer, but the condensed earth elements rippled like water waves. The second impact caused tiny cracks in the elemental armor, with the ripples growing larger. The third impact broke through the elemental armor, but after penetrating it, the force was exhausted. The fourth, the bullet shot straight through the skull, a headshot. Blood exploded before his eyes, and grey mist immediately emerged from the corpse. The Sand Demon Horus died on the spot. Not far away, Sunflame Lady Virginia, who was grappling with the mechanical puppet, was also stabbed dozens of times, her fire elemental shield flickered and dissipated, her life already extinguished. In a single encounter, Suen had already slain 2 second-tier professionals. Chapter 173, Secret Technique, Caged Bird. After the update, the reading experience will be better in 20 minutes. Suen also knew what the sand demon Horus was surprised about. Double overlap is not just as simple as pulling the trigger 4 times in a row. This firearm secret not only requires very high firearm skills and proficiency, but also requires extremely high reflex speed, strength, and endurance of the shooter's muscles. Suen's own firearm skills may not be as good as the blind detective Bill, but in terms of physical strength, there is no gunner in the entire Old Lingdun who can reach his current level. He is not lacking in skills, his firearm proficiency is high enough, and his body is strong enough. So he could barely fire 4 shots. But even so, after using the 4-fold overlap, Suen also felt a burning pain in the flexor muscles of his forearm, as if a few muscle fibers had broken. It's worth it to be able to take down this tough guy in seconds. And it's no big deal, with super strong cell activity, those minor injuries are healing rapidly. After killing 2 second-tier professionals with 1 shot, grey mist immediately appeared on the 2 bodies. Suen took it in. Obtained Horus Walk Memory Fragments 3. You have gained a small amount of pharmacology knowledge. You have mastered a large amount of wilderness survival combat experience. You have mastered a large amount of earth alchemy formula fragments, alchemy casting experience plus 25. Spirit power plus 0.8. The memory of a professional wilderness hunting team leader, harvesting a large amount of wilderness knowledge, is not bad. And the female sorceress gave Suen a little surprise. When he stripped the 2 assistants from the Black Tower Academy, Suen had a feeling of taking off from the ground. Now, after stripping a formal teacher, a large number of solid theoretical and practical memory fragments poured into his mind, filling in too many holes in his skill tree. Obtained Virginia Eddy Memory Fragments 5. You have gained a piece of information. Dan's young master is really not restrained at all, actually making a move in front of so many people. It seems like he has a special fondness for mature women. You have gained a large amount of comprehensive alchemy knowledge. You have mastered some intermediate enchantment knowledge. You have proficiently mastered second-tier rune drawing skills. You have mastered a large amount of fire element formula fragments. You have mastered the fire element spell Fire Vine Entanglement, alchemy casting experience plus 41. Spirit power plus 0.9. Comfortable. The spiritual power of a sorcerer is usually higher, and the soul strength is higher, so the quality of the stripped fragments is more complete. After digesting those memory fragments, Suen instantly felt a sense of relief in his pores, and his face was radiant. The memory fragments of the Black Tower Academy's magic instructor are really of extremely high quality. He had been studying alchemical theory knowledge all along. Runes, spell formulas, every aspect of alchemy requires a lot of time. Now that he has advanced to the 2nd tier, he needs to master 2nd tier knowledge, which raises the difficulty level. Suen always feels like he doesn't have enough time. Because he can always control his focus, his learning efficiency is not low. But in order to master intermediate and advanced rune knowledge, it would take at least 10 or 8 years, and he wouldn't dare to say he's proficient. But no matter how much he studies, can he learn as fast as the stripped soul fragments? If you don't count the repeated knowledge, the knowledge stripped from the body of Virginia Eddy is enough to save Suen several years of study time. From this perspective, having many enemies doesn't seem to be all bad. Suen killed an enemy with 1 shot, and immediately tore a hole in the encirclement. He didn't stop. After swallowing the mist, he started running with the 2 bodies. As for why he took the bodies, naturally, he had to harvest the storage rings, and wait for the materials for transformation and promotion to aggregate. The things on the bodies of 2nd-tier professionals are valuable. Besides, he felt that if he didn't give the people behind him the illusion of "we can catch up," the other party wouldn't chase so hard. For anyone else, the combination tactic of flowing sand art plus golden scale fire python would be a skin-shedding experience even if they didn't die. But now, Suen has perfectly dealt with it and successfully counter-killed. Seeing the situation, the experts sent by the Oliver family were all horrified. How could they not have arrived first? 2 experienced old 2nd-tier professionals, they couldn't even stop the enemy for a moment, and were killed with 1 shot. Didn't they say that the kid had no means to threaten 2nd-tier professionals other than the black scythe of the banishing item? But what's the deal with the puppet that can absorb second-tier secret spells? They knew that the wanted criminal was a firearms expert, but what's the deal with the fourfold overlap? How could a firearms master not achieve the secret technique of the gun, and he, a firearms expert, used this gun technique to break through the defense-enhanced sand demon Horus? Who would believe it? Everyone just realized that there seemed to be a big gap between this and the intelligence they had received. Of course, they knew from the beginning that there was something fishy about this. A wanted criminal took the initiative to show up in the city, exposed his identity by selling so many things, and even named the puppet theater, which was clearly a provocation to the Oliver family. But even if they knew it was a bait, they had to bite. The young master of the Oliver family is now furious, and if he doesn't kill this Suen who robbed him of his opportunity, he will definitely not let it go. Moreover, even if there is something fishy, they have brought 10 second-tier professionals. What can the other side do? This lineup is already a foolproof encirclement lineup. Otherwise, why would they invite those top professionals to besiege a first-tier wanted criminal? The faces of the remaining 8 experts turned black after 2 same-tier teammates were killed in front of them. But they didn't dare to stay, and continued to chase in the direction Suen was running. Because the command had already come through the communicator. Plan B, continue the pursuit. Holding the Oliver family's token meant they had to fight for them. Suen ran all the way, and the signal flares and display powder in the sky exploded all the way. The display powder was like rain, covering the ground. Just the consumption of these special signal flares was not a small amount. Suen naturally knew that the reason the 8 people behind him were pursuing relentlessly was because there were dozens of teams disguised as hunting teams still active in the vicinity of the ruins, waiting to ambush him. Because he also had a communicator on his ear with the same frequency channel. He was well aware of the enemy's movements and ambush plans. It would take some time for the ambush team to gather. Suen wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until the other party completely surrounded him before taking action. After stripping the spoils from the 2 bodies, he threw the bodies away. Although his speed increased by 3 points, this was already deliberately letting up, otherwise he would have to control the 8-armed spear to run at full speed, and no one in the ruins could catch up with him. As he ran, he glanced back at the 8 second-tier masters behind him. He decided to take out a few more. To reduce the threat for the upcoming battle. This time, the other party's ambush plan had considered almost everything. The people chasing him had a perfect professional mix, including close combat, magic, crowd control, and tracking. All different professions were represented. But probably because he had just killed 2 people, the 8 people behind him didn't act rashly, hanging back without getting too close. Oh, to be precise, 7 were running, and 1 was flying in the sky. Suen looked up and glanced at the big bat. This guy had a pair of bat wing prosthetics and was a well-known bounty hunter, Darkwing Killer Deke Wellman, specializing in long-range sonic attacks. He had a very high agility attribute and was not weak in close combat. But defense was his weak point. This guy probably thought Suen couldn't do anything to him, flying in the sky all the way and spewing sonic attacks all the way. It was like a range bombardment, blowing holes everywhere around Suen. If Suen's own agility attribute wasn't low, just these sonic cannons would be enough to give him a hard time. But the other party had come prepared, and Suen was not without preparation. He had carefully analyzed the information on the pursuers and knew who among them was the best to kill. This Deke was one of the priority targets for killing. It looked like Suen was fleeing in a sorry state, but in reality, everything was still within his expectations. Just then, Suen saw the opportunity and suddenly took out a bunch of mechanical spiders from the storage ring. The mechanical spiders landed and scurried around, fanning out in a semicircle. Even in this complex terrain of the ruins, they were not restricted and could climb walls and flip stones, moving very quickly. The pursuers behind him didn't know what Suen was up to, but seeing his abnormal behavior, no one dared to approach directly. They all showed their defensive measures and hesitated in their movements when the mechanical spiders ran towards them, all showing their defensive measures and hesitating in their movements. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and dozens of mechanical spiders burst open. The thick smoke quickly obscured a large area of the field of view. Those people thought Suen was trying to escape by disrupting their vision, and there was an urgent shout in the communicator, "He's trying to escape, Wellman, you go after him." The other 7 were all in the smoke, and only Deke in the sky had an unrestricted view, so the task of pursuit naturally fell to him. "All right." Before the words had even fallen, a big bat burst out of the thick fog. And at this moment, he had no idea that Suen had taken advantage of the explosion just now to release the secondary implant. The tears of the wailing witch will render the user completely transparent after being infused with dark spiritual power. If someone could sense energy fluctuations, they would definitely be able to see Suen at this moment, as he was covered in transparent tentacles that floated all over his body. Those tentacles continued to extend towards the sky, increasing in number. Bats could fly. But its special structure allowed Wellman to be agile enough to easily dodge bullet shots. But it couldn't fly very high. This guy had been chasing Suen all the way, and suddenly felt a strange sensation around his body, feeling a little palpitation. But being alert was one thing, he couldn't just stop chasing, right? Neither the sonic waves nor his vision revealed anything unusual, so he didn't think much of it. But as he flew, Wellman suddenly saw the Suen hanging below him make a grabbing motion in the air. A sense of crisis suddenly descended on him. Wellman was on guard against Suen controlling the puppets around him to attack, and suddenly felt that something was wrong, his expression changing drastically. Because at this moment, he found that countless silver threads had suddenly condensed around his body. He immediately realized what was happening and exclaimed in alarm, "The 1,000 threads implant, damn it! Wasn't this kid supposed to be a first-tier professional? He's actually a second-tier professional." The Suen on the ground's pupils suddenly contracted, not giving him a chance to fly away. His hands deftly manipulated the threads, and with the help of a few spears, he suddenly grabbed them and lightly exclaimed, "Secret technique, caged bird." Then, the silver threads in his hands suddenly went taut. Puppeteers not only used puppets to fight, but the threads were also a deadly weapon. Especially when fused with the 1,000 threads implant, a puppeteer could control countless threads. This control technique of caged bird was the unique technique he had found in the storage ring of the magician Lloyd. Using a large amount of thread, he controlled the target. Originally, this was a technique that could only be performed in his puppet theater, but now Suen had the elementalized witch's hair, which made this spell even more deadly and invisible. Wellman was completely surrounded by silver hair, with nowhere to escape. Even if his bat wings were agile and he wanted to fly away, it was in vain. For at that moment, the threads around him had already tightened, trapping him as snugly as a cocoon. With his bat wings restricted and unable to take flight, his throat was slit by countless threads, and though he tried to use sonic waves, not a single sound could escape his throat. No matter how exquisite your martial skills or how agile your movements, once trapped, you can forget about moving. What does it matter if you can break 100 strands of hair? There are still 1,000, 10,000 more. Suen's 1,000 threads alchemical augmentation, its main material is the infinite hair. Witch mages also possess the powerful ability of intermittency, even if broken, it can be reconnected. It was the moment these threads took control of the enemy that Suen on the ground surged with cold flames, pulling the threads with great force, and his body shot up. At the same time, several sharp spider spears revealed their poisonous tips, thrusting forward in anticipation. One falling, one springing up, the two figures were like magnets drawn to each other, whoosh colliding in an instant. After advancing to the second tier, the laws of magic were elevated, and Suen's no-servant cold flames could easily penetrate the defenses of second-tier assassin professionals. With that collision, several sharp spider spears easily pierced through Wellman, who was trapped like a mummy. SSS. 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 4 sounds of fabric being pierced rang out. Throat, heart, both kidneys, 4 spider spears passed right through, and blood spurted out like arrows. A moment later, a grey mist emerged. Obtained Deck Wellman's memory fragment 2. You have learned Introduction to Toxic Potions. You have gained some sonic wave attack techniques. You have acquired a small amount of intermediate rune knowledge, alchemy casting experience plus 11. Mental strength plus 0.4. Suen didn't bother to digest those memory fragments too much. After landing, he retracted the threads and continued to run forward, dragging a mummy behind him. Not far away, those 7 second-tier professionals had just rushed out of the smoke, just in time to witness the scene of the spider spears piercing through the body. The 7 of them were completely stunned. They thought the spider bomb explosions and rising smoke were some kind of lethal tactic, but it turned out to be just ordinary smoke. But it was their caution that delayed them these few crucial moments. By the time their vision cleared, they saw another comrade killed. How did he do it? Wasn't Wellman able to fly? How was he tied up and killed? They didn't see the dense, invisible threads in the sky, only the mummy of their fallen comrade hanging behind Suen, as if it were a silent mockery. Keep chasing, watch out not to get separated, that guy's methods are very strange. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong, Suen must have advanced to the second tier by now. The black scythe hasn't appeared yet, he's very likely gone after it, everyone be careful. Has the encircling troop over there gotten into position? Good, we can't let him escape, drive him that way. Julian, we'll cover you, get ready to cast. Chapter 174, Puppetry Technique, 100 Deceptive Night Walk. Suen listened to the tactics being laid out through the communicator, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Julian? That name, of course, belonged to the dream thief Julian Williams. A mysterious practitioner skilled in mental illusions, his abilities were somewhat similar to those of the Weeping Witch, capable of inducing hypnosis and killing in dreams. She was also one of the elders of the Mystical Studies Association in Old Lingdun. Hearing this name through the communicator, Suen knew what those people behind him were planning. He glanced back and saw that among the 7 pursuers, 2 guards had positioned themselves beside a purple-robed female sorceress. Because casting the dream-making spell required full concentration and left no room for dodging attacks, this move was probably also out of fear that Suen would suddenly produce a black scythe, allowing his companions to save her in time. Suen widened the gap between them. But he knew that he couldn't avoid the spell, distancing himself was just to prevent being pursued when it was time to kill in the dream. Second-tier professionals all had 1 or 2 strange cursed items in their possession. Especially the experts nurtured by great financial conglomerates like the Oliver family, they were never short of good stuff. Suen's intelligence had informed him that the dream thief Julian had a special cursed item that was highly compatible with her abilities, the Angus's dream refraction mirror. An item that could cast mental spells from a distance through its reflection. Just as the female sorceress took out the mirror, Suen threw a bunch of mechanical spiders onto the ground. Unlike the previous smoke spiders, these had special markings. After this small action, he looked again and saw that not far from him, the outline of an ancient mirror had already been projected. He was hit without any sign. The surroundings remained unchanged, still within the ruins. Anyone else might not have realized they had fallen into an illusion. Suen looked down at the movement of his fingers and a sneer appeared in his eyes. So I'm dreaming, hey. The sorcerer's methods of the mystical branch were unpredictable, especially that mirror capable of casting mental spells from afar, which was impossible to avoid. If it were anyone else, just Julian alone would have been a great disadvantage. Suen didn't show any abnormalities and continued running in the dream. At that moment, the robed sorceress behind him caught up. A mental practitioner not adept at pursuit suddenly seemed to teleport, catching up in flashes. Because this was her dream, she could have everything. Since Suen knew this was a dream created by the enemy, he didn't attempt to fight the woman. Julian was the creator of this dream, she was the master of it, invincible here. Normally, the script would have Suen unknowingly trapped in the dream, then starting to fight back. But soon, he would find in horror that guns couldn't kill, spears couldn't pierce, no method worked. While the opponent could slowly torture him to death. It was a bug, in the opponent's dream, you simply couldn't kill her. But it was easy for her to kill you. Although there was a time difference in the dream, Suen didn't plan to waste time with the dream thief Julian. If physical means couldn't harm her, then mental tactics would be used. The spell Dream Space was almost certain to hit. But that didn't mean the spell had no weaknesses. Generally speaking, with any spell, one could only focus on either range or spell strength. Maintaining such a wide-ranging dream spell meant it was impossible to use any powerful single-target mental attacks. You're proficient in mental spells? Coincidentally, so am I. Although Suen was barely a novice in the basic theory of mental spell cultivation, he had bizarrely mastered several high-level sorcerer's spells, such as illusion, drowning and illusion, suffocation. These were skills he had scrounged from the 1911 hotel, and his proficiency had even reached the master level of second-tier spells. Plus, his own mental strength was not weak. Although he couldn't scientifically control it, he had a large capacity. It was the moment Julian caught up, their eyes met, and they clashed with visual illusions. Ah! Julian screamed in agony. Although Suen also felt a bit dizzy, he was fortunate not to be at a disadvantage. It was during this brief clash that an explosion sounded right by Suen's ear. Looking again, the dream had been shattered, and not far away, Julian, as if heavily injured, plummeted to the ground. Boom! After all, it was a pursuit, and those behind him had to follow Suen's path if they wanted to catch up. This time spider bombs were not some alchemical mist but high explosive bombs. Although he didn't expect to kill these second-tier professionals, it was enough to pose a threat to them. As dozens of spiders exploded, a wall of fire also formed in the distance, blocking the line of sight between the two parties. Suen pulled from his hat, and an invisible puppet immediately appeared beside him. Then, without hesitation, he slashed 3 times towards the flames of the explosion. Although the fire obscured the enemy's vision for a moment, as well as his own, the strike was not entirely a guess. Suen knew the location of the spider bombs and the range of the explosion. So under normal circumstances, if you find a bomb on the left, which way would you dodge? Naturally, to the right. The explosion came first, followed by the slash, leaving no time for reaction. He predicted where the enemy would appear after dodging the explosion, and those 3 slashes sealed off a large area behind the flames. Anyone appearing there would surely be hit by the blade. Moreover, the figure he aimed at was dragging along a mentally stricken Julian. Crows still caught in the sky. The executive Blood Crow Lang Pharaoh from the Crow Gang noticed Suen's movements, and a shout came through the communicator, "Watch out for the Black Scythe." Unfortunately, it was already too late. As the voice fell, 3 spatial rifts had precisely appeared behind the flames. Although one of the 3 spatial rifts missed, the 2 that hit their mark sliced through the unconscious Julian and sheared off the leg of the melee professional who tried to save her, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Even without seeing the grey mist appear, these 3 strikes had effectively eliminated 2 second-tier professionals from the pursuit team. Suen glanced back but did not continue to strike. With both of them severely injured, they posed no threat. There was no need to waste the opportunity for the undead to strike. The abhorrent undead had appeared, and there was no need to retract the strikes, for in that instant, its body was covered in revealing powder, and its towering figure was outlined by the silver dust. Seeing the undead emerge, the remaining 5 felt not fear but relief. How did Suen avoid the illusion? Damn it, he must have some cursed object that wards off psychic attacks. Forget the wounded for now, keep pursuing. His black scythe has appeared, he's out of tricks. Now that his puppet is visible, be careful, avoid his slashes and fire gun, and he's no threat. Prepare to execute Plan C. Hold him off on your end, reinforcements are almost here. Listening to the messages in the communicator, a playful look appeared in Suen's eyes. After such a long chase, the reinforcements were finally closing in. Not counting Gun King Geiger, 10 second-tier pursuers, 3 dead, 2 severely wounded, and 5 remaining. But the trickster Lloyd he was waiting for had yet to show up. Suen knew that the man was busy directing the forces surrounding the ruins. Now, with the black scythe by his side, the remaining few dared not approach. But what they didn't expect was that even with the addition of such a bulky invisible puppet, Suen's speed had not slowed in the slightest. And then, as they pursued, they were surprised to find that Suen had led them in a big circle and had come back. No good. He's going back to kill Julian and the others. Seeking death. If he kept running, we might not have caught him, but now he's asking for it. Notify the encircling troops to converge on us. Prepare the spatial seal. Indeed. Suen had circled back. He was still concerned about those 2 severely injured second-tier professionals. One with a broken leg, the other unconscious, they were easy pickings, a ways to let go. As Suen approached, he saw the one with the broken leg treating his wound. Not too famous, but a professional bodyguard from the Oliver family, apparently named Johnson. Even for a second-tier professional, a wound like a severed leg could cause enough blood loss in an instant to weaken him, especially during intense activity with high blood pressure. Now, that man, seeing Suen return, had eyes filled with terror. Although he had heard the news 10 seconds earlier, with his leg broken, he had no chance to escape. Suen ran over and blew away the unconscious dream thief Julian with a shot, reaping a wave. Then Johnson, who had intended to feign weakness and launch a sneak attack, didn't expect Suen's melee skills to be just as strong. Although Suen rarely engaged in hand-to-hand combat, having stripped so many people of their combat memories, his fighting skills had reached the level of a combat expert. With the body modified by X serum, if it came to a direct fight, Johnson might not necessarily win against him. Moreover, his enhanced hearing and vision made it impossible for him to be ambushed by someone with a broken leg and severe injuries. The ambush failed, and after a brief struggle, Suen stabbed the man to death with a few thrusts. However, due to the delay, the 5 pursuers had caught up. Suen was not in a hurry to leave, stripping the souls and collecting the storage rings of the 2 men. Because, by then, it was too late to escape. The enemy's encirclement was closing in. Looking towards the distant buildings, a group of about 100 well-equipped troops appeared on the opposite side. The streets near the ruins suddenly surged with dense purple light, like beams from a projector, casting several purple screens. Then, a huge hexagram formation lit up in the sky, and the purple screens closed in, forming a deep purple big box hundreds of meters high and wide, enveloping a large area nearby. Suen, seeing himself trapped, was not surprised in the least. He raised an eyebrow, looked at the purple screens, and chuckled, "Tisk tisk, a spatial lockdown barrier, hey." Now, with his mastery of spatial abilities, he could clearly feel the strength of this barrier. It was strong, impervious to gunfire. Even a third-tier powerhouse might not be able to break it. He had already heard the enemy's battle plan. This spatial barrier could only be opened from the outside. Moreover, a strict order had been given that it would not be opened until Dan's Jr. arrived with the main force. It meant that only one side could survive in this space. Of course, this was exactly what he wanted. No one could escape, it was time for a showdown. Oh, no. It was the enemy who couldn't escape, it had no effect on Suen. This kind of spatial barrier was like a glass cover, not a reinforcement of space. If Suen wanted to leave, he could just open a spatial door. Of course, he stayed because he didn't plan to leave. Having finally gathered the fish together, why not cast a net? Suen was like a turtle in a jar, and the people from the Oliver family were no longer in a hurry, slowly closing in. Of course, what they feared most was Suen's desperate counterattack. After all, with the black scythe in hand, if he were to lash out in desperation, no one dared to take it lightly. A siege that was almost certain to succeed, no one expected such heavy losses. 10 second-tier experts participated in the hunt, and now only 5 were alive. The faces of the remaining people were all very grim. At that moment, not far away, a dwarf with a sullen face appeared. It was none other than the master of puppetry, the magician Lloyd. If anyone hated Suen the most, aside from Dan's Jr., whose opportunity had been stolen, it would be him. A respected master who turned out to be an ugly dwarf completely shattered the image of his esteemed status. Suen mentioned to Sabina that ever since this guy's alchemical puppet was destroyed, he hadn't shown his face in public, probably too ashamed to meet anyone. In the brief moment he showed himself, the sorcerer's seal in his hand had already solidified. Once his bio-armor was released, black threads began to emerge from his body. In the sky, the hexagram formation slowly lit up, and a massive cross suddenly materialized. Suen had seen this routine before and was naturally familiar with it. He also knew that using a barrier to limit space was not only to prevent his escape but also to maximize Lloyd's abilities. Just like the time they ambushed the Wailing Witch, within a certain range, Lloyd's arcanum, puppet theater was almost unsolvable. Suen squinted at the cross in the sky and muttered to himself, "I'm quite envious of that arcanum." The biggest purpose of today's elaborate setup was to target this very man. Perhaps feeling confident in his victory, Lloyd didn't rush to act and began to persuade, "Boy, give up resisting, and perhaps I might spare your life." Ha ha ha. Suen cracked a smile upon hearing this. The words were not false. If possible, they indeed wanted to capture him alive. After all, there were too many secrets on him, and young Master Dan's was very curious. For instance, how Suen could use the black scythe without side effects. If he really died, that might remain an eternal mystery. Being stared at maliciously by over 100 people felt like a sharp spear piercing Suen's head, causing him pain. The enemy numbered over 100, and he dared not underestimate them. Just a glance over, and there were 30 to 40 professionals who had released their bio-armor. Even the non-professionals were equipped with sophisticated mechanical gear. Clearly, this was the Oliver family's elite team. Not to mention the spellcasters, mechanical sorcerers, and mystic sorcerers, just over 100 muskets and cannons firing in unison would be enough to bring Suen to his knees on the spot. Why call so many people? Of course, it was to act as cannon fodder. There was only one black scythe, capable of striking only once at a time, and with the curse backlash, it was impossible to use the black scythe to kill over 100 people, right? In the interval between strikes, the attacks of over 100 people would be enough to overwhelm him. Seeing that Suen had no intention of surrendering, Lloyd coldly said, "Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender within 3 breaths, or else you will be shown no mercy." He spoke as if persuading, but his vigilance did not relax in the slightest. Because the SS-ranked fugitive before him was too calm. The mind of a professional who could advance to the second tier was never simple. From the very beginning, they suspected there was something fishy. Suen had the chance to escape but returned for the spoils of 2 corpses and then got trapped. Although Lloyd felt this was somewhat related to their foolproof plan, something still seemed off. If he were really that greedy, he would never have survived until now. The most likely possibility was that Suen had some life-saving trick up his sleeve. But, with the situation as it was, what could he possibly do? With over 100 eyes watching, even if Suen could fly, his wings would be shot off on the spot. Cornered in the barrier, he seemed to have no way out. But in the next instant, he clapped his hands together, and the spell for spatial teleportation was executed with practiced ease. Seeing his movement, a shout came from the other side, "Not good. Act now." Then came the sound of triggers being pulled in unison. But it was already too late. Suen's foot had already stepped into the spatial gate, and as the guns fired, the bullets. Just when the Oliver family thought Suen had escaped. Suddenly, they saw a figure appear on the small building behind them. On closer inspection, who else could it be but Suen? "You have a lot of people, hey?" "Hat." Suen grinned at them and muttered to himself, "Good thing I'm not alone either." As he spoke, he pulled out 3 scrolls sealed with spatial spells. The scrolls unfurled in the wind, and nearly 100 puppet dolls appeared, their wooden joints clicking mockingly as they faced the Oliver family's 100-plus members. Suen's eyes narrowed, and with a gesture of grasping at the void, he shouted, "Try my own creation of puppetry. Secret technique, night parade of 100 puppets." Chapter 175, Wild Slaughter. The method of unsealing the spatial scroll allowed Suen to summon a large number of rune puppets in a short time. Before the enemy could turn their gun barrels, he had already called forth 100 puppets. By the time the enemy noticed the commotion and turned around, he had already pulled the strings, triggering the puppets' mechanisms. The puppets stood in 2 rows, 80 oil gobblers in front, and 20 phosphor dolls behind. It was in the moment that the strings were pulled that the jaws of the 2 types of puppets suddenly opened wide, one spewing black oil, the other emitting a pale blue phosphor fire. Watching the astonished expressions of the Oliver family, a fierce light flashed in Suen's eyes as he whispered softly, "Try my physical fire magic." Brutally simple. In an instant, 20 red-faced puppets spouted a beam of fire from their mouths. Phosphor fire met oil, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into 20 rampaging fire dragons, striking towards the crowd. 20 spread to 80, and in a moment, there were 80 fire dragons. The improved oil gobblers had a powerful jet force, their black tubes like high-pressure water guns, spraying black fire oil dozens to hundreds of meters away. This spraying distance was almost no threat to most professionals. Just by keeping their distance, they could easily avoid it. But within the space limited by the ceiling barrier, there was simply nowhere to hide. And because the puppets were controllable, they sprayed wildly as they twisted their heads. The blue phosphor fire, unextinguished by water and growing with the wind, left flowing flames wherever the fire dragons passed. In no time, several blocks within the sealed area were ablaze with raging fire. Aside from a few sorcerers who could control fire, almost no one could withstand it head-on. With this round of 80 fire dragons spraying in unison, the enemy's formation was immediately scattered. Over 100 people fled in all directions, each beginning to shoot with their guns. "Take him down!" At the command, gunfire erupted. Suen was not afraid at all, as 100 puppets in front of him blocked all possible angles of gunfire. He controlled the rune puppets to fly chaotically, creating a scene of demons dancing wildly. These members of the encircling team were indeed the elite of the Oliver family. After a moment of panic, they also found cover and began to counterattack. These guys had sophisticated firearms and superb shooting skills. Even though the puppets flew agilely through the sky, with hundreds of gun barrels aiming, they were hit with a crackling sound. Although the dolls were fortified with sturdy runes and enchantments, the wooden material of the lower-tier dolls could not withstand too many concentrated bullet impacts, especially since there were people with man-portable cannons and mechanical claws attacking among the crowd. Almost every hit resulted in an explosion. Boom! 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 After a round of strafing, the black-faced oil gobblers at the forefront kept exploding. However, it was not just a simple explosion. Like compressed gas cylinders being burst, the sky exploded with bursts of flames. Phosphor fire splattered everywhere. Watching the exploding puppets, Suen did not feel sorry at all. Instead, he revealed a smile that suited his intentions. These were not the small capacity puppets of before, but space puppets modified by him using spatial magic. With each explosion, the space sealed within the puppets also burst. Like exploding oil drums, boom after boom, black phosphor oil splattered all over the sky. Phosphor fire splattered and stuck, impossible to extinguish. In no time, painful wails of agony could be heard everywhere. Ah, hurry, help me take off my bulletproof vest. Damn it, my mechanical arm is burning red, someone help me take off this mechanical skeleton. Whether it was textiles or machinery, once contaminated with phosphor oil, they could only wait for the oil to burn out. Not everyone was a fire mage capable of dealing with this sticky burning oil, a little contamination meant burns. And the threat was not just that. Oil gobblers that were blown up seemed to have lost their ability to spray directionally, appearing much less threatening. But the explosion was more direct than using a spray tube, and the burning area spread rapidly, reaching an extent that was simply unstoppable. Within this few hundred meters of restricted space, phosphor fire was everywhere. At first, the people of the Oliver family did not notice anything unusual, but as more shattered puppets appeared and the inextinguishable phosphor fire spread, someone realized the problem and shouted, "Careful, these flames are toxic. Put on your gas masks." Toxic gas? No, it was not just that. Phosphor fire indeed produces deadly toxic gas when it burns, but that was not the main reason Suen used so much fire oil. In fact, Suen did not expect it to burn or poison anyone to death. Instead, it was to create thick smoke to obscure vision and to rapidly consume the oxygen in the space. The burning of fire oil also required a huge amount of oxygen. Outdoors, it might not be noticeable, but in a closed space, these tens of tons of fire oil would consume all the oxygen in the air in an extremely short moment. This was the tactic Suen thought of when he first heard from Sabina that the Oliver family was preparing to use spatial lockdown against him. A closed space was not only suitable for puppet theater, but it was also an extremely advantageous home ground for his phosphor dolls. Although this was a world filled with alchemy, and ancient alchemists had long been able to prepare and separate oxygen from the air, laboratory research and civilian use were two different things. In the minds of the vast majority, the concept of oxygen as a separate entity simply does not exist. Filter-type gas masks can handle most toxins, but they can't solve the problem of oxygen deficiency. Forget about sodium peroxide and the like in regular gas masks. Soon, people began to experience difficulty breathing. "Ah, I think I've been poisoned. Someone save me." The cries of agony continued, growing fainter and fainter. The rapidly decreasing oxygen content in the air made them gasp greedily for breath. Then they found it increasingly difficult to breathe, instinctively wanting to remove their gas masks for a few breaths. But then they realized that what they inhaled was poison again. Their faces turned ashen in an instant, and they fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The Oliver family's 100+ elite members collapsed en masse in the blink of an eye, like wheat being harvested. Even professionals quickly began to show signs of hypoxia. Some spellcasters who understood the situation shouted, "Stop shooting, don't attack those oil-spewing puppets anymore. Cast a spell to replace the air, or we'll all die here." The gunfire ceased abruptly. Suen listened to the exchanges of those around him and calmly took out a compressed air tank, connecting it to his mask. Ordinary scavengers might not understand why they were having trouble breathing, probably thinking it was poisoning. But after all, this was the elite group of the Oliver family, mixed with alchemists from the inner-city academies. It was not surprising that they could see through it. Using the principle of equivalent exchange to cast a spell and replace the other toxic gases with fresh air was indeed the correct response. But would Suen give them that chance? Watching someone cast any wind-based spell, he raised his hand and fired several shots to kill. Those who weren't killed were certainly elite spellcasters, too busy replacing the air to deal with Suen. With this move, he instantly nullified the enemy's numerical advantage by 90%. Since the enemy had stopped shooting, Suen had no intention of letting them off. With a flick of his wrist and a light shout, "Explode!" The dozens of intact oil-swallowing dolls burst apart in an instant, splattering oil everywhere. Now, the fire became unstoppable. Moreover, the burning of phosphorus oil produced a large amount of high-temperature black smoke. As the oxygen in the sealed space dwindled, the phosphorus oil burned incompletely, creating more and more dense smoke particles. The high-temperature smoke interfered with all optical detection methods, rendering even the best night vision devices useless. This was a physical visual barrier even more effective than a smoke grenade. The high-temperature smoke couldn't disperse in the sealed space, and the purple light barrier acted like a glass cover, enclosing several streets within it. Visibility dropped lower and lower. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the black fog enveloped most of the space, and in some areas, you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. Now that no one could see, it was all about perception. Suen did this because among second-tier professionals, his perception ability was absolutely superior. Not to mention that after the evolution of his all-seeing eye ability, he could still see farther than others in the dense smoke. Combined with his super-sensitive auditory perception and malice detection abilities, he could easily pinpoint the enemy's location. Now, the enemy's numerical advantage was completely gone. Without a clear target, even the best marksmanship and equipment were useless. After doing all this, taking advantage of the chaos in the enemy's ranks, Suen extinguished the light source on his body and stopped shooting. Ignoring the fire-spewing puppets, he once again used spatial teleportation and appeared in the midst of a group of people dozens of meters away. Due to the extremely low visibility, the professionals from the Oliver family had not yet realized that an extra person had suddenly joined their ranks. The commander of the Oliver team clearly had a wealth of combat experience. Upon realizing that their vision was obscured by black smoke, he immediately guessed Suen's intention. Be careful of enemy sneak attacks. Form trios, back to back. Don't shoot recklessly. At his command, the surviving professionals formed trios, back to back, covering each other. This posture indeed made it difficult to launch a sneak attack. However, Suen had no intention of taking action himself. With the unrolling of a scroll, another dozen puppet dolls appeared out of thin air. This time, they weren't fire-spewing puppets, but nightmare dolls. These were a combination of the previous wailing dolls and giggling dolls. After mastering the technique of dual rune inscription, Suen created these new puppets that were very troublesome, possessing both auditory and visual hallucinogenic functions. Clang! 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 As soon as the puppets appeared, their limbs split open, revealing pitch black, poisoned, sharp daggers. With a command from Suen's octopus spear, the dozen puppets flew towards the crowd. The nightmare doll's psychic wails, although still not very wide-ranging, required a proximity of 1 to 2 meters to affect the minds of professionals. But, the terror was in their numbers. The mixture of strange laughter was like 10,000 ants babbling in one's ear, instantly driving one to the brink of mental collapse. Moreover, the puppets, fearless of life and death, would not be deterred by knives or guns. After the witch's hair was completely elementalized, the control was utterly untraceable. A dozen puppets were like a dozen Suens. They plunged into the crowd, and the sound of their eerie laughter instantly blurred the minds of those around. Then, in the moment of distraction, there was a chaotic stabbing spree. Screams and gunshots filled the darkness. Suen, like a spectre, mercilessly reaped the lives of those still breathing professionals. A wild slaughter. In the brief encounter, Oliver's 100-plus men hadn't even had the chance to act violently before the poison gas killed the majority, and the strange puppets stabbed to death the rest, leaving almost none alive. What was originally a space barrier meant to trap their prey had become the very death knell for these pursuers. Ah! Wails and screams were incessant. The Oliver family's second-tier professionals had plenty of life-saving tricks, and although they could temporarily protect themselves, they were powerless to stop Suen's killing spree. The thick smoke obscured everyone's vision. With over a dozen disturbances, they couldn't discern where the real Suen was. A rash move might just result in a spatial rift suddenly appearing and severing their heads. Moreover, everyone now knew that Suen was a second-tier professional, so no one dared to underestimate him. Not to mention the black scythe in hand, even in a direct confrontation, they were all second-tier professionals. Why would anyone necessarily be weaker than you? And at this moment, they also came to a stark realization. Were they here to hunt down the SS-wanted criminal Suen? No. Looking at it now. From the beginning to the end. It was Suen who was luring the snakes out of their holes. Realizing this, the few surviving second tiers were drenched in cold sweat. The 5 companions who had died during the pursuit were not mere coincidences, but all within Suen's calculations. Although they didn't understand why Suen was so intent on killing. The fact was, if they didn't figure out a way, they were likely to be completely annihilated. And now, embarrassingly, what they thought was a space barrier trapping Suen, turned out to only control them. They had never anticipated that Suen would awaken such a rare spatial ability. At this time, a soft and cautious voice came through the communicator. Damn, we need to find a way to pinpoint Suen's location and take him out, otherwise, we're afraid we won't last until the barrier opens. Mr. Lloyd, what should we do now? Before an answer could be given, someone in the communicator suddenly said faintly, Hey, haven't you noticed that our entire plan from start to finish has been in Suen's grasp? You mean? The conversation was cut off halfway, and the communicator fell silent. Everyone understood their communication channel had been intercepted. Suen, listening to the silence in the communicator, knew that his eavesdropping had finally been discovered, and chuckled to himself, only now they realize. But it didn't matter. The plan was going smoother than expected. At this point, those guys couldn't possibly turn the tables. Now, the only uncertainty for Suen was whether he could kill all the second tiers in this space before the enemy's main forces arrived. Of course, the enemies were all well-known veteran second-tier professionals, and naturally, they wouldn't be captured without a fight. Suen glanced at the threads drifting down from above and narrowed his eyes slightly. The puppet show begins. Hey! Chapter 176, It seems like a big harvest. The puppeteer Lloyd, who could be called the master of puppets, naturally had real skills. His mastery of puppetry was such that there might be one or two people in the whole of Old Lingdon who could match him, but definitely none who could be said to be stronger. Black smoke enveloped the entire sealed space, and just when everyone was at a loss, the black lines on the huge cross in the sky suddenly burst forth, spreading wildly. Countless black lines touched anything they could coil around, immediately binding them up. At this time, someone shouted in the smoke, Don't panic, this is Mr. Lloyd's puppetry trick, everyone, do not resist. The black lines, like thin snakes, probed everywhere, binding people and objects they encountered. Even the corpses on the ground were animated like marionettes. The number of black lines was immense, covering almost the entire space, leaving no place to hide. It was as if a hidden hand was manipulating the huge cross in the sky, turning the vast sealed space into a giant puppet theater. Puppets on strings wandered all around. An almost inescapable puppetry secret technique, truly living up to its reputation. Suen watched, his brows slightly furrowed. His own puppets were also entangled in the black lines around him. He tried to control a puppet, which struggled for a moment, then immediately triggered a chain reaction. Countless black lines surged over, directly grinding the puppet into pieces. Moreover, this commotion caused the nearby puppets under control to swarm over as well. Seeing the black lines covering the entire space, Suen knew it was time to get serious. The previous battles could be won with tricks, but now it was time to compete in strength. This was Lloyd's theater, where the black lines restricted everyone's ability to move and hide in the space. There was no choice but to face it head-on. Seeing the black lines about to cover him, if he were bound, he wouldn't even be able to escape with spatial teleportation. Even the abhorred zombies were the same. Suen had no intention of running away. He narrowed his eyes at the black lines and murmured, Good, let's see how the methods of a traditional puppet master fare. With that thought, his gaze suddenly became sharp as a blade. The next instant, he no longer concealed his aura, unleashing the second-order prosthesis, and his silvery threads surged wildly, rushing towards the cross in the sky. Black lines against silver threads. Thousand threads against thousand threads. Suen possessed infinite hair, and although his technique was somewhat lacking, he was not afraid of the puppeteer Lloyd. It was at this moment. The black lines found a resistant target and instantly converged. Countless silver hairs and black lines tangled together, becoming a chaotic mess in a very short time. Just like the scene in the White Monastery. Both sides were once again locked in a struggle. At this moment, Lloyd's voice came through the communicator again, We've pinpointed his location, 45 degrees to the southwest of the space. This notification was naturally intended to expose Suen's position to the other 5 second-order individuals, hoping to replay the tactic of besieging the witch as before. Suen snorted in his heart, fearless. Now that he was trapped on the spot, he pulled out another spatial scroll, and upon unsealing it, another 20 or 30 puppets appeared out of thin air. He wasn't just controlling threads with his hands, he also had 8 spider spears. The spider spears manipulated dozens of puppets, shielding him tightly. Suen was restricted by the threads, and as soon as his position was exposed, the puppet army controlled by the black lines also converged towards his location. Originally, after Lloyd's puppet theater was deployed, it was a very spectacular battle scene. Whether it was melee, magic, assassin, mechanic, any other profession, in this theater, they were all his marionettes. Even if one had means to resist the black lines, they would still have to face the siege of countless black lines and the puppet army. Puppets could not be killed, even if limbs were severed, they could still kill. In the end, those trapped in the theater could only be worn down to death. However, if both were puppet masters, especially both fused with thousand threads alchemical prosthesis, the fight became very uninteresting. Suen never thought he could win over this master of puppets in puppetry. In this confrontation, he directly gave up the puppetry tactic. Then, he released countless silver hairs, simply and brutally entangling the opponent's puppets. Suen's witch hair was infinite, but Lloyd's Tesmac's iron threadworms were limited. With this entanglement, both sides could stop playing with puppets and just focus on the struggle. In terms of puppet control, Suen was far inferior to the master of puppets. But when it came to wrestling, he was not to be underestimated. Moreover, after Suen took control of all the black lines from the cross above, he could then divide his attention to control his own puppets. He also felt that since he was controlled, it was time for the enemy to make a move. Sure enough, as soon as they tangled, Lloyd's loud shout came from the darkness, "Damn it, he really fused with infinite hair, act quickly. This kid is tricky, I can't hold on for long." There was still a glimmer of hope before. Thinking that even if Suen got the witch's head, it would be useless. After all, the dark gold quality infinite hair had extremely strong curse properties, and to refine it into a prosthesis required a very high tolerance value. Even Dans Jr., the young master of the inner city's top layer, had to downgrade to fuse with it. He could only choose some inferior ingredients to refine, lowering the containment value of the finished prosthesis, and forcibly refining the dark gold main material into a golden prosthesis product, to ensure that the body would not deform after fusion. But now, after a try, the toughness, strength, and tension of this hair were all astonishingly exaggerated. Lloyd immediately realized that this was definitely not a downgraded prosthesis. Golden level? No, it was definitely dark gold level. If anyone knew what Lloyd was thinking at this moment, they would think Suen was a monster. Dans Oliver was the young master of the inner city's top layer, with the best breathing techniques and cultivation resources. He had to downgrade to fuse with the alchemical prosthesis, so how could a wanted criminal from the outer city succeed in fusion? Only a puppet master could truly appreciate the power of this infinite hair. If he wasn't killed today, he would truly become a terror once he grew up. In the thick smoke, originally blind to sight, this loud shout sounded like Lloyd had carelessly exposed his position due to anxiety. Both sides were wrestling, and Suen couldn't move his position, so Lloyd couldn't move either. Exposing his position was the best opportunity for a killing blow. Just swinging the scythe seemed like it would easily kill the dwarf master. But Suen wasn't fooled. Instead, his expression turned stern, and he focused his attention on his surroundings. How could he not know that the guy had a very special alchemical item that perfectly countered Supernose's night scythe? The Oliver family's search for items to counter the Black Scythe's curse could fool others, but not the Umbrella organization. What they thought was a surefire sneaky tactic was already known to Suen through Sabina. This loud shout was simply to attract firepower. Tisk tisk, old schemer. If Suen really swung his scythe in that direction, not only would he fail to kill the dwarf, but he would also be attacked by the other second-order individuals during the moment he struck. Thinking of this, a mocking smile crossed his eyes. He pretended not to notice and controlled the abhorred zombie to raise the black scythe, as if he was about to slash in the direction of the sound. Now that the zombie was covered in revealing powder, its movements couldn't be hidden. It was at this moment of action that the enemy reacted extremely quickly. Suen suddenly felt a needle-like murderous intent coming from behind, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." The malice approached at a high speed, almost instantly appearing behind Suen. At this time, the person arrived, and only then did his ears belatedly hear a series of explosive sounds of footsteps treading on air, pop, pop, pop. If this slash was really aimed forward, even if Suen reacted quickly, he wouldn't have time to defend. He would definitely be attacked from behind. However, to the surprise of the attacker, Suen's slash was just a feint. As soon as it was raised, it suddenly changed direction and slashed behind him. With this speed, it had to be the Viper Bright Jars, a second-order professional assassin who was very good at stealth and assassination. The timing of this slash was just right to hit Bright. Seeing the black scythe suddenly turn its blade, Bright was also stunned. He hadn't even managed to strike, and the scythe had already slashed at his forehead. The momentum of his rush left him no room to turn back, and he instinctively blocked with his dagger in front of him. Normally, even if a melee professional was discovered during a sneak attack, they could still block and retreat unharmed. Unfortunately, the black scythe was an exception. With one slash, it smoothly cut through. The famed dagger was cut into 2 pieces, and then a hand's width of a blood gash was smoothly cut across his neck, with blood spurting wildly from the wound. Bright didn't even have a chance to react, and his body completely lost its vitality. Suen silently counted to himself, 4 slashes have been made, and 1 more will trigger the curse backlash. After killing the assassin, he didn't let his guard down. Because at the same time as he acted, malice also came from 3 other directions. In front of him, he heard a sharp hiss. This was clearly the sound of a steam boiler venting violently. Even without seeing, he knew that a mechanical warrior was charging at him. The steam boiler's energy storage made a lot of noise, and the friction sound of the mechanical arms joints couldn't be hidden from a master, so this guy had been hiding and didn't dare to make a sound. Only after storing energy could he rush forward, so he was half a beat slower than the assassin. Moreover, not only from the front, but Suen also felt intense elemental fluctuations from both sides. In the thick black smoke, red and purple glows flashed. In the blink of an eye, a scorching chain of fire and a lightning bolt were upon him. At this moment, Suen's eyes were devoid of any other emotion, only an almost numb calm. His brain was like a high-speed machine, controlling his body to make the most appropriate response. With the control of the spider spear, the black hole puppet spread its arms into a horn shape, a black vortex appeared, and as soon as the fire chain and lightning touched him, they were rapidly sucked in. The puppet opened its mouth again, and the magic of thunder and fire was spat out onto the face of the mechanical warrior who was charging at him. At this moment, the advantage of having many hands was immediately apparent. While manipulating the puppets, Suen's right hand quickly drew his gun and continuously pulled the trigger towards the left. Bang! 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 3 special booms of alchemical bullets exploded in the eardrums. To the left was the Thunder Mage Raphael Jimha, and to the right was the Fire Mage Nidam David. In such a situation, it was obviously too difficult to shoot a 4-fold shot, but using a 3-fold shot to hit the fragile Thunder Sorcerer was still no problem. Suen couldn't see the positions of the 2, but he judged their directions from the sounds of their spells. 3 shots fired, and a muffled groan was heard, clearly someone was hit. Suen didn't bother with them, with the black hole doll around, the sorcerer's abilities were reduced by 70%. Moreover, he didn't have time to bother. Because at this time, the mechanical warrior in front had already rushed to his face. Iron Tiger Rain Lute, a retired junior lieutenant of the old Lingdun City Defense, now the captain of the Oliver family's guard. This guy had a high degree of mechanical modification and high-tech content. Mechanical armor covered his entire body, with advanced magic resistance runes and enchanted plating. The 2 weakened spells did almost no harm to him, not hindering his charge at all. Suen didn't expect the 2 spells to stop the mechanical warrior in front of him, but the black scythe had just been swung and couldn't be retracted in time. At this moment, his ability to multitask was pushed to the extreme. As his right hand fired the gun, his left hand also suddenly pulled, and countless threads in front of him converged into a dense giant net. Another heavy explosion-proof puppet was pulled in front of him. Just a brief moment later, the mechanical warrior Rain, relying on the powerful thrust of the jet propulsion device, brutally broke into the net. His mechanical body paused slightly, then broke countless threads and rushed out of the net. Using the inertia to gather strength, he slammed a punch forward, blasting the explosion-proof puppet into pieces. After 2 interceptions, his strength was exhausted by 70%. But even so, he still reached Suen. Rain knew he only had one chance to punch, the steam boiler couldn't store too much energy, and he punched Suen in the chest with another fierce blow. He was very confident that although this punch was not strong enough, it was enough to kill any ordinary second-order non-melee professional on the spot. Even if he clearly felt the presence of an alloy shield on his chest. Pfft! Hit in the chest, Suen's figure swayed. He couldn't hold back the burning sensation in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on his bloodied lips. The damage was still within expectations. It had to be said that in terms of defense, speed, and strength, the mechanical warrior indeed had advantages that other professionals couldn't compare with. But in terms of reaction to sudden stops and changes in direction, the lag was also obvious. He didn't die from this strike. The one who died was the opponent. The toughness of Suen's body was such that a punch like this was not enough to kill him. He didn't make any superfluous movements, a flick of the spider spear, and the abhorred zombie beside him had already swung the scythe around. The appearance of the spatial rift, unreasonably, cut a smooth trace on Rain's indestructible mechanical armor. Swish! Blood spurted wildly, and Rain Lute's head was directly chopped off. Another one dead. And at this time, the abhorred zombie also made the fifth slash, triggering the curse backlash immediately. Even through the body bag, he could feel the state of blood bursting. Suen took a couple of breaths and looked around, but found that the abhorred zombie hadn't turned into a pile of corpses. It was a small pleasant surprise. This meant that the abhorred had once again survived the 5/backlash, and the wounds were healing quickly. Suen squinted at the direction of Lloyd in the black smoke, with a hint of mockery in his smile. Tisk tisk, it seems, luck is still on my side. 6 second-order professionals in the space, now 2 more of the most threatening melee professionals were killed. The fate of Thunder Mage Raphael Jimha, who was shot, was unknown. There were still the puppeteer Lloyd, Fire Mage Nidam, and the cotter of the Crow Gang Blood Crowlang Pharaoh left. Of course, even if the abhorred died, it wouldn't be a big problem. Suen's storage space still had 2 ordinary zombies as backups. Previously, due to the lack of storage space, it was inconvenient to carry zombies, so he didn't bother with them. But now, he wasn't short of zombies. Moreover, even without using the scythe, the threat of the remaining few magic professionals was not that great anymore. Today, it seems like a big harvest. Chapter 177, Less Struggle for 10 Years. This round of attack was probably also the last joint effort of the experts from the Oliver family. Suen slashed 2 second-tier melee fighters and severely wounded a spellcaster. The few who were still alive didn't make a sound anymore. Without the restraint of melee professionals, the ranged spellcasters didn't dare to show their faces. If they cast spells again, the spatial rifts created by the black scythe would definitely be faster than their casting speed. Having taken a heavy punch to the chest and with his blood still churning, Suen didn't rush to make any big moves. He casually harvested the ash mist fragments from the corpses of Iron Tiger Rain Lute and Viper Bright Gals beside him, gaining a large amount of melee experience. It must be said, the quality of the souls of the inner city professionals was indeed very high. Rain was originally a professional from the inner city military academy. With this harvest, Suen directly gained a wealth of military-grade mechanical knowledge and various military insights. In terms of mechanical knowledge alone, this was the highest quality harvest he had ever had. Half of the 6 second-tier enemies in the space were gone, and the most critical moment had passed. As his churning blood settled, Suen calmly took out 2 more undead corpses and replaced the black scythe. That magician Lloyd indeed had a treasure that could resist the black scythe's attack, but using it was not without cost. 2 ordinary undead plus an abomination could normally strike 10 consecutive blows. That was enough to kill him. Suen smiled lightly in his heart, slightly flexing his fingers, and controlled the undead to slash towards the location from where the sound had come. His ability to determine position by sound had already pinpointed Lloyd's exact location. But the target was small, so the arc of this slash was very wide, to ensure a hit. As the slash came down, the undead wielding the blade triggered an immediate backlash, suddenly bursting into 2 pieces. However, Suen didn't care. Because at that moment, he heard a faint noise, like the sound of glass beads shattering. Suen smiled lightly, knowing he had hit his mark. At the same time, he had also pinpointed Lloyd's exact coordinates. Now it's simple. He calmly switched the black scythe to another undead and swung the blade again, another slash down. In the smoke, another clink of a faint shattering sound came. Then another slash, and another sound. Suen thought he would have to slash 5 times, as the information he had was that the glove could hold 5 curse source crystals. But after the 3rd slash, as he was about to swing the 4th, the mindset of that dwarf master collapsed. 3 slashes and still 3 more to go. Endless. Being fixed in place as a target, anyone's mindset would probably collapse. Suen watched as the cross in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the black line he was wrestling with also lost its strength at the same time. Ah! A painful scream came from the thick smoke. Suen knew that the spell had collapsed, and Lloyd had suffered a backlash. With the collapse of the puppet theater, Suen was no longer restricted and let out a breath of relief. The last threat was gone, and he felt a great relief. He collected his hair and controlled the puppet to rush towards the direction of the sound. Upon closer inspection, in front of a broken building guarded by more than a dozen heavy armored knight puppets, Lloyd was already lying there, spitting blood, on the brink of death. Seeing that he still had a breath, Suen raised his gun and pulled the trigger without any courtesy, sending him on his way. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and Lloyd fell dead in response, and the more than a dozen black knights also instantly collapsed into pieces of various sizes. These more than a dozen heavy armored knights were also the famous puppet legion of this puppet master, 12 heavy armored knights. They were treasures excavated from ancient ruins as well. Forged from a special alloy, they were light, easy to control, and sturdily crafted puppets. Much better quality than the intermediate explosion-proof dolls Suen was currently making. Unfortunately, against the space rifts that ignored obstacles, they had no chance to be used. Looking at the ash mist emerging from the corpse, Suen then walked through the debris. With a wave of his hand, he devoured the fragments. A flood of memories instantly surged into his mind. You have obtained Lloyd Rodney's memory fragments 5. You have gained a piece of information. There is an ancient relic in the Oliver family's treasury, which is a perfect match for my puppetry lineage. You have gained some puppet-making experience. You have obtained secret art puppet theater, incomplete. You have mastered the control thread technique secret technique 100-finger dance. You have gained a large amount of puppetry experience. Mental strength plus 0.7. After a moment of rest, a growing joy began to emerge in Suen's eyes. This fishing ambush was largely for this guy. And the harvest was richer than expected. Suen quickly digested those memory fragments in his mind, his eyes unable to hide his joy. He muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, I didn't expect to actually strip away puppet theater. Instantly, his mind was filled with detailed controls of that secret technique, as well as Lloyd's years of combat experience. This made Suen feel an instant sense of fulfillment. Directly stripping away such a finished skill with a high proficiency saved him at least several years of hard cultivation. Looking at the incomplete mark, he didn't care much. Although he didn't know which part was missing, he had a complete scroll of the technique's detailed explanation in his hand. When he returned, he could slowly compare and immediately complete it. And the surprises were not just stripping away puppet theater. That 100-finger dance technique was also a skill that all puppet masters dream of. Lloyd's ability to control so many threads was directly related to this control thread technique he had honed through thousands of trials. It wasn't that he had 100 fingers, but because his thread control skills were so refined that his 10 fingers moved as if 100 were dancing. This was a truly master-level thread control technique. Normal puppet masters would have to practice hard for several years, even more than a decade, and that also depended on their learning talent. Suen achieved it in one step. It couldn't be anything but a great surprise. He gained 2 scarce puppetry techniques and a bunch of puppetry fragments and crafting skills. Suen felt that this was the real big win. Stripping away Lloyd's fragments, his own proficiency in the field of puppetry surged dramatically. Not to say he reached master level, but at least expert. This was the gain of less struggle for 10 years. And finally, there was a piece of obsession in the memory fragments. A core subject that fits puppetry well. Suen looked at the information, his eyes narrowing slightly. What could be the treasure that even the puppet master Lloyd coveted? But in the Oliver family's treasury, even if he coveted it, it seemed impossible to obtain. Suddenly, looking at the slowly gathering prosthesis on the corpse, an idea popped into Suen's mind. Perhaps, there was still a chance? Suen pulled off several storage rings from Lloyd's hand. He glanced at them, and a large amount of puppet materials and finished products were all good things he could use. It had to be said, as Dan's Jr.'s teacher, this guy really had a lot of good stuff. Last time he harvested a bunch from killing his alchemical golem, and now he had so much more. Tisk tisk. Suen didn't look closely at the items in the storage rings. At this time, he also took off a glove from the other hand of the dwarf. The glove seemed to be woven from silver threads, very soft to the touch, with 5 gems embedded on the back of the hand. 3 of them were already shattered, and 2 were intact. This guy was able to withstand 3 spatial slashes from the black scythe without exploding, all thanks to this glove. Upon identification, Suen felt like he had struck it big again. Cronus's Space Glove. Description: an ancient alchemist, bored, transformed a spoils of war space magical device into a crude alchemical product, just so his rival couldn't teleport away during a duel. Details: the glove solidifies the super tier spell Titan's Grasp, duration 8/15, consuming energy to cast the spell, solidifying space in the target area and imprisoning any space fluctuations within that area not higher than the spell's own law level. Of course, it can also consume energy to passively resist a space rift near the wearer. Minimum energy consumption 1 unit of curse source crystal per use. Evaluation: this is a very chicken rib alchemical item, consuming 10 times the energy to cast a not very practical spell, but in reality, it is a space magical device. Space affinity plus 30%, space spell power amplification 7/16%. Suen looked at the detailed explanation of the glove and felt a mix of laughter and tears. Wasn't this supposed to be a ceiling item? Obviously, it wasn't. The glove was borrowed by Dans Jr. from the Clark family. It seems that even the Clark family, as the owner of the item, didn't fully understand its use. However, after seeing the detailed explanation of the glove, Suen's expression became a bit strange. They borrowed this thing, which indeed was very restraining to his abilities. But it shouldn't be used like this. If they had found a professional with space abilities to actively cast Titan's Grasp and solidify the space around Suen, he wouldn't even be able to teleport, and he would be finished on the spot. But they only understood a passive ability and used it to resist the Black Scythe's attack. Probably because they thought the cost of experimentation was too great, and the ability was too chicken rib? Suen raised an eyebrow, guessing why the Clark family didn't fully understand the use of this glove. After all, it really is a very chicken rib ability. Suen looked at the 3 shattered gems on the glove, not knowing what to say. These gems were not small in origin. They were called curse source crystals. The same kind as the hard currency curse crystals. Ordinary curse crystal equals 10,000 reso. Top grade crystal 100,000. Curse source crystal, valued at 10 million, and that's the theoretical price. These top tier gems, said to only produce 1 or 2 from a vein, were priceless on the market. Even the financial tycoons of the inner city didn't have many, and they were extremely scarce strategic resources that money couldn't buy. But it was such a huge consumption, and the spell cast couldn't control people, nor did it have any damage, it just solidified space, preventing the target from casting space spells to escape. Even the information Sabina got thought it was a ceiling item. Suen had just slashed 3 times to prevent a long night of dreams. 1 billion per slash, it seemed a bit painful. However, Suen never dwelled on the unchangeable past. There were still 2 intact ones. Just the gems alone were worth 200 million. This was the most valuable trophy so far. He tried on the glove on his left hand and found that it didn't affect his finger dexterity at all, nor did it interfere with his thread control. Moreover, regardless of whether the Titan's Grasp skill was chicken rib, Suen valued the other properties of the glove more. He himself already possessed space abilities, and once he put on the glove, the space affinity plus 30% boost property was immediately felt. He reached out and grabbed in front of him, and space immediately twisted into ripples, much easier than before. Very nice. Suen suddenly became quite fond of it. With this glove on, his ability to control space visibly surged by several degrees. This space magical device, in the hands of a space ability user, could truly show its power. This time, it was really a loophole. The rich spoils of war brought Suen continuous surprises. But he didn't look any further. There were still a few survivors in this space, and he couldn't be careless. Although they probably wouldn't show up again. Originally, Suen's plan was to leave here after killing the magician Lloyd. After all, the barrier was now full of thick smoke, and it was impossible for Suen to find those few survivors in a short time. The longer he delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive outside. But now, he had a new idea: try the new spell. Thinking of this, Suen suddenly became interested, his hands forming 36 mysterious sorcerer's seals. The next second, a blue 6-pointed star array that almost covered the entire sealed space lit up in the sky, and a huge cross phantom slowly condensed from the alchemical array into reality. Yes. He was casting Puppet Secret Art Puppet Theater. Although he didn't know what was missing from this sorcerer, the basic functions were unaffected. It was at the moment this spell was condensed that countless silver hairs floated out of the sky. Suen formed the sorcerer's seal, feeling connected to the cross in the sky, as if it was an extension of his own body. That magical feeling, the threads extending out, felt like his perception was slowly spreading in all directions. It wasn't that his mental power could focus on every thread, but like a spider web, whenever a thread touched something, it would immediately send back information. For example, the two simplest pieces of information, inanimate, animate. Suen had infinite hair, and he paid special attention to one direction. He quickly found the one he had shot earlier, Raphael Jimha. Sure enough, he wasn't dead, and that guy was hiding in a corner and didn't come out. Once the thread went there was immediately a movement, like someone touching the hair on his body, and Suen immediately sensed it. He caught one. Suen felt the prey in the net struggling and controlled more threads to surge in that direction. Probably because of the severe injury, it quickly became motionless. Not far away, Suen walked over and saw the purple-robed sorcerer who had been strangled in the pile of threads. The ash mist had already emerged, and after harvesting a bunch, he gained a lot of rune, casting, and alchemy knowledge experience. At this moment, Suen truly appreciated the power of puppet theater. In this space, the enemy can't hit you, but you can easily kill anyone. Within the range of this theater, the caster can control everything. The silver hair spread endlessly, and soon found several more survivors from the siege team. Suen didn't need to go there himself, and they were strangled one by one. There were still 2 second-tier professionals hiding in the space. It was during the spread of the silver hair that they hadn't realized what was happening. But as the threads wrapped around them, panicked voices came through the communicator. "Damn it, Lloyd, what are you doing? Nidam, be careful, these threads aren't Lloyd's, they're Suen's." How is that possible? How could he know puppet theater? Anyone would probably be puzzled. How could a wanted criminal suddenly know the unique secret art of Lloyd's lineage? But puzzled or not, they still had to fight. The prey in the net struggled more and more fiercely. Suddenly, the communicator transmitted the angry curses of Blood Raven Langpharaoh again. That kid might have some fast learning skill talent, or a cursed item. Damn it, our operation plan has been completely exposed, there's a mole around Dan's Jr. Suen listened without any change in expression. It didn't matter if they guessed it, at this point, they couldn't turn the tables anymore. Although they were second-tier professionals with strong methods, the two were trapped by threads and still struggling to fight back, but their positions were completely exposed, and they were sealed in a limited area. Suen didn't have time to waste with them, he raised his hand and the black scythe slashed over. On the other side, because the hair had already caught someone's foot, he pulled out his fire gun and fired 3 precise shots. Both sides fell silent at the same time. Suen walked over, first stripping the soul of the fire mage Nidam. Then, upon closer inspection, the Blood Raven Langpharaoh's corpse actually harvested the soul of a first-tier professional named Roz. Suen let out a light sigh, then realized something. He chuckled, these guys from the Crow Gang really have some strange life-saving abilities. The attire was Langpharaoh's, and so was the storage ring. There was no heartbeat or breathing nearby, this feigned death was flawless. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled. But the soul fragments couldn't be faked. This corpse was just a scapegoat. Suen looked at the more than a dozen corpses nearby, unable to tell where the guy was hiding. But he didn't want to waste time. Without warning, he pulled out Blue Demon and chose to shoot each corpse. Pop! 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 Just as he was about to shoot each corpse again, one of the corpses suddenly came to life. Langpharaoh realized his feigned death had been discovered and whooshed up. He wanted to escape, but how could Suen leave this guy alive? At such a close distance, Thunder Snake was drawn, and 3 more shots were fired, hitting the back of the heart. The body crashed down, and Langpharaoh's face still held an incredulous expression. With this, all 6 second-tier professionals in the space were killed. Chapter 178, Doraemon, Su. In the vast cursed space, the phosphorescent flames continued to burn. The high temperature and dense smoke had reached the point where one couldn't see their own fingers in front of them. Fortunately, thanks to the all-encompassing silk threads of the puppet theater, Suen was able to precisely locate the 100+ corpses. This search yielded countless spoils of war. Hundreds of storage rings, alchemical prosthetics, professional materials, equipment, firearms and ammunition, steam machinery. If it weren't for Suen's own storage space, he wouldn't have been able to take much of it with him. Of course, in addition to the spoils, Suen also harvested over 100 soul fragments. It must be said, the quality of the soul fragments from Oliver's elite team was much higher than those from the outer city. During the battle between the Cross Society and the Steam Party, Suen harvested the fragments of several hundred people. The quantity was substantial, but in terms of quality, they were far inferior to this 100-man elite team. In the outer city gangs, most were brutes who barely recognized a few common characters. They possessed plenty of strange knowledge and practical skills, but almost no alchemical knowledge. Whereas nearly everyone in this 100-man team was from the inner city. Not to mention the few second-tier professionals, even the dozens of first-tier professionals, and even the ordinary team members were literate, many having studied in the academy system. After this harvest, Suen felt that the gaps in his foundational knowledge were instantly filled. Mechanics, runes, various techniques, tracking skills, wilderness experience, monster compendium, bomb mastery, swordsmanship, rope binding, jailbreak techniques, cooking, flirting. These elite team members each had their own areas of expertise. With this harvest, Suen felt like he had amassed a vast amount of knowledge in various fields. Of course, the cost of harvesting so many soul fragments in such a short time was not small. Suen hadn't dared to carefully digest the excess information and just crammed it into his mind. Even so, it was like being drunk, his head heavy and foggy. After digesting some, he continued to harvest. He also discovered a pattern. After his mental strength value increased, the efficiency of absorption was much higher, and the heavy feeling became weaker and weaker. Suen was constantly calculating the time. For an ordinary professional to travel from the camp to this location at full speed, it would take about half an hour. If they had to accommodate the speed of a puppeteer with a weak physique like Dan's Jr., it would probably take an hour. So Suen wasn't in a hurry and stayed in the sealed space for about half an hour. After harvesting the spoils of war and having enough time to gather the bodies, he set them on fire to destroy the evidence. After doing all this, he found a direction near the ceiling barrier, opened a spatial gate, and stepped through. The scenery changed all around him, from a smoke-filled environment to a low, dilapidated building. Suen looked around. It was roughly the position he had estimated before being sealed, a location he had observed in advance. The spatial gate was concealed by the dilapidated building, perfectly avoiding the line of sight of others. When he emerged, there were already many people piled up outside the barrier, from all four directions. The Oliver family had deployed dozens of teams in the southern ruins of the city to ensure Suen's capture, ensuring nothing went wrong. The barrier couldn't be opened, nor could they see inside. These late pursuers, bored from waiting, were gathered around the barrier, whispering to each other about the operation. "Hey, do you think Mr. Lloyd and his team caught that wanted criminal? Isn't that obvious? Once the barrier is sealed, not even a fly can escape. Pity, I was a bit too far away and missed out on that easy bonus." Dan's Jr. said there would be a reward for participating in the encirclement, and a hefty one for capturing that guy. Yeah, the third team got lucky. "Hey, do you think that SS-ranked fugitive Suen really has 3 heads and 6 arms? I heard that this time, there were no less than 5 second-tier professionals involved in the hunt. Who knows? An SS-ranked fugitive definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. But it seems there were not only 5 second-tier, but maybe 7 or 8. We'll let you in on a secret, but don't spread it around. The reason Dan's Jr. is so frantic is related to the last monastery hunt. It's said that the young master suffered a big loss last time, got his materials stolen, and even had a few second-tier professionals killed by Suen. Cut it out, that's an exaggeration, right? Suen is just relying on having 2 sealed items. Give them to me, and I could do it too." Suen casually listened to a few sentences from inside the dilapidated building, didn't step out, and roughly figured out the enemy's position. There were quite a few enemies outside, but without any second-tier professionals, they posed almost no threat. More and more teams were returning, and he had no intention of staying here any longer. Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly heard gunshots. Then, there was no movement from those outside. "They haven't caught him yet, huh? That guy sure can jump around. I heard that guy alone wiped out the 15th team to the north. If it weren't for the patrol team discovering him, he almost managed to break the barrier. Let's all be careful. The patrol team is responsible for the pursuit, we just need to guard the barrier. But speaking of which, Suen's accomplice is really loyal, to dare come alone in this situation to face death." Suen frowned upon hearing this. "My accomplice?" His eyes shifted, and he immediately thought of something. During the ambush at the trading location, he remembered someone blocking the follow-up shots from the Gun King Geiger. Suen immediately guessed who it was. The sound of gunfire moved towards the depths of the northern ruins. Suen didn't delay, formed the sorcerer's seal with his hands, teleported several times, and escaped the surveillance of those people. He followed the direction from which the gunshots had come and saw an elite 10-man squad supporting 2 injured members, cautiously heading back towards the barrier. Suen originally wanted to go up and ask for directions, but suddenly, his ears twitched, and he noticed something. Looking again, a figure burst out from the mist in the distance, clearly a hooded assassin flickering in and out of visibility. The person was incredibly fast, moving like a ghost, flickering in and out. The entire body was pressed low, as if to stick to the ground. Even more eerie was that his feet seemed not to be stepping on the ground, but on the air. Air stepping. Suen recognized this technique from his memory. He had seen it once before, used by the Thousand Strands Smoke Ghost. It was a very high-end secret technique, requiring extreme coordination of the body and explosive muscle strength. Only a few second-tier melee professionals knew it. If it weren't for his improved eyesight, it would be teleportation level speed. Suen raised an eyebrow as the person, like a ghost, darted through the crowd. The figure passed, and only then did a series of explosions sound in the air, pop pop pop. Then, a burst of gunfire, tap tap tap. Bullets sparked everywhere on the ruins, but the hooded assassin had already vanished. In the crowd, a scream rang out as a soldier's neck was slit open, blood gushing out. The cut was cunningly placed in a gap not covered by mechanical bones, killing him instantly. Damn it! Damn it! The team leader was livid with rage but helpless. Suen recognized the cloaked figure and murmured, "It's really K." Saying this, he didn't delay and teleported into the midst of the group. Before they could understand what happened, 8 spider spears pierced through, and the bodies fell in unison. Suen knew K was nearby and called out into the thick fog, "Captain, long time no see." Hearing this, the hooded man, although his face was not clear, his scrutinizing gaze was obviously shocked. An elite squad, wiped out in a single encounter? Looking at the familiar dark golden 8-armed spider spear, Kay recognized the person as Suen. Suen cleaned up the spoils from the bodies, threw an incendiary grenade to burn the evidence, and then said to Kay indifferently, "Let's go, we'll talk somewhere else." Saying that, he glanced at Kay and led the way deeper into the ruins. The hooded assassin hesitated on the spot for a moment. He looked at that figure and decided to follow. Suen walked ahead. Kay followed at a distance, not saying a word. 2 friends who once had a life and death bond were caught in an awkward atmosphere. Suen raised an eyebrow. He had a strange feeling. Kay was still alive, but his soul seemed to have died. Finally, after walking for a while, Suen found a place that was not easy to be surrounded and stopped. Not that he didn't want to go further, but he noticed that Kay had a gunshot wound. Suen found a stone stump to sit on and then tossed over a potent healing potion. Kay caught it instinctively, looked at it, and seemed hesitant. He also found a stone to sit on, holding the potion in his hand without moving, seemingly indifferent to his own wound. The atmosphere not only didn't ease but became even more awkward. Thinking it over, Suen broke the silence and said, "Thanks for just now." Whether it was blocking the shots from Gun King Geiger or coming to the barrier, he was risking his life to save someone. Even alone, he tried his best to save someone. Suen knew that this was still the same Captain K. K's gaze was evasive, he didn't look at Suen but stared at the contours of the buildings deep in the ruins, becoming more profound. After a long silence, he uttered 3 words, "I'm sorry." Suen heard deep self-blame in his tone but shook his head, "Captain, I've never blamed you, you don't need to be so hard on yourself." Although Suen didn't know what had happened to K, he knew that after the transport incident, it must have been tough for him. The smoke ghost, whom he trusted like a father, turned out to be a traitor to the Cross Society, and a chance he thought would lead to great success ended up killing his most trusted brother. Kay shook his head and said, "I've been clinging to life just to say I'm sorry to you." But having said that, he seemed relieved and finally turned to look directly at Suen, then took off his hood and smiled at Suen, "Brother, I'm happy to see you're still alive, and I'm glad you've become so strong." The smile was sincere, and his eyes twinkled with relief. At that moment, there was finally a sign of life in him, but his words sounded more like a farewell, the smile fading, and the last bit of attachment to the world gone. Finally, Suen understood why he wasn't in a hurry to tend to his own injuries. The half-face covered in grotesque tumors and the lifeless state of mind made it seem as if he was looking at a corpse that had walked out of the grave. "I must have scared you, Hui." Kay laughed self-deprecatingly. Clearly, he knew he wouldn't live long. He didn't want to say more, stood up, and said, "All right, I've said what I needed to. Seeing you alive, I have no regrets." Kay put on his hood, tossed the potion back to Suen, and chuckled, "I won't live for a few more days anyway, so there's no point in wasting such a good potion." Suen looked at the potion in his hand, his gaze complex. Kay grinned, finally showing that signature radiant smile, "In the next life, I'll still be your brother." But it seemed he hadn't smiled in a long time, and the expression felt foreign to him. The smile hadn't fully formed before it was withdrawn. After a pause, he looked uncertainly at Suen and added, "I hope you won't mind." Seeing Kay about to leave, Suen thought of something, shook his head, and called out, "Captain, wait." Kay turned back with a puzzled look. Suen didn't waste words and tossed him 2 potions. Looking at the potions in his hand, Kay frowned, even more puzzled. Suen didn't wait for him to ask and directly said, "The blue one is a mutation suppression potion, which should solve your problem after injection. The green one, you should recognize, it's the X serum we robbed together from the Steam Party convoy." Kay looked at the 2 vials, his gaze growing complex. Doubt, amazement, bewilderment, but most of all, disbelief. Could mutations be reversed? But when he saw that green vial, it seemed to trigger memories of that robbery they had pulled off, and a hint of reminiscence crossed his face. Thinking back, if it weren't for Suen's formidable strength, they would have been in big trouble that time. And now, it felt like that happened a very long time ago. Kay's eyes suddenly deepened. Suen didn't give him much time to think and went on to explain in detail, "The X serum has a 75% chance of significantly enhancing your physical strength after injection, and a 25% chance of death. But from what I've seen, your body has a high tolerance for mutations, so the success rate of the injection should be quite high. You can choose to inject the X serum first, then the suppression inhibitor. Of course, there's a minor side effect, it will turn your skin blue for a long period of time. Usually, once a mutation occurs, humans would lose their will and turn into monsters in a very short time. But Kay's condition was quite special. Suen had seen it once in the Bell Tower Freak's space. He was sustained solely by his willpower, not fully mutated. But it was a dead end sooner or later. To be honest, Kay owned half of those X serum vials. Now that Suen was confident, it was only natural for him to give one to Kay. Hearing this series of unbelievable statements, Kay's expression became very rich. In his current situation, death was certain for anyone, yet Suen was talking about saving him? Doubt? No, he had none. It was just that, he felt very complicated. Kay looked at Suen, then at the vial in his hand, as if he was back in the days when he was still with the Cross Society. In those desperate times, Suen always managed to bring him hope for life in an unbelievable way. Kay thought of something and smiled. But then he let out a bitter laugh. The light that had just sparked in his eyes suddenly extinguished. He shook his head, not dwelling on the vial, but said, "I'm now a peripheral member of the Umbrella Organization. They kept me alive to find clues about you through me. I've been clinging to life just to see you and say I'm sorry. Now, I have no regrets. Even if I could live, I wouldn't continue to work for them." The life that Smoke Ghost had arranged for him was not what he wanted. Suen, then defect. It's not that simple. Kay's tone was heavy, as if he was shackled by an invisible chain. He shook his head and explained, "To control some special peripheral members, the Umbrella Organization makes them take a slow-acting poison. They must receive an antidote every month, or they won't live long. I won't go back anymore." Suen looked at Kay, his tone slightly odd, "If it's the antidote for the Umbrella Organization's Grom parasitic toxin. I think I happen to have it." Kay listened as Suen directly named the toxin, and the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. He felt an absurd yet real sense of familiarity. This guy, it seemed like he knew everything, nothing could stump him. Chapter 179, The Secret Meeting in the Tavern. Suen had previously inquired Sabina for information and knew that the Umbrella Organization possessed a special poison to control certain members who were less compliant. Indeed, no one outside the organization could neutralize that poison. Even within the Umbrella Organization, obtaining the antidote required high-level clearance. Fortunately, Sabina had such clearance. And more fortuitously, Suen had a good relationship with this high-ranking officer of the Umbrella Organization. Suen lent the antidote to Kay, and the two sat down and started chatting. Kay, who had been prepared for death, was shocked beyond words as he watched his fatal problems being easily resolved. But after the shock, he quickly became indifferent. That familiar feeling returned. After the escort mission went awry, Kay quickly guessed the truth. He thought Suen was a goner. But unexpectedly, not only did Suen survive, but the commotion he caused grew bigger and bigger. From a wanted criminal, he became an S-class heavy-duty fugitive, and now an SS ultra-dangerous fugitive. Every time the Umbrella organization issued a new arrest order, Kay knew that Suen had grown stronger. As they talked, the conversation turned to today's encirclement. The gunshot wound on you, was it Gun King Gage who shot you? Yet. That guy's sixth sense ability is tricky. Even when I got close, I couldn't kill him. Kay expressionlessly fiddled with the tweezers in the bloody hole, extracting a bullet lodged in the bone. His practiced movements suggested he was very adept at treating his own injuries. He didn't use any anesthetic, but there was never a hint of pain on his face, as if the bullets hadn't hit his own body. While operating, he managed to say distractedly, "I've heard that the Oliver family gathered at least a dozen second-tier professionals to hunt you down. You need to be more careful from now on." He still didn't know the whole story and thought Suen had been accidentally caught. So, as soon as he got the news, he rushed over to rescue without considering the consequences. What he didn't say was that, regardless of the outcome, he couldn't return to the Umbrella after taking action. Kay thought Suen had used some special method to escape the barrier and reminded him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Suen responded lightly, "Oh, it's fine. I've already killed all those people." Hearing this, Kay's gaze froze for a moment. He thought he had heard wrong. But seeing Suen's expression, he soon smiled. He realized that even if he hadn't come, it would have been the same. He didn't say more. His old friend was as strong as ever. So strong that it seemed, always so outrageous. Kay himself had stopped caring about such things. Second talent awakening, special inheritances, strength, he had come to view them all lightly. Being able to kill was enough. But the fact was, not caring didn't mean he wasn't strong. Now, Kay could ambush and assassinate some professionals and counter second-tier professionals, which already made him a top-tier expert among first-tier professionals. But compared to Suen, he was still far behind. However, this was also quite good. A glimmer of hope, like the dawn breaking, shone in Kay's eyes. The current Kay was no longer the cheerful person he used to be, he had become very steady. He gave off the impression of a blade with its edge fully concealed. Except when talking about the days they spent together in the Cross Society, a smile would appear on his face. Most of the time, he was silent. However, the major turning point in life was not all bad for Kay. His ghostly movements were actually the result of a second awakening of his talent after countless life and death battles. Moreover, because he had a fatalistic attitude, he was fearless in his adventures. He survived and also found his own opportunity in the ruins. The Void Step was an ancient inheritance of the Phantom Assassin profession he obtained in a cursed space. Suen had experienced digesting X serum and knew that the ruins were the best environment for processing the potion. Now that Kay had no more life-threatening concerns and had reached the threshold for advancement, he planned to stay in the ruins for a while. Suen took out the spoils of war from killing Viper Bright Jars. The old second-tier assassin's gear and advancement materials were highly compatible with Kay, and the storage ring was full of assassin's professional items, which he stuffed to Kay, who initially wanted to refuse. After giving some advice on using the potion, the two parted ways. Kay was no longer the ordinary gang leader he used to be, he had become strong enough. Suen also had his own things to do. While Suen and Kay were exchanging their experiences, Dans Jr., along with the Oliver family's large force, hurried over with great fanfare. Seeing the tight seal surrounded by nearly 1,000 people, Dans Jr. was in high spirits. He was about to see his revenge fulfilled, and the infinite hair material would be retrieved, releasing the pent-up anger in his chest. "Bring someone to open the barrier." "Yes, young master." At the command, the purple light screen began to slowly dissipate. The Oliver family members all had expectant expressions on their faces, imagining the sight of the SS fugitive Suen being captured with a bloody face or his body being hung up. But unexpectedly, as soon as the barrier opened, a plume of black smoke erupted like a volcanic eruption. "Be careful. Protect the young master." The sudden commotion startled everyone like an explosion. The bodyguards quickly shielded Dans. Everyone thought it was a bomb explosion and scattered to the ground. But after a while, when no other movements were seen, they turned back to look at the sealed streets. The thick smoke quickly dispersed, revealing the charred and ruined streets. Hey! Where are the people? Phosphorus oil could burn bones clean, and Suen had added an accelerant to ensure there was enough oxygen. By the time they arrived, not to mention people, even the corpses had turned to ashes. The sudden opening of the barrier caused the air pressure to burst, scattering even the ashes. The Oliver family members were dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, trying to find something in the ashes. Some rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Over 100 people vanished into thin air, leaving only char. Gradually, an unbelievable guess emerged in their minds: could it be an accident? Clearly, that was the case. Although no one was seen, there were obvious signs of battle on the sealed streets. Stunned for a moment, Dans roared, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" For a time, the 1,000-strong team was silent, no one daring to respond. The fire burned, and they all guessed the truth but dared not speak it. In the team, only one person's eyes sparkled with a smile that others failed to notice. This was none other than Sabina, who had come to watch the excitement. She had come in case something went wrong, to see if she could save someone. Now it seemed she had worried too much. Although she knew Suen had mastered spatial abilities and the spatial barrier couldn't restrain him, it still felt incredible. After all, he was being hunted by more than a dozen second-tier professionals and so many elite teams. She had only given Suen information and was not clear about the battle plan. She originally thought Suen just wanted to lure and kill a few targets, then teleport away. Now it seemed he had killed everyone? Looking at the scene before her, the stunning gangster lady was incredulous, but mostly delighted. She looked at the blackened streets and murmured, "Master is really amazing." A major encirclement operation ended in almost a farcical manner. The news that the Oliver family had captured SS fugitive Suen had spread throughout the camp before Dans Jr. set off. Everyone was waiting to hear the good news. Now, an almost supernatural message came back. The spatial barrier was sealed, and no one knew what happened. But the fact was, the fugitive was not caught, and the Oliver family's high-level fighters were wiped out. When the news reached the Dawn camp, there was an uproar. Over a dozen second-tier professionals were wiped out, many of them well-known veterans, and the news couldn't be hidden. Even the last incident at the monastery was exposed. Everyone realized that the fugitive had the ability to easily kill second-tier professionals. The wanted poster described someone who only committed crimes with banned items? Go to hell with that intelligence. Those who previously thought that a walking bounty had been caught and missed a great opportunity, the bounty hunters, were all relieved they hadn't encountered that god of death. For a time, the entire camp was abuzz with the bizarre story. As for Suen, the instigator, he had already appeared in the Black Knight Tavern, leisurely drinking. This was a place frequented by members of the Umbrella Organization and the Steam Party. But because of Sabina's presence, it became the safest place. Because he had delayed catching up with Kay in the ruins, by the time he returned it was nearly evening, and the news of the encirclement battle had already spread wildly in the camp's taverns. The tavern was packed with drinkers. On normal days, they exchanged information about hunting in the wilderness, various gossips. But today, everyone was only talking about that bizarre encirclement battle. Hunters gathered news from various channels in the tavern. Let me tell you, the latest information: some detectives went to inspect the scene and found some silver hair and battle traces, confirming it wasn't any supernatural method or any self-destructive banned item. That Suen really had a big battle with the hunting team in the sealed space. Impossible. No matter how powerful Suen is, he couldn't have killed over a dozen high-level professionals alone, right? This rumor is too unreliable. Rumor? Now the list of 11 veteran professionals who died has been released. See if there's a single survivor. I've been saying that Suen is a third-tier professional, and you didn't believe me? Do you believe it now? My goodness, over a dozen high-level professionals, hundreds of people, not a single survivor. I heard that Suen also knows Hyena. Didn't Gun King Gage also participate in the encirclement? I heard that to help Suen escape, Hyena fought with Gage. You probably don't know, Hyena is also outrageously strong. Not only did Gage fail to kill him, but he also got stabbed twice. Gage was lucky he was held back. If he had gone, he would probably have been buried with them. Don't say, Suen and that hyena really have the same explosive temper, and a heavy killing intent. Whoever provokes them, it's relentless. Now the Oliver family is going to hurt. Hiss untouchable, untouchable. From now on, no one mention earning Suen's bounty to me. Even if I find that guy, I'll walk around him. Suen listened with interest on the side. Indeed, there were some capable people among the professionals who analyzed the situation after inspecting the scene. Fortunately, after listening for a while, it was all unimportant information. No one knew the key information about his abilities. After all, those who had seen it were dead. The tavern was exceptionally lively tonight. And as he drank, the entire tavern suddenly quieted down. Without looking, Suen knew that Sabina had arrived. Every time she appeared, it was like this. He had a kind of spiritual connection with this succubus servant, and he could sense her as soon as she was within a certain distance. Sabina naturally noticed Suen sitting in the corner and glanced over. It seemed like a casual glance, but the charm that flowed from her brows was naturally directed at Suen, her master. With just a glance, Sabina showed no signs of deviation from her usual demeanor, gracefully ascending the stairs. The tavern resumed its boisterous noise. After a few more drinks, Suen checked the time and made his way to the restroom. Avoiding the gazes of others, he teleported and appeared on the third floor of the tavern. This was the supreme VIP floor. Tonight, the Black Jazz Tavern was particularly lively, even the rooms on the third floor were packed with people. Scantily clad women walked back and forth in the corridor, but Suen didn't step out, he waited in a restroom stall. Soon, the faint sound of high heels clicked. Suen unlocked the door, and a woman with a graceful figure darted in. Sabina quickly locked the door behind her, rubbed the alchemical ring on her hand, and casually set up a one-way sound barrier. She looked at Suen and revealed a charming smile. "Sir, you were looking for me." As she spoke, her fiery body pressed against him without reservation, like a maid eager to please her master. Before Suen could speak, Sabina blinked and praised, "Wow sir, you were quite impressive today." Suen smiled faintly, not saying much, and directly asked, "How's the news today?" He had come, naturally, to get first-hand information from Sabina and confirm his arrangements for the future. If necessary, he might temporarily leave the camp to hide out in the ruins. Sabina replied, "They haven't found any useful clues. Dan's Jr. is fuming right now. But because you killed everyone, sir, some clever people are starting to suspect there's an internal problem." She spoke softly, her supple body clinging to him. Her silk pencil skirt slipped down due to her movements, exposing her fair and delicate skin. Sabina showed no intention of adjusting her dress, not minding the exposure in front of this man. Suen pondered, not particularly surprised. Although he had enjoyed the killings, burning most of the evidence, some risks couldn't be erased. Like the pre-prepared oil or certain details during the chase. Those with discerning eyes could naturally see that Suen must have had some information. Thinking, he asked, "Will this cause trouble for you?" Hearing that Suen's first concern was her situation, Sabina's smile grew more enchanting. "No. I used psychic hypnosis to get the information, those who leaked it don't even know themselves. Even if they suspect, they won't suspect me." As she spoke, she took Suen's hand and wrapped it around her slender waist, placing his hands on her perky behind. Perhaps because they had grown familiar over time, Sabina had figured out her master's temperament. Although he always kept a straight face, he was quite reasonable. Occasionally, she could be a bit more presumptuous. Like, initiating a flirtation. You've done well." Suen was accustomed to his maid's constant flirtations and naturally enjoyed Sabina's enthusiasm. Even though he was familiar with the firm touch of the beauty before him, the sensation was still bone-meltingly pleasurable. A succubus's allure isn't feigned, it's etched into their very bones. It's a kind of ultimate charm that never tires. Hearing that the information matched his expectations, Suen breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he thought of something and took out a storage ring, adding, "By the way, find a chance to hang this prosthetic on the Oliver family's auction house." Naturally, the storage ring contained the 1,000 threads prosthetic stripped from the corpse of magician Lloyd. Suen's other plan upon returning was to return this item to Dan's. Not to mention the witch's hair, the main material used in the prosthetic, 'tis more lucky iron filament worm, was one of the few threads known to be most suitable for puppeteers. Knowing that it was unlikely to obtain the witch's hair, if a finished 1,000 threads appeared on the market, Dan's Jr. would surely not miss it. Suen naturally wanted to give Dan's a boost, allowing him to advance earlier. After all, he had extracted information from Lloyd's soul fragments that the Oliver family's treasury contained an item very suitable for puppeteers. Thinking that once Dan's Jr. advanced to the second tier, he would likely carry that treasure with him. You can't shear a sheep too often, you have to wait for it to grow out. All right, sir. Sabina took the storage ring, glanced at it, and immediately guessed what Suen was planning, though she didn't understand why he would do it. But she didn't ask why. The master's orders were naturally to be completed. After Suen finished giving instructions on the important matters, he thought for a moment and then said, I won't be showing up for a while, so be careful on your own. Sabina blinked, Sir, won't you be coming over at night anymore? The wistfulness in her voice was the kind that could stir a heated restlessness in one's belly. Suen knew that her question wasn't really a question, but rather an expression of something else. At that moment, he remembered something and took out an ancient mirror, saying, By the way, I've acquired a cursed item this time that's highly compatible with your abilities. As he spoke, he took out the Angus's dream refraction mirror obtained from slaying dream thief Janet. Such a cursed item capable of remotely releasing psychic power was indeed a rare treasure. Sabina took the mirror, seemingly unconcerned about the item's effects. She was like a kitten rewarded with dried fish, her eyes instantly revealing great joy. Oh master, is this a gift for me? She clung even closer, clearly showing her heartfelt surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm embrace enveloped him, his hands touching softness and smoothness everywhere. Suen didn't speak, just smiled and patted her head. Coincidentally, at that moment, there was a commotion from the next stall. It sounded like a patron and a lady had hurriedly entered the same stall, then clang shut the door, followed by the sounds of rapid breathing and rustling clothes. The third-floor rooms each had a private restroom, and it was rare for patrons to come here. The neighboring inn was close by, but where the wine flowed, this secluded place always attracted restless people. Suen and Sabina, both with sharp senses, could hear the commotion next door clearly. Listening to the noise from next door, the atmosphere suddenly became charged with intimacy. At this moment, Sabina's dress straps had completely slipped down, her clothes half undone, her ample bosom almost spilling out. She didn't mind the full exposure, wrapping her arms around Suen's neck, her allure on full display. Sir, are you in a hurry? Chapter 180, Wasteland Hunting Craze. The Oliver family suffered heavy losses this time, and Dan's Jr. was furious. The 5 major financial groups of the camp joined forces, determined to capture the rampant SS-wanted criminal Suen, with the search efforts growing more intense wave after wave. For the following period, Suen would change hotels every 2 or 3 days, to make himself look more like an ordinary wasteland hunter and not be targeted by the keen intelligence officers due to staying in one place too long. Even so, there were several instances of door-knocking room checks. But no problems arose. Among the vast memories harvested by Suen, there were countless identities that could withstand scrutiny and had verifiable backgrounds. He even forged various identity documents to match his fake identities, and the inspectors never spotted any flaws. Although he frequently moved residences, Suen was actually staying inside hotels most of the time without going out much. He didn't go to the Wasteland Hunters Guild, the market, or the taverns. The last battle had yielded too much knowledge, and he needed a lot of time to digest what he had acquired. Finally, after half a month of commotion, various other wanted criminals were caught, but not him. The noise eventually died down. On this day, in room 301 of the Rose Hotel. The small room was filled with various books and tools. Since Suen had mostly replaced sleep with meditation, he used the bed as a bookshelf, piling it with scrolls and research materials. Mr. Black had once sent him a set of introductory books from the Black Tower Academy, which he had previously made slow progress with. Without guidance, those arcane pieces of knowledge took a lot of time to comprehend and understand. But after the last battle, having harvested the fragments of over 100 elite inner-city dwellers, those basic pieces of knowledge had almost completely filled the gaps in Suen's low-level alchemy knowledge. However, memories tend to fade, especially those harvested ones that weren't very profound. Not wanting to waste this precious knowledge, Suen had taken out the books several times over the past half-month to cross-reference and read through them, deepening the impression and truly imprinting the knowledge in his mind. Not just various pieces of knowledge. After harvesting the memories of the puppet master Lloyd, Suen's own level of crafting trick puppets had also skyrocketed. Looking back, aside from the black hole doll Mr. Black helped make, all the trick puppets he had crafted himself were too crude. The last battle also brought him a lot of inspiration. Now, Suen planned to create a new batch of advanced trick puppets suitable for combat. In the not-so-spacious room, a blue light cross floated in the sky, covering the entire room. From the cross, strands of silver thread hung down, suspending 7 or 8 flesh-colored puppets that dangled without touching the ground. There were also some unfinished hands and feet, carving tools floating around, creating a very eerie scene. After carefully comparing with the scrolls, Suen also found the missing parts in his memory of the puppet theater. That's why he spent some time every day practicing the proficiency of this puppetry secret technique. Although it was a room for one, there were often a group of dancers. At this moment, Suen was fully focused on installing a third head on a trick puppet. At the same time, he was using his 8 spider arms to control the carving knife, carving shapes and inscribing rune grooves on 4 or 5 of those wooden pieces that had not yet taken shape. He alone was simultaneously working on the production of 7 or 8 dolls. Busy, yet orderly. Suen was wearing a coarse work outfit, his face already stained with various paints like a rainbow. Just then, there was a crisp click sound. Suen's brow furrowed slightly. He had just tried the thread, and as soon as the magic pattern was activated, the head of the newly made 3-headed doll suddenly fell off, rolling far away on the floor. Suen didn't look at the rolling wooden head. The thread hanging from the cross had already wrapped around it and brought it back to the workbench. It was as if all the threads in the room were his hands. Another failure. Holding the broken part of the puppet, Suen frowned and studied it, muttering to himself, "It seems that 3 heads are already the limit. Any more heads would affect the stability of the structure and cause conflicts between the runes and enchantments." He analyzed the cause and recorded it in detail in the notebook beside him. Perhaps a bit weary, Suen didn't continue with his puppet research after this failure. The cross on the ceiling disappeared, and all the threads in the room vanished without a trace. The 8-armed spider also put down the work in its hands, busy collecting various materials and semi-finished products. Phew! Suen slowly exhaled a deep breath and stood up to stretch his limbs. He looked at the 7 or 8 finished trick puppets against the wall and smiled with satisfaction, talking to himself, "I've almost mastered the commonly used second-order runes, and the success rate of the trick puppets is steadily improving. All the nightmare dolls are inscribed with second-order runes, and in the future, ordinary trick puppets will also have a strong impact on high-ranking professionals." Suddenly, he thought of something, and a light smile appeared in his eyes. "Tisk tisk, if I use these advanced dolls to perform 100 tricks night walk, I'm afraid there aren't many second-order professionals who can handle it." The current trick puppets, both in strength and effectiveness, were incomparable to those from half a month ago. If he were to unleash 100 puppets at once, Suen felt that even if he faced the pursuers from before, he would have the power to fight. This was a puppet army that truly threatened high-ranking professionals. However, there was also a problem that remained unsolved. He thought of something and frowned again, murmuring, "The limit of multitasking has been reached. This is a big problem." Suen now had no shortage of trick puppets or means of control, and the witch's hair could perfectly solve the problem of thread entanglement. Even after mastering puppet theater, the number and efficiency of puppet control had greatly improved. But that problem still remained unsolved. He found that not only he, but all puppeteers faced this dilemma, even Lloyd, who was called a puppet master. That is the problem of the actual number of puppets one can control. Suen was now very proficient in the technique of multitasking, almost reaching his current limit of divided attention. Now he could control 7 or 8 puppets as flexibly and variably as real people, achieving 100% control. But if the number of puppets increased to more than 10, the completion of actions would be about 70%. Exceeding 20, the completion of actions would drop below 40%. And controlling 100 at the same time, he could only perform simple actions, such as changing direction, spewing fire. The previous 100 tricks night walk was not strictly a finished technique. More accurately, it was the direction of Suen's future career planning. If he used it now, it would mostly be considered a bluff based on quantity. Even using puppet theater, which seemed to allow precise control of countless puppets, the actual number that could be precisely controlled was still bound by this limit of divided attention. Suen knew where the root of the problem lay. Because of the data panel, he had long noticed the pattern. That is, as the value of mental power increased, this limit of divided attention also slowly increased. But it wasn't entirely proportional. Suen guessed that both the amount of mental power and its efficiency would affect this limit of divided attention. To solve this problem, he felt an urgent need for a secret method of mental power cultivation. Moreover, harvesting over 100 people last time was exhilarating, but he also clearly felt that if he continued to absorb without control, he would not be far from mental breakdown. Suen didn't continue to stay in his hotel room but tidied up a bit and planned to go out to gather some information. After more than half a month, the commotion he had caused had mostly subsided. Recently, there was a new topic in the camp. That is, the wasteland hunting craze had arrived. A month-old news had only reached the underground in the last few days. It was said that the Black Tower had issued an order, demanding that the major families of the inner city send elite teams to hunt in the wasteland. And it wasn't just elite teams. To prevent those big families from secretly defying the order, the Duke directly issued a command, requiring those prominent families to send their first-in-line heirs to the Dawn relics in person. This move had an obvious effect. To protect the safety of those precious young masters and misses in the families, the old masters and ladies had to send their strongest security teams over. It was this single order that mobilized a large number of high-ranking professionals from the inner city to come hunting in the wasteland, second order, even third order. Disobey? The next day, the family would be gone. In Old Lingdun, where the lordship system prevailed, the Duke's mansion held unquestionable authority. So during this time, the population of the Dawn camp exploded. Those young masters and misses dressed in luxurious clothes, along with their well-equipped personal guards, arrived one after another. There were also maids, butlers, servants, tens of thousands of people, directly overcrowding the entire wasteland hunting camp. With the camp so lively, Suen couldn't stay put and naturally planned to go have a look. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw a freckled noble miss scolding her butler in the hallway. Beside her, there was a group of more than 10 heavily armed bodyguards. This damned place, the accommodation is so poor, I can't even rent a suite with a bathtub. Without a bathtub, how am I supposed to bathe every day? Albert, the butler, can you spend a little more money and find me a decent suite? Oh, Miss Sophia, it's not a matter of money. The environment in the camp is just like this, even if you can't find a suite with a bathtub. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of this Rose Hotel is a friend of the master, we wouldn't even have this room. Really? Kuna's room from the Edward family is even smaller than this. Absolutely true. And the day before yesterday, the young master of the Leonard family missed the arrangement at the Blacksmith Hotel and has been camping for 2 nights. Now he wants to go back, but that room is already full. Oh, you probably wouldn't like the environment of the Blacksmith Hotel, because it's really too bad, 10 times worse than here, at least 10 times. Miss, why don't you settle in first, and I'll go see if I can find something better. Humph. The haughty freckled miss heard that her peers from families of the same status had even worse living conditions than hers, and her resistance faded a bit. At that moment, she happened to see Suen, dressed as a wasteland hunter, coming out of his room. Her arrogant neck immediately raised like a rooster, showing a look of disdain. I can't believe I have to stay in a cheap hotel with filthy wasteland hunters, oh, God, just kill me. After complaining, she plunged into her room, then slammed the door shut with a bang, showing her dissatisfaction. The butler also saw Suen and suddenly lit up as if he had found a treasure, hurriedly approaching and asking, Sir, may I be so bold as to ask if you could give up your room for us? As you can see, we have too many people in our company, an accommodation. Of course, as compensation for your generosity, I will pay 10 times the room rate. His tone was polite, but Suen's brow raised slightly when he heard it. No wonder he had hung a do not disturb sign, yet the staff still knocked on the door to announce a temporary price increase, almost 10 times higher than half a month ago. So this was how the room prices were being driven up. But he had no intention of transferring the room, replying, Sorry, I also have quite a few people in my room. With that, he didn't pay much attention to these people and went straight downstairs. Having not gone out for 2 days, the streets of the camp were crowded with people. When Suen came out, the streets were full of young masters and misses, each with a butler and a group of guards as standard. The young masters and misses from top-tier families like the Rice had received some news early and arranged for people to come and set up camp, so there were no problems with accommodation. For the young masters from slightly lesser families, the problems were much bigger. Luxury hotels were already fully booked, so they had no choice but to opt for the cheap lodgings once frequented by wilderness hunters. Even rooms with private bathrooms, like the one Suen had stayed in before, were hard to come by. This predicament was a real headache for the delicate young masters and misses, who could be seen everywhere with their butler-like attendants inquiring at inns, only to emerge with faces full of disappointment. As Suen walked along, he happened upon one such group. The chubby young master in the group looked somewhat familiar, prompting Suen to take a closer look. "Master Charlie, oh, how fortunate! I've managed to book a luxury suite for you. It was Mrs. Melinda of the Ackerman family who made room for you." Hey, Mr. Franz, lodging is the least of our worries. Have you made contact with a wilderness hunting team? We need one with real pioneering experience. You don't seriously think the Duke sent us to the ruins just to find accommodations, do you? Master Charlie, I've been to the Wilderness Hunters Guild, and all the major teams on record have already been hired. I've only managed to hire 2 heavy-duty hunting teams. Good heavens, Franz, what are you still doing here? Go squat at the city gate, and as soon as a hunting team returns, sign an employment contract immediately. No matter the cost, within 5 days, I want to hear that you've hired at least 3 teams led by second-tier professionals. Yes, young master. The old butler, scolded into submission, handed over the key and slunk off towards the city gate. The chubby young master looked at the key in his hand, his face full of worry, and sighed as he entered the inn. Suen watched the big fellow, initially only feeling a sense of familiarity, but now, recognizing his style of doing things. Wasn't this the same little chubby Charlie who had tried to bribe him back in the caverns? Seeing this guy's strong desire to survive, Suen chuckled to himself. However, the guy's concerns weren't unfounded. Suen agreed that the Duke's estate had sent them here for reasons far beyond a leisurely spring outing. Seeing this acquaintance, Suen's eyebrows raised, and suddenly, an image of a girl with black hair popped into his mind. If every major family's primary heir had to come, then, was Rena also on her way? Without giving it much thought, Suen decided to head over to the Wilderness Hunters Guild for a look around.